going to call this meeting, regular meeting of the Stuart City Commission for 14 October to order. Sorry, we're a little bit late, but nonetheless, we will begin. So, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Rich,
Here.
Commissioner Clark,
Here.
Commissioner Collins,
Here.
Commissioner Giovi,
Here.
and Commissioner Reed.
Here. So, this afternoon, the invocation will be provided by Bishop Edward Skiba of Stuart Alliance Church. Will you also,
Police Department.
Police Department, I'm sorry.
Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm just
Mayor.
reading what it says.
Would you please stand
And
for
will
the
you read us in the
invocation?
Pledge of Allegiance afterwards? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to come up and provide the invocation for inviting the presence of the Lord into this gathering. As of last Friday afternoon until Saturday afternoon was Yom Kippur for our Jewish neighbors and friends, a day of atonement. And I think this entire country is in the place where we need atonement right now. In 2 Chronicles 7:14, it says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will I heal their land." And I think we need to pray that right now. We also need to pray for the lives that were lost during the recent storm, innocent lives that were just taken out of nowhere. And remember that each one of us is subjected to that. Let's have a moment of silence for them, please. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, light perpetual shine upon them. As we come before you, Father, we say, Baruch Hashem, Adonai Eloheinu. Blessed are you, the name of the Lord our God. Blessed are you, Lord. We acknowledge your power over this earth, and we thank you that you allow us these gatherings, that you raise up leaders that can keep us going in a righteous direction that this country needs so badly right now. I ask your blessing on each one of these council members, on the mayor, on the staff, and on all of the citizens of Stuart, that you help us gather together and decide on the things that are important to you and to your people. Father, keep us in the center of your will. Bless this great city. Bless this county. Bless our people all around, and especially bless those who are hit so hard by this storm. Be with them, bring peace and comfort to them. We thank you for your presence, Lord. We acknowledge it. We glorify you in your precious name, and for your glory do we pray. Amen. Please join me now in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
Proclamations. So we will begin. Actually, Mr. Baggett, are you capable of reading these?
I am capable, thank you for asking.
Would you please read the first one?
National Disability Employment Awareness Month, October 2024. Whereas October 2024 marks the 79th anniversary of National Disability Employment Awareness Month, with the purpose to educate the public about disability employment issues and celebrate the contributions of America's workers with disabilities. And whereas the history of National Disability Employment Awareness Month dates to 1945, when Congress enacted a law declaring the first week in October each year National Employ the Physically Handicapped Week. In 1962, the word physically was removed to acknowledge the employment needs and contributions of individuals with all types of disabilities. And whereas helping people succeed is celebrating 60 years of service to the community, they have highly skilled therapists who provide specialized outpatient mental health counseling for children and adults. Through its services and initiatives, hundreds of the most vulnerable local children, families, and adults have been able to transform their lives through education, counseling, training, and employment. And whereas workplaces welcoming of the talents of all people, including people with disabilities, are a critical part of our efforts to build an inclusive community and strong economy. And activities during this month will reinforce the value and talent people with disabilities add to our workplaces and communities, commitment to inclusive community that increases access and opportunities to all, including individuals with disabilities. Now, therefore, I, Campbell Rich, Mayor of the City of Stuart, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month.
So it says on here, the recipient, and I just attended her farewell party, but Susie Hutchinson, are you acting in your emeritus role?
As a matter of fact, I am. I will tell you, since you brought it up, that today, a brand-new CEO was hired for helping people succeed. Her name is Kara Stimson, and you'll be meeting her. She starts on the 12th. They don't get rid of me till the end of the year. But, shall I speak, or did you?
Oh, you can go ahead.
Okay. So I will see you all, some of you I unfortunately haven't met yet, but you will probably see me and Kara in the very near future. And we're here to talk about the fact that people with disabilities make some of the best employees you will ever find. We work well with the City of Stuart and are really proud of the relationship that we do have. We found during the pandemic there was a new look at people with disabilities because it's been so hard to find employees. And people were willing to look at a new group of employees. And I would encourage all of you to continue to do that and to encourage others to. I could tell you 50 stories that'll bring both tears and yay to you because of the fact that not only are we helping people become a part of, not apart from their community, we're helping them work side by side with everyone else. That's all people with disabilities wanted, was to grow up and have the same thing that everybody else did. They're not on government benefits after that. I'm not going to tell you the government spends it any better, but that our folks become, taxpayers. One of our big mottos is we create taxpayers. So I thank you for your help. I thank you for the proclamation, and I really encourage you to become a part of the family that looks at everyone in the community, not just your group. So thank you very, very much. And thank you for coming to my party.
Good food. That's yours. Mr. Baggett.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October 2024. Whereas breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women in the United States, impacting countless families and communities, early detection through regular screenings and mammograms can significantly increase the chances of successful treatment. And whereas raising awareness about breast cancer can empower individuals to take charge, seek information, and engage in conversations about prevention and treatment options. And whereas numerous organizations and advocates work tirelessly to support those affected by breast cancer, provide education and promote research for a cure, and whereas citizens of Stuart are encouraged to honor the bravery of those battling breast cancer and to support the survivors and families affected by this disease. We join together as a community to promote education, awareness, and compassion for those impacted by breast cancer. Now, therefore, I, Campbell Rich, Mayor of the City of Stuart, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
It says here Chief Tominelli will be receiving this.
It's a pink tie.
Thank you, Commissioners, Mayor, staff, for this proclamation. On behalf of American Cancer Society, Ms. Ellen Frogner is here or not? I don't see her. So I will be accepting this. breast cancer awareness. I'm sure that I could look around the room, somebody knows somebody who had this diagnosis. Some have lost the battle, some have won it. So with that being said, I have several members in my inner community, my friends and family, who have suffered and lost the battle. I want to make you aware that there's a walk on October 26th at Flagler Park at 8 a.m., hosted by American Cancer Society, and it's strides against breast cancer. So I do appreciate the city identifying this proclamation, and on behalf of American Cancer Society, I thank you.
We knew.
Mr. Baggett?
Florida City Government Week, October 21st through the 27th, 2024. Whereas city government is the government closest to the most citizens and the one with the most direct daily impact upon its residents, municipal government provides services and programs that enhance the quality of life for residents, making their city their home. And whereas city government is administered for and by its citizens and is dependent upon public commitment to and understanding of its many responsibilities. City government officials and employees share the responsibility to pass along the understanding of public services and their benefits. And whereas Florida City Government Week offers an important opportunity for elected officials and city staff to spread the word to all citizens of Florida that they can shape and influence this branch of government. And whereas the Florida League of Cities and its member cities, of which Stuart is a member, have joined together to teach citizens about municipal government through a variety of activities. Now, therefore, I, Campbell Rich, Mayor of the City of Stuart, do hereby proclaim October 21st through October 27th, 2024 as Florida City Government Week.
And receiving this proclamation is none other than our own city clerk, Mary Kindle.
Thank you. I just want to say on behalf of everyone with the city, all staff, we really appreciate the recognition for Florida City Government Week. We celebrate it every October, and we appreciate the recognition. Thank you so much.
And finally, Mr. Baggett?
24th Annual Bible Reading Marathon, November 4th through the 8th, 2024. Whereas the Bible is a fundamental part of the American heritage and is the basis of our inalienable rights, and it serves as the foundations of our laws, our national character, and our system of values. And whereas President Ulysses S. Grant stated, "Hold fast to the Bible as the sheet anchor of your liberties." And President Abraham Lincoln called the Bible the best gift God has given to man. And historians credit President George Washington with identifying the United States as one nation under God. And whereas the year 1990 was proclaimed by a joint congressional resolution and presidential proclamation as the International Year of Bible Reading, and Bible Reading Week has been celebrated annually thereafter. And whereas the Bible is the foundation for many blessings that we enjoy in the United States of America. Now, therefore, I, Campbell Rich, Mayor of the City of Stuart, do hereby proclaim November 4th through the 8th, 2024 as the 24th Annual Bible Reading Marathon.
And receiving this proclamation this evening are Pastors Eddie and Joanne Rodriguez, Step into Grace and New Life Ministries.
Dr. Julie.
What?
Dr. Julie Brooks.
Okay.
I've been here for 24 years.
Okay.
It's like, I gotta make sure that Bible gets written.
Okay.
Okay. I'm allowed to do a little presentation, and I'm going to speed
You
read.
certainly are.
So, Julie Bjornsson, Port Salerno, it's now on the map. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the 24th Bible Reading Week proclamation. The marathon began 24 years ago after 9/11/2001, when our church was directed to read the Bible to protect us from terrorist attacks. 9/11 was sudden and unexpected, bringing people back to churches and to the Bible, the foundation of our nation's constitution, government, and education. Many presidents, like you heard, understand that without the morals and ethics taught in the Bible, our nation's self-government would fail. Today, Bible truths and God's authority are under extreme attack. Nationally, lawlessness is replacing our constitutional authority. And spiritually, liberal rewrites and copyright limitations of the Bible undermine our foundational doctrines. Throughout the Bible, God's love is freely available to all those who will accept it. The entire Bible is a record of the extremes God has gone to in order to allow us to avoid the destiny of our fallen Edenic state. Yet, what is our human response to God's appeal? No, God, I don't want to love you. I'll do it my way. When humans fail to respond, God has three alternatives. Can he indulge it, allowing human rebellion to go on? Can he force us to obey, removing our free will? That leaves God's only real choice. The only way is to withdraw himself. Whether we realize it or not, the existence of God is necessary for our continued existence. Just as an orchestra with many talented musicians requires a conductor, our existence depends on God. The Bible says in Colossians 1:16, all things are created by him, and for him, all things are held together. What would it be like if God left us alone? We know about physical death. The body dies, separated from the soul. But there is a spiritual death when the soul, by choice, is separated from God. Ultimately, it's our choice. It is up to us to choose everlasting life or everlasting death, which is spiritual separation from God forever. It is final. We ourselves choose to accept or refuse God's love, mercy, and forgiveness. Do we have the ability to even imagine what everlasting death without God really involves? I don't think so. The real you is not the finite body. God wants you to know you are eternal. Whether you are saved or not, or believe in Satan or not, the important question is, where are you going to spend the rest of your life? In the presence of God, or force him to withdraw himself? We all physically die. Spiritual death is a choice. So make sure of your destiny. Father God provided his Son, Jesus Christ, to redeem us from the darkness of this world. His gift of eternal life is free. Just believe and renew your citizen in heaven. But to help choose life, God provided two gifts to resist evil. His written word, the Bible, preserved over 2,000 years and through the deaths of many martyrs, and the Holy Spirit, who withholds evil on the earth and leads us into all truth. Please consider signing up to read the Bible 15 minutes this year. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Keep it brief. We just want to thank you that this 24th Annual Bible Reading Marathon, it is the longest running Bible reading marathon in our country, and it's held in the city of Stuart. And so we thank you so much for your support for the proclamation. I think the ones that have come before us that have established it, as Julie was one of the forerunners to establish this. And just to let you know, everyone is welcome. You can come out. It's from November 4th through the 8th. We have the board up there. You can give me a call at 561-670-0469. And to sign up for, it's 365 15-minute time slots. And people are so dedicated in the community to come around the clock to keep the Bible being read around the clock for 5 days. And it is a time when the community comes together in hope. There's connection. There's business owners, families, children. It's just a wonderful week to come out to the band shell. So we really do want to invite everyone out because there's such a love there, a love of the community. Our relationship is to be with God, but also our relationship with one another. And so I just invite everyone to come out and share in this time, participate, come out, read. It's quite an experience, and there's so many blessings that go forth for each individual and for our community and our nation. Thank you.
And just for clarification, I think many people know what this is, but you guys go from Genesis 1 all the way to Revelation through a King James Bible with all different people, different walks of life, different positions in the city and around, from their own voice, reading that out on PA speakers. It's a very unique and special thing you guys have been doing for a long time.
Also, Dr. Collins, people can call in if they're homebound, if they're overseas. We get calls from different states. We get military calls in. So let people know that they can call in and arrange a call-in time, and we put it over the loudspeaker.
It's simple but powerful.
Thank you, guys.
And I just want to say real quick, if I can, everything my wife said.
There you go.
Smart man.
That's a
But,
good man.
But I want to really just piggyback what you said. We've had law enforcement out, we've had doctors, nurses, teachers, everyone in the city of Stuart, and even from afar. We've had people from Fort Lauderdale, people from Orlando, people calling from Canada, California for 15-minute reading slots. The kids across the street at the elementary school, they stop in the morning before they go to school and listen. And some after school will come out and listen again and just have fun with chalk out there. It's all removable, it's not permanent. And then some even will even enjoy reading. So I don't want to encourage you, I'd like to invite you to come out. Even if you don't want to read, just sit and enjoy and watch God's word be proclaimed over our nation. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've been there every year, Dr. Julie.
And you've opened.
Yeah, and so Pastor Hilton and his wife, Jean, just want to thank them for being the four.
She will be here.
She'll be here from Tallahassee.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She'll be staying with us for a very low price. Thank you.
That's why I was checking it.
Thanks, Joanne.
All right, we have 3 presentations this evening. The first is from someone who's been in our community for a long time, and this is a presentation by James Stuckey regarding our water, our river. Mr. Stuckey, thank you.
The Bible reading will do us a lot of good because our river needs all the prayer it can get. Have we got the, I hope that the people at home can see the presentation because I put a few things together. I apologize, I do have a very soft voice, so I'm trying to speak right into the microphone. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, my name is Max Stuckey. I was fortunate enough to move to Stuart, Florida in 1956. And in those days, US 1 was 2 lanes. We had one Roosevelt Bridge. And we approached from the north because we came from South Carolina. And we drove across that bridge. And I kid you not, there was elbow to elbow fishermen up to their knees in croaker and red snapper and drum and any kind of beautiful fish you could imagine. And I thought I had died and went to heaven to come into Stuart. Since then, the Corps of Engineers has turned Lake Okeechobee into a point source of pollution of the St. Lucie River. The St. Lucie Canal is also a point source of pollution into the St. Lucie River. And now we learn that the C-44 reservoir, which was supposed to help the problem, is also a point source of pollution for the St. Lucie River. These charges of muddy water from the reservoir started the day after Mayor Rich told us we should wait and see how loathsome it's going to be. We didn't have to wait too long. It did not stop that, and none of us expected that reservoir to be a source of more pollution and mud into the river. So we have learned over the years that digging more holes to store the water is not a good solution, since they can never treat the water in these holes sufficiently to actually send the water south, as they have stated, meaning the Corps, the South Florida Water Management District, and all the people who are upstream from us who are dumping the pollution into our water. They have stated their goal is to send it south, but because of their bad plumbing design, we get it. We get the mud, and we've been getting it for over 90 years. I observed about 5 years of LOSM talks and requests for comments, and all of the people from Stuart who commented, including our Congressman Brian Mass, demanded zero discharges. Zero discharges, not reduced discharges. We got what we have always received for over 90 years, more lip service. The Corps says LOSM could reduce the discharges as much as 37%. Since 90 years of pollution is accumulated on the bottom of the St. Lucie, just a reduction does not make it better. Maybe the river dies more slowly, but that is just lip service too. 37% of what? Will there be 37% less discharge events? Or will there be just as many events and maybe 37% less volume of muddy water? The polluted water will still be discharged, and as we have learned the last 30 years, which I wish we had realized earlier, every time they discharge, it is worse than the last discharge because they stir it all up that's on the bottom already, surrounding the city of Stuart 10 to 12 feet deep. The river cannot recover and be restored until 100% of the discharges are stopped forever. And that will be the new environmental protection officer's only job. Where they put this polluted water is not part of our argument. The city of Stuart only has one point of view, and that is stop sending the polluted water here ever again. Now, though LOSM is just lip service, having a dedicated environmental attorney on staff whose only job is to stop those discharges will allow him to actually use LOSM as a reason to give the Corps and everybody else holy hell, pardon me for the nice Christians we have here, every time they contemplate a discharge into our area, into our river. So LOSM has some standards that if we have somebody speaking for the city of Stuart with the authority to speak for the city of Stuart, we can make Stuart such a thorn in the side of these people who have destroyed and killed our river that maybe they will skip us because they know that we will not sit by and just let the status quo continue. We recall Stuart on the St. Lucie. Right now, many sincerely concerned citizens of Stuart are promoting or protesting a Brightline station. Those promoting it hope the station could revitalize the downtown area by attracting visitors to the shops and restaurants. That is certainly a worthy goal, and I hope that the best decision is made by all the people in charge. However, I do have a proposal that has great promise to restore and revitalize Stuart, and as a bonus, make it a unique place to visit again. I mean, again, because it is not the Stuart that we want it to be. In a recent press release issued by the city of Stuart, Stuart was named the best coastal town in the whole country, ahead of the likes of Cape May, New Jersey, and Newport, Rhode Island, and those are pretty impressive towns. And just recently, in the last week, I read that we've been voted the best town to retire in. So I am sure the well-intentioned promoters of these awards and who apply for this honor fail to mention that we are completely surrounded by a poison river. I mean, it is poison. It is toxic. I'm sure that was not in the application. The press release contains these lines about Stuart, Florida. Stuart was officially named the sailfish capital of the world in 1957 due to the location attracting sports fishermen for decades who came to the area to enjoy the offshore sailfish action and the mild climate and waterways. That is not a misstatement of fact because it was written in the past tense. I've been fortunate to live in Stuart since 1956. I fondly recall going with my dad to the Stuart Hotel, which was located at the south end of the Roosevelt Bridge, where they had an all-night coffee shop catering to the fishermen on the bridge. There were fishermen there from all over the country 24/7. They stayed at the Stuart Hotel, the Commodore Hotel, or the Pelican Hotel. And they stayed there off and on all year, all season, to come to Stuart and patronize our stores and fish. I just want to clean up the river. They came to the river for fishing. I just want to clean up the river for the future of the children of Stuart. I had such a magical childhood playing, swimming, and fishing in this river, and now it is a black, toxic mess. I cannot even stand to look at it. It is disgusting, and we know what caused it, and it wasn't the septic tanks. It was the St. Lucie Canal, where they jet billions of gallons of mud and toxic materials every time they open those locks. It has to stop. Our river is dead now. We often see signs warning us to avoid contact with the water. Orca has found disturbing amounts of toxins in the fish. And I feel so sorry for our local people who fish here for food. No official statement has been made that the fish are unsafe, but I sure wouldn't eat one. I wouldn't even touch this water. And that's disgusting. Now, visitors are not going to come and stay in this toxic environment very long. It is, we attract them here, but when they find out what we've got going on all the way around us in that river, a lot of them are not going to stay here. Now, the Brightline station can lure them in sufficient numbers to accomplish or sustain health for our beloved downtown. It may not do that because once they get here and see what the problem is, they'll leave again on Brightline. But a clean river could do it. Could you turn the page now? This is a page out of the fishing guide for Stuart. The Stuart Chamber of Commerce had the above message printed on envelopes to mail promotional brochures in the late 1920s. And it said, come here, Florida's most beautiful stream, meaning our St. Lucie River. We have good water and plenty of good fish. So, I mean, the Chamber of Commerce promoted the fishing. If you would turn the page. There should be a page before that. There should be a page before that.
The next one.
Maybe it got skipped out. It doesn't matter. Go ahead. Go ahead to that one. Okay. Stuart Heritage Museum has fishing guides dating back to the 1920s. You should everybody listening to me tonight should go to Stuart Heritage Museum and make a donation and look at these fishing guides. Fishing was everything. Scroll it down just a little bit. What I want you to scroll it down, not up. I want you to see that in the 1950s, we were water skiing in this river. We were swimming in this river. We had a water skiing team, and the picture on the bottom shows all the fish that were being caught there. Nobody's water skiing in that river now. That river is dangerous to touch. The next page. These are a group of old postcards I have. I collect old Stuart postcards. These show, the top one shows 1956 Fraser Creek, and the bottom, and then Willie Gary's, and this one at the bottom, look at the heading. The city of Stuart, Florida's finest fishing. It ain't there anymore. And why? Strictly because the Corps of Engineers has killed our river and made our river toxic. I've got these, now the city of Stuart, I found this nice thing, it's always up there in the city manager's office. The city of Stuart has bent over backwards to do everything that it knows how to do to stop pollutants going into our river. But it is totally ineffective as long as those discharges continue. They cannot continue. Next page. Okay, this is my salute to Charles Dickens. I guess you're not going to be able to get the whole thing. Go up. What we've just seen is the Stuart sailfish ghost of Stuart past. All the beautiful fishing, the clean water, the water skiing, that is the ghost of Stuart past. Now go down to the next one.
The other way.
Other way.
There.
This is This is the sailfish ghost of Stuart present. Now go to the next page. We've seen how nice it was in the past. This is Stuart present. Keep going up.
No, it's out.
Report fish with sores and lesions in 1998. Keep moving up. High bacteria, avoid contact with the water. Those signs are up way too often. This is Stuart present. It is not Stuart on the St. Lucie right now. It is Stuart on a polluted river that should be avoided at all costs. Next page. That's just the bottom of the sign. It's not paging out as well as that. Okay, this is Stuart present. Stop it right there because we can't, for some reason, we can't get the whole thing on. This is what our St. Lucie River is like now. Instead of being a clear river full of fish and seagrass and manatees and porpoises, it is a septic tank for Lake Okeechobee discharges. Nothing more than that. The C-44 canal is nothing more than a sewer pipe. And it is just totally unconscionable. The Corps of Engineers and their predecessors has taken the miracle of the Everglades, which was a pure, unending source of fresh water from the headwaters up there around Mickey Mouse all the way down to Florida Bay with an endless supply of water and ecosystem and fish and birds, and they've turned it into a toilet that flushes into our St. Lucie River. This cannot be allowed to stand. Now, I want to say that the Everglades restoration process is not something that I'm saying that Stuart is going to be involved in. It is too complicated, and the upstream politicians and the upstream organizations that are trying to restore the Everglades by putting in a lot more bad plumbing, Stuart cannot be concerned with that. Stuart can only be concerned with stopping the discharges into the St. Lucie River. We have adjacent land and citizens living adjacent to that poison river, and our only goal is to stop them from putting the garbage in the river. And I will say that if we stop them, then that will force those upstream to find ways to improve the Everglades, because they cannot keep using Stuart as the dumping ground for all of their mistakes, for their bad plumbing. Everything the Corps does makes it worse. Digging those holes south of the lake does nothing to send water south. They have never, ever been able to meet the standards for discharging the waters from those storm treatment areas south of the Everglades. In fact, those storm treatment areas don't even take lake water. Those storm treatment areas only take runoff from the agricultural areas. So they don't even help us. And this so-called reservoir that the Everglades Foundation calls the crown jewel of Everglades restoration is another really bad design, and it will not solve the problem. It may hold 9 to 12 days of discharges, but most of our discharges run on and on for months. So if the city of Stuart stops the Corps from using us as their overflow valve, they will have to do a better job of dispersing this stuff. Now, the next page. We should have them right side up. Okay, Sammy's our little logo of Stuart, and Sammy is being visited by his brother Spike here. And I view of Sammy as sort of swimming around Stuart going, doo-doo-doo, oh, the water looks kind of dirty. Maybe we should have another art festival. Oh, let's have another street festival. Oh, and then Spike comes to town and says, hey, Sammy, what the hell happened here? You got to fix this. We need to be less like Sammy and more like Spike now, because we do not have the ability to keep having this happen. We need to hire Spike to be our environmental protection officer and insist that he only work to stop these discharges into the river, and then once they're permanently stopped, require the river to be cleaned out and restored so that it can go back to being Stuart on the St. Lucie. Our greatest asset has become our greatest liability, and we cannot ignore it any longer. There's It will be a long fight. This is not just a lawsuit. We don't want to just hire a law firm to hire a lawsuit, file a lawsuit. This is a lifetime battle to protect the river. And even, you know, the Miccosukis have that injunction that prevents the untreated water to go south because it would destroy the Everglades. We have the same right to not have polluted water. And we should enforce that right. Since the federal government and the state government are the perpetrators of what is going on, the city government is the only ones that can stand up and protect the citizens of Stuart. We don't want to see Stuart ghost of the future where the sailfish is dead, because the stuff they're putting in that river and the stuff that's in layers and layers of sediments that are already in that river, the green algae is not the problem. The green algae is just one little symptom of the problem. Whatever was causing the fish lesions in 1998, that wasn't green algae, that was another toxin. All of the insecticides and nonsense that they used for the last 90 years are layered up in that junk on the bottom. So and there's no reason to do anything about it until the discharges are stopped. But then the job's not over. Once they're stopped, we got to get them to clean all this out of the river and restore the river. It's not going to happen in my lifetime, but maybe we can get it started. The Clean Water Act, Federal Clean Water Act, was enacted in 1972. And let's see, this goes to, is that the next page? Okay. For proof of my 90 years of complaining about this, Mark Perry gave me this. It's a letter that Martin County wrote to the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Fund, which they were apparently in charge of the canal back then, saying, "You're killing our fish, stop the discharges." This has been going on for 90 years, and we're still right where we always were. The river is being killed. So the Federal Clean Water Act is just one thing that the federal government has done that could be used as a strategy to stop the discharges. It is not by any means the only one, and the EPA and the DEP have totally gutted it by creating arbitrary rules that allows them to not treat these discharges as discharges regulated by these Clean Water Act. Let me just, this is the Clean Water Act. It is the national goal that the discharge of pollutants into navigable waters be eliminated by 1985. And it is the national goal that whenever attainable, an interim goal of water quality which provides for the protection and propagation of fish, shellfish, and wildlife, and provides recreation in and on the water, be achieved by July 1st, 1983. And it is the national policy that the discharge of toxic pollutants in toxic amounts be prohibited. Needless to say, our own government has wholesale violation of this act. Now, they've created all kinds of rules that they say allow them to do that. But I say it's time to stop doing this and overturn their rules and don't accept this anymore. The Clean Water Act made it unlawful to discharge any pollutant from a point source of pollution. Let's see, you might want to move on to the summary of the Clean Water Act. There it is. And a point source of solution, are we on the next page? Next page, please. Point sources are discrete conveyances such as pipes or man-made ditches. The St. Lucie Canal is nothing but a man-made ditch. That's all it is. I mean, it's a sewer pipe, just happens to be a ditch, but they specifically prohibited it. And the purpose of it is to maintain our oceans, watersheds, and aquatic ecosystems to protect human health, support economic and recreational activities, and provide healthy habitat for fish, plants, and wildlife. You think they're doing that in our St. Lucie River? You think they're doing any of that? No, they're not. Next page. Okay, this is one suggestion I had. our environmental attorney, if we hire one, needs to have the power to act. It cannot, he or she cannot be micromanaged by the commission. He should act very much like the city manager does, go out and plan the business of cleaning up the river, and then come back to the city with suggestions of what he has discovered. The first year or two is not going to be racing in the court. The first year or two is going to be determining the extent of the damage that we have out there. And then the thing about it is, all of the damage is admitted by the Corps. They've admitted it. I'll get to that in a minute. Since our government has the duty and the police power to protect the health and property values of its citizens, our city government is the only entity which can stop this, because our federal and state government has refused to stop it. I hesitate to say they're sold out, but that's just the way politics work. We are a very small demographic. We have no political clout. The only way that the city of Stuart can protect itself and save itself is to take legal action in all the administration of the agencies that are violating the act and get ready to enforce it in court. We need to have our environmental attorney needs to start an unrelenting demand through its own environmental protection office, and he's to spend full time doing this and file it in every state and federal agency that has any jurisdiction over this problem. And the way to do a charter amendment, I don't know if you know, some of you do, that the reason you can't sell our waterfront property is because I did a charter amendment back in 2010 or 11, I can't remember. Catafomo Development was going to build 4-story condos in Flagler Park. That's what they wanted to do. And we actually had a commission that acted like they were going to vote to allow it. So 82% of the city said, no, don't sell our public waterfront. We love our river. Well, now we want to go back to the voters and say, we love our waterfront, but our water is dead. The fish aren't there. The water is toxic. Now we want our city to have a full-time attorney working only for the city, not for the county, not for the state, not for some big law firm that is so politically conflicted with all the people it has to please, but just for the city of Stuart and the people of Stuart. This person, the type of person that we need is someone that is an environmental warrior, not someone that just wants a bureaucratic job working for the city. He needs to, I would propose that we recruit them from one of the more aggressive environmental organizations that are on the forefront of fighting for overall environmental protection. For someone, and those people have been working for nothing or very little because they believe in the cause of clean water and clean air. I think we can find someone like that, and I will volunteer to work with a group appointed by this commission and work tirelessly to find the right people to apply and bring them before you to take care of it. Now, I've written some detail into the charter amendment. It's just exactly at the city manager's part. It just tells you what the powers are for the environmental attorney to enforce and clean up the river. I won't read those in detail because I know we have a lack of time. And what I've attached to the charter amendment is the current city charter, just to show you where the charter amendment would go in. Next page. Now, for a charter amendment to be enacted, the city commission would have to enact it in 2 separate readings, and then it would have to be approved by a referendum, a special election by the electors. And I got Vicki Davis to give us the price. The special election for just the city of Stuart would cost in the neighborhood of about $15,000, and that could be spent out of the city budget that's already there for the environmental attorney. I do not think that we need to wait for the charter amendment to start recruiting the environmental attorney, because if we get the right person, it may take a while to find the right person, But if we get the right person, then they can certainly go out and lobby to, and help with getting the charter amendment passed and possibly getting their input into exactly how they want to set up their operations. So now LOSUM, I watched that whole LOSUM process, and we had lots of people from Stuart, and we had Ben Hogarth, who was like our head guy, going over there, and he was happy we got him down to 37%. But he said he knew that was just the beginning, that was hopefully slow things down till we can do it better. This is the next step where we can do it better. Now, LOSUM reminded me of Neville Chamberlain lobbying Hitler not to bomb London, because Neville was over there trying to get him to stop bombing London. At the same time, London, they were building more bombs and getting ready to bomb London. So we cannot wait any longer. We cannot wait for more negotiations for 90 years. The river will not last that long. The river's dead now. The river's disgusting now. I mean, people that haven't been here long enough to see the degradation, maybe not realize how bad it is, but it is compared to the way it was when I moved here. It is horrible. Now, in conclusion, for the city of Stuart to lose this fight, when I get to the page that says Save Our St. Lucie, it's farther down. Oh, there it is. For the city of Stuart to lose this fight, and this is where I'm going to refer to the River Coalition lawsuit that they did file, which really did a lot of good. For the city of Stuart to lose this fight, the state and federal courts and the agencies which are supposed to enforce the Federal Clean Water Act and Clean Air Act and all the other public health and anti-pollution laws have to say unequivocally, yes, we have destroyed the St. Lucie River and made it frequently unsafe for human contact. But we're not going to do anything about it, and we're going to keep doing it. That is exactly what the Corps of Engineers said in the Rivers Coalition lawsuit, which was filed in 2006, as reported in the opinion of the Federal Court of Claims on January 29, 2010, on page 16. I'll just hop over to that. It says, the Corps says, that the volume and permanence of the discharges in the St. Lucie River have been apparent for decades. This is the Corps. Yeah, we did it, and we don't care. And the government concedes that the Corps has no plans to change its operations of Lake Okeechobee to stop the destructive releases of polluted water into the St. Lucie. That's the Corps. I mean, we don't have to prove that they're doing that. They're admitting that they're doing that. Most of what the Rivers Coalition suit did was establish all the facts that one should have to establish to win a better styled lawsuit. This gets defendant, every time I say defendant, it's the Corps, responds that the ultimate extent of the damage caused by its discharges into the St. Lucie River was foreseeable far more than 6 years before the present lawsuit. That's one of the reasons it got thrown out, because the statute of limitations for what they alleged was 6 years. In fact, defendant claims that all of the environmental impacts now alleged by plaintiffs have existed since at least the 50s and were widely reported in contemporaneous newspaper articles, government reports, and other publicly published things. So in other words, the Corps said, we've been doing this forever, we're going to keep doing it. Your river's dead, so what? We need to be able to dump this water somewhere because we designed a really bad plumbing system. So hey, guess what? You got no political clout, you're it. We're going to dump it on you. Now, the difference between the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie River is that the Caloosahatchee was always connected to the Lake Okeechobee and always received fresh water from Lake Okeechobee. The St. Lucie Canal was never, St. Lucie River was never connected to Lake Okeechobee except by all of these little canals draining into it. So it should never have done it in the first place, and it needs to stop. Going back to, I'm almost done. only an experienced environmental litigation attorney working only for the city and not with any other group, or even with Martin County, can create the best strategies to stop the perpetrators from saying what they have been saying for over 90 years. Such attorneys' only full-time job should be to do everything necessary to stop all discharges from the St. Lucie Canal permanently and require the Corps to clean out the mess they put in our river and restore it to the pristine shape that we deserve in the city. In order for Stuart to fail, the people who are supposed to be protecting us must continue to say, yes, we have destroyed the St. Lucie River and made it frequently unsafe for human contact, but we are not going to do anything about it, and we are going to keep doing it. And every time, okay, every time one of these people says that, our environmental attorney can say, okay, we're gonna call the media and say, okay, Rick Scott said we're going to do that. We're going to keep discharging. There's nothing you can do about it. Whoever it is, I don't care who it is, when they say you cannot, we're going to keep discharging into the river, that we're going to name names, we're going to have press conferences, we're going to take this right out into the public so that we don't just quietly succumb to what we've succumbed to for the last 90 years. Really, should this situation stand if our laws mean anything? It is pure evil perpetrated by our own government, and the city can really stop it. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stuckey. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment. First, I want to say thank you to Attorney Stuckey. I hope that everyone here realizes how important this is. We can do all the dress-ups of Stuart. We can make them the best small town and the most coastal town in every magazine across the country. But if we don't save that river, we do not have a town. I hope you all understand that. No one's going to want to come here. I don't care if they come here by train, car, bus, whatever. They're not going to want to come here where there's polluted waters and all of these signs around, and at some point they can see the algae sitting there. And people can't fish, they can't swim. There are people in million-dollar homes sitting that they can't sit on their back deck because of the smell of the algae. So I'm just saying this is so important, and I know that this community can do this. This community rallied for Jonathan Dickinson. This community is rallying for the Brightline Station. This is the most important thing you need to rally for, and I'm hoping that you will all do that. And then I'd like to ask the city manager, what would be the next steps for us to move forward to be able to start this process for the environmental attorney and take Attorney Stuckey's offer of being able to help vet that person?
I will work for free. I'm not into this for the money.
Well, it depends on the process. It depends on the process you want to take. As Mr. Stuckey had pointed out, it doesn't necessarily mean you need to hire the environmental lawyer next month. What you need to do is identify the job description and the locations to where you want to draw from the attorney. I could put an agenda item together for you guys to decide if you wanted to go out to, hire a headhunter to go out and look for a particular type of person.
I would like to be your headhunter.
Again, this, you can't vote on it here like you did. This isn't due process. It's great, but we'd still need a workshop. You'd still need an agenda item, regardless of who the headhunter is.
Right.
But if Mr. Stuckey had the person, you wouldn't need the workshop. You wouldn't need it. He could give us the name right now. I mean, I don't know if how much research
I've talked to
he's
one
done.
person that came from a environmental professor at Florida State, but I don't want to be in a hurry. I want to put it out there in all the environmental publications, possibly in the Wall Street Journal, and describe exactly the type of person we want. And I'm telling you, the people that are out there fighting for the environment, they're not in it for the money. They need a living wage, and that's about it. And they'll be only working for the city of Stuart. They won't be working for some upstream politician or some polluter.
So what you want to do is create the job description. Once you've created the job description, you need to decide if it's going to be by charter amendment or by charter amendment later. You could hire the person without a charter amendment if you wanted to get them started, and then have an election and do a charter amendment later to have them.
Essentially, I put the job description in the charter amendment.
Right.
So those are the elements of the work we would expect the environmental attorney to do. If it became a charter amendment, then it would become a directive as part of his charter officer directive. But the job description is right there in the charter amendment.
Right.
Just like your
Well,
job.
I don't, she was asking me which ways to do it.
Yeah.
Honestly, you could just do the charter amendment, have the election.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to do that.
Right.
If we did it that way and also as part of the motion, started the process for hiring the attorney
Right.
too, because it'll take several months to get the charter amendment on an election. I know we can't get it this year. Vicki said it would have to be after January. But I think that you might have had one or other charter amendment you wanted to talk about. We might could get them two on the same election for the price of one. But the job description is in the charter amendment I wrote in your materials, and that's their job. That's the job, and then all I need to do is be given some kind of authority to start recruiting people, because who knows where we're going to get these people.
Commissioner Collins?
Yes. So I would move that we start the process, since we have it budgeted, that environmental attorney, we start that process, not wait for a referendum, because that does take time, but we can move with a, referendum either next year on the normal election cycle. But starting that process now, since it is budgeted for, even with what you have already, I'm sure you can work with our city manager and help dial in this job function. And then, like when we hired Mr. Baggett, we put together a focus group, which I think you should certainly be a part of, that also included Ryan, and there was a group of people. But
We've got a lot of environmental people in our community that could.
and you may have some other names
give
that
us
we
some
might want
good
to have in
input.
that group. Yep. So that would be my motion if there's a second.
I'll second that motion.
What is your motion precisely?
That we initiate that process now that the attorney position is budgeted for, that we formally start that process of hiring that person. We not be in a rush, like Max said, but that as a part of that process, like when we hired Mr. Baggett, that we put that group together to start hashing that out. Basically, Roz, through Mike and some of the information from Matt, create that job description, and then we start receiving applications, and then that group sort of vets out those applications.
What should happen is I should put on the agenda,
Yeah, let's
agenda
have it
item
discussed.
to have the commission officially adopt a job description and give direction to staff if you want them to start outside of the charter now.
Right.
The distinction being is starting outside of the charter, the commission could appoint itself as the review panel, for lack of a better description. But you also need to have criteria for the review panel similar to the criteria of the volunteer board you have.
So then let me amend my motion to have an upcoming agenda item where we work out those
Okay,
details.
I can put it on the October 28th.
Do you feel like you have?
Yeah.
Are you willing to second that motion, that amended
I wasn't sure it was finished yet. Yes, I am seconding that emotion.
motion?
Motion. Yeah, we can sing next.
That's a good song, too.
So we have a motion to put on, to create an agenda item on a forthcoming meeting to more precisely define the parameters of a charter position. I would just
If we
like to
want it
thank
to be
you
a
for
charter.
your amending your motion, because it seems odd to me to say we're going to have a referendum and we're going to allow the citizens to express their opinion, but we're really not going to wait to hear from you. So this is, I think, a much more sensible way to proceed. Do you have any comments, Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, Mayor Rich. I know Lee, city attorney, I believe he's looked and maybe contacted a little bit here and there. As far as Mac, is there any kind of roadmap or timeline for a resolution on potentially how long it could take or how
You
it's
mean for the charter
like for the
amendment?
for the end result,
For the
for
end
what we're
result?
looking for, I guess.
We're never going to be at the end result. This is going to be a permanent job because we've got 90 years of destruction to undo. And then the way legal injunctions work is once you finally manage to get, you may not get it all in one court order. You may get it incrementally over several years. The beauty of doing it this way, as opposed to going and hiring outside counsel, is that all it is a salary for the attorney and his possibly a paralegal and his equipment. So the first thing he's going to do is define the problem, because he probably doesn't live here. I wish we had someone that was qualified that lived here, but I don't think there is. Maybe one will appear. But define the problem and develop all of the various strategies that have a chance of succeeding. And that we're probably talking a year or two there before we do it. But the first thing he's going to do as part of that process is engage every agency in every governmental subdivision that has a piece of this problem. And the last time I counted, there was something like 46 different pieces of people that have some part of this problem that they have a control over. So the first thing to do is to introduce the person and let he or she develop the best possible strategy to prevent to the commission. We probably won't be able to stop the discharges for 5 to 10 years if we are lucky. But what we can do is make incremental progress all the way along. And hopefully we can shame the people that have been creating this problem so badly that we can not even have to have a knockdown, drag-out suit, but we can have what the Mikasukis ended up with, which is a consent order for a stoppage of there's two parts, stoppage of the discharges and then the cleanup. And you'll be an old man before we're through, Mr. Reed.
Okay, that makes sense. And then by having the charter amendment, if the board did change then potentially 5 years down the road or whatever, it would have to be another charter amendment to get rid of
them.
that responsibility roles for this environmental attorney, basically.
And frankly, when this starts working as well as I expect it to, I mean, don't look at this as an expense. I've talked to so many people that will help the city fund this whole process. We've got so many good scientists that will give their time for the expert testimony. This will be a money maker for the city, not an expense. People will donate. Part of the job description is for the attorney to go after grants and donations to help with the process. And when the river's cleaned up, we'll have more money than we know what to do with, because all the people are already here and they'll tell all their friends to come again. I'm sad. I am sad. I loved it growing up here, but now when people call me and say, I really want to move to Stuart, I have to tell them, if you can move anywhere else in Florida, I would go there, because this river is dangerous.
Do you have any questions?
So this would be for Mike then. So how we, when we had our budget workshops and we put in 300,000 for environmental attorney, that could potentially change. So if it was in the charter amendment, it would always be budgeted for the city, or not necessarily?
Well, you'd still have to budget it every year.
Okay.
Because.
But being in the
salary,
charter,
their
it doesn't.
benefits, do they have a car? Are there litigation costs?
Okay.
Is there support staff? Is there research? Is there outside consultants? Are there experts? Is they have staff? You know, there's a lot more than just the salary.
All right, thank you.
It'd be part of a budget every year, but that's, the bigger concern is the hiring of the position and defining the role.
Okay, thanks, Mike. That's all.
You have
Mr.
additional
Mayor, I have
questions?
one last thing to
Yes.
say, and I promise not to burst into song because I can't sing. But I just want to say one thing, Attorney Stuckey. From today on, I want you not to be sad, because the ball is finally rolling and we're moving forward. So I want you to be happy.
Well, it's all better to be doing something positive than to fretting over the negative.
Yeah, we just definitely want to do something for the river, but all the details with this person being, this one person who, you first said they wouldn't have contact with other people, then you're saying that they need to engage, which we know that's important. And I think we need input. I think Eve Samples has been here before, and the water people, and I think just getting some input from them as to experts and different things like that, and coming up with this description. There's so many things with this charter and the salary and how things goes through that whenever we set that for a discussion, I think most of the things that I've noted here, we'll discuss them at the time. One of our biggest hurdles was whether or not we'd have the money, but we've kind of agreed that we're having this in our budget, so we're working towards that, and we know that it's going to take some time, and it's been quite some time. I remember when the Corps of Engineers came when I was mayor back in 2013, I had created a poem for them about Stuart on the St. Lucie, and the charm and beauty is still there, but there's a lot of work that we need to do to clean up. But I think that effort needs to really, if we give this charge to our staff to come back to us with something, let's get that discussion done with the details when staff does their work and comes back. This is a presentation today. We have several more to go through.
That's right.
No,
I agree with Commissioner Clark. Do you have additional comments? Yeah. There's nothing more important to the citizens of Stuart than the quality of our river, and we should examine the best options available to accomplish that. We do have Gil Smart right here with Vote Water. We do have Eve Sample with Everglades. We have Mark Perry, FOS right out there on the Indian River, who will be hosting the 40th Everglades Conference. And these are people who are incredibly qualified, who have worked incredibly hard for so many decades to achieve success with improving the water quality. And I'd like you to come and make a presentation, Mr. Stuckey, to the Rivers Coalition, maybe the Indian River Coalition, and let's get this out here and understand the true. This is a lot of money we're adding to the city budget. Another lawyer, which, maybe that's a good idea. But it's not only the cost of the position and perhaps, what do they call it? An aide. But you've outlined extensive litigation efforts and what is the cost of that litigation. And is an in-house guy the best, or maybe are there people out there? Are there right?
The only way it's going to be affordable.
Okay,
is
that was
with
it.
in-house guy.
Thank you, Mr. Stuckey. We'll be moving on.
We'll discuss it.
So next is a cybersecurity. What? We have to vote on that?
We got a motion in a second.
We have a motion and a second.
But it's
That's a motion and a second just to bring back an agenda item.
Yeah, just to
You
bring
can say
back
all
an
in favor.
agenda item.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think the mood of the board was, okay, cybersecurity awareness
Mac.
present.
Thank you, Mac.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, hello, my name is Darren Duke. For the record, I am the Director of Technology Services Department, and to uplift this crowd, I'm going to talk about cybersecurity because that's going to be a crowd pleaser right now. I do have some good news, though. It's only 5 slides. The bad news is I'm going to talk for an hour on each slide. That's a joke for those who don't know me. So what is Cybersecurity Awareness Month? Well, it was started in 2004 by the Department of Homeland Security to actually help not just governments but also individuals understand. Right, we live in 2 worlds now. We live in the physical world, we live in the digital world, and the dangers and sharks that live in the digital world. That's what this was created for. This does mark the 20th anniversary. It's not new. It's relatively new to the city. We didn't really do anything for Cybersecurity Month until I started in the last 5 years. It is observed every October, hence this presentation, and every every year they have a theme, and the theme this year is Secure Our World. And the 3 pillars of that are use strong passwords. I would actually say that's wrong. I would say use strong, unique passwords. For example, if Netflix gets hacked and someone gets your password, I just go to your bank and try that same email address and password. I can probably get into Amazon or Netflix or somewhere else where I can buy something. So use strong, unique passwords. Enable multi-factor authentication. So what is multi-factor authentication? That is something I have. So if you think about your password is something you know. And the reason you know it is it's probably on a Post-it note on your computer. Multi-factor authentication is something you have, like your cell phone is usually where it comes, so you'll get a code. Because you only have, the only person on the planet that has your cell phone is you, the only place that code can come is to you. So that's why you should really enable multi-factor authentication anywhere you can, if you can do it. And then be cautious of phishing campaigns. Still today, and I'm going to talk about some statistics in a few minutes, still today, 90% of our attacks in the city come from emails. Some are obvious to spot. Usually, if it sounds too good to be true, it is. Obviously, with the advent of artificial intelligence, the typos that you would see from non-native English speakers is getting harder to spot. So we anti-phishing campaigns are getting harder and harder to spot. So, but again, if it sounds too good to be true, it usually is. So what does the city of Stuart have invested in this? Well, in April of 2019, the city was a victim of a ransomware attack. It was pretty well publicized at the time, and I want to point out, neither Mr. Mortel was city manager, nor was I the IT director. Just putting that out there so people know. But, we are fully aware of the need for employee training and the precautions needed because of this. A lot of employees, I think my quick math said 50% of the employees we have today were around when that attack happened in 2019. We still have one commissioner in Eula Clark who was around when it happened. So we still have some intellectual capital about how bad it became. Our phone system was unusable. We couldn't run payroll. We couldn't do permits. The devastation was pretty dire for the city, and it took 6 to 8 weeks to recover, and we're still seeing issues even in 2022 from it. And the last time we saw something really big from the original hack in 2019 was to do with the recent PFOS lawsuit, where we went and found some files back from early on 2018, 2017 that were infected, and we actually had to say to as part of a lawsuit that, these are the files that we have to provide you by law, but we strongly suggest you don't open them because they might be ransomware. That's how deep it was. No ransom was ever paid by the city. That was misreported in several instances that we paid a ransom. The city never did. And eventually, most data and systems were recovered. As I mentioned earlier, email is still the primary vector of attack. So the city, we have about 350, 370 employees at any given time, give or take. Those employees routinely receive 1.2 million emails a year. That's the ones that are legitimate. That's the ones where the email address is spelled correctly, or the user still is here, or the user hasn't retired. So that's 1.2 million emails sent annually. Out of those, only 90,000 are blocked. That's actually quite a small number. I was expecting it to be more when I went looking. But it's because we have so many layers of security that when it gets to the point where it's going to be delivered to one of the employees or the commissioners, we block about 90,000 a year. The last number, though, is interesting. The 600 blocked by something is called advanced threat protection. So what this does is when you get a Word document, there could be code in that Word document that is going to install ransomware or any type of malware, a credit card stealer, on your machine. What our advanced threat protection systems do is they actually open that Word document or that Excel spreadsheet or that PDF on the cloud as if you would double click on it to see what it does. So even with all of our onion skins of security, we still have about 600 a year that if we didn't have advanced protection would get through to an employee or a commissioner or a board member. And if they opened it, it would start all the process off again. So that's an interesting statistic there. 600 still would get through if we didn't do really good stuff. And then I decided to do some statistics from what do we stop? And this is always a moving target. And this is only from one of our locations. So one of our locations per year stops 780,000. That's a 7, an 8, and 4 zeros. 780,000 network intrusions a year. Just think about that. That's if that was dollars, I would not be here. It's a large number to stop, and it works out about 2,000 a day. And if you think about that, how does somebody ever look at 2,000 network intrusions a day when they have a team of 5? The answer is we don't. We put a lot of trust in the technology and the systems we have to protect us from that. But still today, that's just one of the systems. We have over 10. So you could theoretically extrapolate this out to be close to 8 million intrusions a year that we block from all over the world. So that's where the city of Stuart stands with. Now, what about else? So this is an interesting stat. I pulled this just before I came here. In the last 30 days, so we have about 350 to 370 employees. Routinely, we have probably 500 to 650 devices citywide. That's computers, mobile phones, printers, air conditioners, cameras, take your pick. So we have, probably about, on a given day, probably 800 devices are probably ours. In the last 30 days, we have seen 2,357 different devices on the city's networks. Most of them are coming from Wi-Fi. So when people come and actually connect to the Wi-Fi, that's how we see all of these devices. The Wi-Fi is not connected to our main network, so you can't get anywhere once you get in. But it is an interesting stat that, 3/5 of the devices that we see ever attached to our network are actually not our own devices, and we put prevention in place to do that. So where does Florida stand in this? I've actually got to give Florida, the state itself, some kudos of late, because they are now embracing cybersecurity. There's a slew of local cybersecurity government acts. I've listed several here that you can read on your own if you really have trouble sleeping. This will fix it. One of them requires local governments to adopt a cybersecurity standard, and also mandates that all employees of the city have to go through cybersecurity training, either annually or when we deem necessary. And so that's really good to see that the state is starting to do this. One of the biggest benefits, though, is the public record exemptions. So when I started here in 2019, Florida was somewhat famous in the United States for the amount of cybersecurity instances they would have. Cities, schools, counties, sheriff's office were getting ransomware left, right, and center. The fact is, Florida wasn't any worse than any other state I'd lived in and worked in. It just had to admit it when it was asked, because of the public records rules at the time said if you are asked, you have to tell them, yes, you've been ransomware and what you did. Now the public records exemptions are in there to avoid us giving information to the nation-state hackers, the Koreas, the North Koreas, the Irans of the world, and that's a big step forward. So I've got to give Florida its due. It's done a lot in the last 5 years. That's not what I'm going to do. And then finally, the state has provided us grants. In the last 2 years, we have been a lucky recipient of a rather substantial grant in IT dollars, not in city dollars, but has allowed us to procure some products that has really helped us level up our security posture. We are a lot better off because of the grants that the state has given us than before, and I would strongly like to thank the state for doing that. And it's an annual procurement for the state, so every year it has to be reauthorized by them. So it is an annual thing where we keep our fingers crossed and hope we get it again. More details. So Misty, our communications director, just last week or the week before, the newsletter on October 1st, the city newsletter has some really good 10 steps for everyday use, not just for government employees, but for everybody on the planet. If you follow these 10 steps, you're going to be better off in 99.99% of the planet and a lot safer online. Also, CISA, who really are a cyber and infrastructure security agency. They're the federal agency that dictates how we have to secure our critical infrastructure, which includes our water plant. We do have critical infrastructure. They also have some guidelines for Cybersecurity Month. And then KnowBe4, who are a famous cyber security awareness training company, they actually have a very good resource kit that's free to download that tells you all about how to do good cybersecurity. So as I said, it was going to be quick, and I said it was only going to be five slides. Do I get a pay raise because of this? Please? No? So if anybody has any questions, I'll do my best to answer them
Thank you, Darren. Do we have any questions of Darren?
No, I'm just, were you going to say something, Mr.
I was just going to say,
Commissioner?
I've actually seen Darren's operation and the employees over there, and it's amazing what goes on over at the IT department.
I have too. It's really amazing.
Yeah, and I'm just concerned, of course, that when you mention all of those devices and everything, that includes our water system. And we have to worry about outside interference and issues with our water system. So that's so important that we have good qualified staff. And we're so thankful to Mr. Woodside and his staff and all the people who really make sure, of course, you make sure that all the whatever, the cyber works, but so important.
It's a team sport.
Yes.
It's not just me. It's not much of my department. It's every single employee. At the end of the day, the best defense from attack is the Mark 1 human eyeball, is if you see something, say something, and all of our employees know that if something looks suspicious, just tell us. There's no judgment, there's no shame, there's no nothing, right? I would rather you tell us and we say, no, it's legitimate. Someone really does want to give you $1 million. That's never a true email, by the way. Or to say, you stop one. And we've actually had a few employees over the last, at least one employee in the last 6 months, stopped probably close to a $500,000 to $1 million fraud attempt by actually notifying us. And that's all to do with the training. It's all to do with cybersecurity awareness.
And thank you for the training notes. I know I get hundreds of them. But yeah, if we do open an email that's messed up, then it causes the system to go down. And I do remember when, we had the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Darren, I just have one comment. I have a friend who works for the FBI in cyber, and it's unbelievable, the quantity of attacks.
Yep.
My question is it a draw with AI? Does AI help you more effectively fend off these attacks? But it probably lets them be more effective in their attacks as well.
Right now, it's probably 50-50.
Yeah.
As you said, it's a draw.
Right.
What we get from spotting it, they get from faking it.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the verbiage was always the way to spot it. The bad language, the words out of sync, but not the way a native English speaker would send something. That's AI is really helping with that, because AI can speak any language it wants in half a second. Yeah. So it's still the Mark 1 human eyeball. Am I expecting this email from this person? A DocuSigns all over the place right now are probably one of our biggest risks, because they look legitimate. Oh, I've got to sign this document. You don't know why, but you do. So you try and click on it, and before you do it, you're off. And that's where they're getting. They can make it look really real, really quick. With AI.
Oh no, there's a bad one. With Xfinity going out right now saying your automatic payment failed. And it's identical to theirs.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Moving on.
Appreciate it.
Zoning in progress, the Dwani presentation. I believe
Thank
Mr.
you, Darren.
Martell.
So I was going to do a history of kind of the Dwani result, or the Dwani code that we ended up with. I'm going to just briefly talk about how in the mid-1980s, several things were happening in Stuart. First, the Jensen Beach Mall was being built by the DeBartolo Group. Secondly, FDOT was planning a major widening of US 1. And thirdly, Martin County was building a brand-new courthouse and constitutional offices system in downtown Stuart. And the commission at the time got together and hired Dwani to design a plan that would maintain Stuart for what they planned was at least 50 years. And the FDOT plan was for the bridge to remove the drawbridge and build a 6-lane widened US 1 right through the town and kind of obliterate the top corner of downtown Stuart. In addition to that, the Martin County Courthouse was going to have a parking lot where the gazebo park is now, which was going to be all asphalt. And as a result, they hired the Dwani plan, and they came in, and the intention was not to take away anything from anybody, but it was to preserve the city of Stuart, and if I attach the Dwani plan to the code, and to create a green necklace as well as a green center, and the parks around that we've since got grants on, going all the way down to Flagler Park and going around the Sunset Bay Marina, as well as the gazebo park was part of it. But rather than going into the great detail of it tonight, the matter was that it had come up at one of the meetings in the past as it related to the zoning in progress. And I know that we're already at 5:30, so we've got a long agenda. I was just going to go through that and then ask the commission to schedule a workshop for the zoning in progress itself. And as it relates to the zoning in progress, did you want me to hire a moderator and have it be like a planning workshop, or are you more interested in just having staff walk right through the code and go through it? So that's the fastest and easiest way, and you guys tell me. My recommendation would obviously be a half a day or a full day workshop during the day, one day that you guys set aside and tell us, what works for you guys.
This is open to the public, obviously.
Right. Obviously, it's a public meeting, and we'll advertise it. So the soonest we could probably have it is a week from now, just because of advertising. The only thing on the agenda would be the zoning in progress, which is obviously the land development regulations, chapters 1 through 12. I'm looking at, today's the 14th, so if we look at next week is the 21st to the 26th. I don't know if you want that week, or you want to do the first week of November, or the last week of October is Monday the 28th to Friday the 1st.
For me, I would say as soon as possible, and maybe have Nina work with all of us to nail down a day.
It's easier to just pick a time right now if we have the calendars.
Do we have to decide right now?
Yeah.
I mean, I can
We
chase
need
her
to
to
get
track you
this-
down.
I'll
but-
look at my calendar. and then-
Wednesday the 23rd or Tuesday the 22nd?
Of October?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Tuesday, 22 is good for me.
Could have done this before the zip.
Anybody else? Is the Tuesday the 22nd work? I'll tentatively put it for Tuesday the 22nd, and then I'll have Nina
On the
contact you.
22nd, I have something.
Yeah,
city.
that's not going to work.
24th for me
We have
would
the
be the
magistrate
next.
hearing on Tuesday, too.
Yeah, but, I mean,
I
that's,
should be
24th
that's
is
something
available.
every day that I can
24th is
move.
okay for you, Thursday?
Yeah.
I have an airport advisory meeting in the morning, but if you want to do it in the afternoon from 1 to 4,
Which day?
I'm fine. I have airport advisory meeting on the 24th at 10
24th.
o'clock.
Thursday, the 24th?
Okay, I have, yeah, because I have,
24th is good
I
for
have
me.
Thursday the
After
20.
one, you said.
I have-
After 1,
There's a,
Can begin at 1?
I know that's where we meet, Mike, but
that's okay.
Yeah, that's
This is
fine.
good. There's a Rivers Coalition meeting at 11. You guys want to say 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock?
1:30, 1 o'clock?
No, they're done by 1.
Pick it. I don't care.
Yeah, 1.
Okay, 1 o'clock. So I will put that on the agenda. We'll put together a special meeting. I don't need a motion or anything. We'll just go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Sorry for the short presentation, but
That
I
was
figure you want to
perfect.
get on with your lives.
Fantastic.
Okay, that's it? Are you done?
I could go on all night, but
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier. So as far as public comment goes regarding agenda items, you must have your green card in before we start discussion of it. You cannot come to the lectern and then turn in your green card. So we're going to have comments by the commissioners and then by the city manager. So if you do want to make a public comment on an item, please get your green card in. Okay, thank you. Comments by city commissioners. Commissioner Reed.
yes. All right, let's see. First of all, my heart goes out to everyone affected by the storms. There were 6 victims in St. Lucie County, so I'd like to send my condolences to them. On to city business. I want to thank Captain Ortado, 36 hours straight. That wasn't an easy task from the police department side during the storm. I also want to thank Nina, as well as Suzanne, our city clerk's office, for being a huge support system for us as elected officials. Your hard work does not go unnoticed. Mary, our city clerk, as well as our city manager, for encouraging elected officials to sign up for a program called Institute for Elected Municipal Officers. It was a 2-day course that I took. It was over in Tampa, and I signed up for it, and it covered many bases for newly elected officials. I would also encourage my fellow board members to attend if you have not done so. It helps you tremendously in professional development to serve our constituents that gave us the honor and privilege to serve them. Also, I want to move on to, I didn't expect this addendum to be on the calendar last minute, so I'd like to move on to transparency. Lack of transparency refers to situations where there was limited or inadequate disclosure or openness regarding information related to decision-making processes or actions taken by individuals or institutions. Whether you agree with me or not, when I make a decision on an agenda item, one thing is certain I'll strive for is transparency. I want to talk about the addendum that was added last minute regarding Brightline and the interlocal agreement with Martin County. I believe there is a lack of transparency when it comes to the public and local government, whether that's from elected officials or staff. I know not everyone will understand when we put out information at times, but regardless, it's something that should be done so we are transparent. I am deeply concerned about the division within our community, and I firmly believe that this situation could have been averted if the community had access to accurate information and a transparent decision-making process. This is a matter that should concern each of us deeply. Transparency in government and the essential role of Florida's sunshine laws is ensuring public trust. For decades, Florida has prided itself on having some of the strongest open government laws in this country. Laws designed to give the public full access to the workings of their government. These sunshine laws are simple in their premise. Public business should be conducted in the open, with clear opportunities for public input. They are the bedrock of accountability and trust between elected officials, unelected staff, and the people we serve. The lack of public involvement on a proposed train station calls into question whether those principles are being honored. Even this meeting tonight was noticed after the original agenda was posted, and most will not have the opportunity to even learn about it. This was after a devastating hurricane where some of our neighbors sadly lost their lives as well as their homes, and many others lost power in the area. Why the last-minute rush when Brightline has 4 years to build the station? 2 more weeks would not make a difference, but it will allow the public to weigh in and offer transparency to our constituents. On the evening of my inauguration, Mayor Rich signed the Brightline lease. Nonetheless, during the commission's subsequent discussion regarding reconsideration and rescission that evening, neither the mayor, the city attorney, nor the city manager disclosed the fact that the lease had been executed. It is imperative to understand why this information was not disclosed to both the public and the commissioners. Furthermore, the approval of the lease was voted upon without any commissioner having the opportunity to review it, and it was not made available to the public prior to the vote, nor was it shared during the meeting itself. In March, a media press conference was held, indicating that the city had secured the station. However, the true cost of this acquisition was not disclosed to the public. The agreement that was ultimately rescinded bore no resemblance to the proposal that was presented to you in December of 2023. It had been substantially altered without any public input or oversight, while simultaneously allocating $45 million to a private company. The lack of transparency in this process has been egregious, and I won't tolerate it. As a public servant, I have zero personal agenda by sitting up here. My election victory was secured through the diligent act of door knocking over 3,000 doors in the city of Stuart alone and engaging in conversations with the people I serve that are in this room. I heard your concerns, and clearly and unequivocally, as I stand before you tonight to fulfill my promise to work on your behalf. My commitment extends not only to those present here tonight, but also to the 18,000 residents who are unable to attend. I have pledged to protect against uncontrolled growth and safeguard your hard-earned tax dollars. This is not a rhetorical question. What is the point of sunshine laws if unelected bureaucrats are controlling the conversation behind closed doors with no updates to the public? Last week, I attended a meeting with Commissioner Harold Jenkins, Sarah Woods, Don Donaldson, George Stokes, Ali Soul, Ben Poyet, Lee Baggett, and Michael Mortel. I asked Commissioner Collins, Clark, Joby, and Mayor Rich, did any of you meet with Brightline since the last commission meeting? If not, why was Commissioner Jenkins and I the only ones to meet with Brightline and the staff? Who is telling the other commissioners about the meetings, and what direction are they giving them? I was told Brightline would not be on this week's agenda, only to be surprised, like many of you in this room, with the posting of this addendum on Friday. On December 12, 2023, Assistant County Administrator George Stokes stood before the BOCC and stated clearly that the county's financial exposure would range from $3 to $5 million, and the city's would be $3 to $6 million. The next thing the public knew was that we found ourselves with a deal that put Stuart on the line for $30 million, while Brightline was completely off the hook. No updates or transparency in between. Who was in the secret meetings? Closed-door meetings that agreed to this. How and from who did the other commissioners find out about the closed-door dealings, or did they know? This is not just a question of dollars. It's a question of integrity. If deals are being made behind closed doors, far from public scrutiny, what is left of the transparency we are supposed to uphold? I am calling for a full disclosure of all meetings, all discussions, and all participants involved in this deal. The public deserves to know why their leaders, both elected and unelected, are engaging in backroom conversations about the future of our community. Last week, Harold Jenkins' demeanor suggested a dismissal of the public's rightful role in these discussions, and that's totally unacceptable. He even tried to bully me into an agreement and treated me as a naive child. I am not one. How is this how government works? I sure hope not. You are our bosses in this room, and we should not govern on personal agendas. It is time we return to the principles of open government and transparent decision-making as Florida's sunshine laws require. If we are able to move forward on this project, it must be with the full engagement and consent of the public, not through secret deals and closed-door agreements. I urge my fellow commissioners to support a workshop, a public hearing on this matter, where the community can be heard and where transparency can be restored. Regardless of the differing perspectives on the station, I hope we unite in demanding full transparency from your elected and unelected government representatives. It's imperative that agreements made on behalf of public undergo public scrutiny and oversight. Not finished yet. I am planning to table this agenda item in question after we discuss it with updated things between Brightline and myself and some city staff. Moving forward to prevent this, I would like to see us have agendas posted at least 1 week notice to the public and to us as elected officials in order to perform our job at the highest level for the public. This would also apply to addendums as well. Thank you.
Is that your comment? Did you have a motion?
I didn't make a
For tabling
motion
it?
to
Okay, we're gonna
tabling it
wait.
because if we table it now, it won't be discussed, so I'd
Okay.
rather discuss it
Okay.
and then table it to a date certain to the end of the month. So I have 2 weeks to do my due diligence because I have some questions that are still unanswered currently.
Just want to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Joby, do you have comments?
Well, I agree with a lot of what Sean had said. I'd certainly like to see agendas in advance rather than 2 or 3 days before. Sometimes, I'm sure you don't realize it, but some of those items in the agenda we receive are sometimes 100, 200 pages, so you have maybe 2 days to look it over, make a decision. You really can't discuss it with your other commissioners, and so it's a daunting task, and having more time to deal with it would be nice. I want everyone to understand that it wasn't just the public who didn't receive, the commission, I don't know about the other commissioners, but I know I didn't receive anything until late Friday afternoon in regards to this addendum. And I also would like to see, before making any decisions, something that would be the actual draft of what the new lease agreement would look like. This addendum says that we're going to approve the amended interlock, but it doesn't say what the new lease would look like, other than in a paragraph stating the overview of kind of a Reader's Digest version of what they might like to be. I'd like to see word for word, item for item of what the new lease would be before we sign off on something like that, and I think that the public should be aware of it also. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Reed and GOB. I echo your sentiments, Commissioner Reed, on transparency. I like transparency, and I also want to just say that with regard to the Hurricane, Milton did not disappoint. I know that that has been tough thing because we thought that we weren't going to have anything here, and then somehow we had the tornadoes, especially in our South Stuart area, and a lot of the news keep referring to as Stuart, but we didn't have major damage in Stuart, but for those who went through it, and especially those who lost lives, and so many people are suffering in the Tampa area and along waterways and rivers, and we just want to recognize that we know that it's hurricane season, and we just want to make sure that FEMA is there. They've been out at IRSC. They've been at the fairgrounds. I know that there have been groups who've been helping people, especially in New Monrovia area and Port Salerno. So please take advantage of anything that's, is that me? That's,
No.
Okay, sorry. I'm supposed, it's 5:30 or after. 5:50.
It's not 5:30.
Sorry, it's 5:50, sorry. I set my clock for that time, sorry. So just take advantage of anything that is available to prepare for the next storm. And those of you who have the ability to help people, there are people who don't have insurance. There's been a lot of insurance fraud and repair fraud will go on. So please make sure that you truly help your neighbor. One of the main things that I had on here was this thing that was added to the addendum. All of the things that Commissioner Reed said, in a sense, I agree with that. The thing is that it was added at 4 p.m. and it was just said an addendum, so it didn't really have a change to the order of the agenda items. And I know that we have a whole charter thing about the way that we do our agenda items, and I was wondering when it would be inserted and where it would be inserted into the discussion, because it's listed to start at the same time, of course, as the main agenda at 4 p.m.
When we get to the approval of the
Yeah,
agenda,
that's right.
if we agree, we
Well,
can move
right.
it
So that was just one of my concerns.
to
I wanted
after the consent.
I just wanted to bring that up, that would be one of my concerns that I had. And I just wanted to say that I really appreciate everything that our staff has done, and the work that Darren is doing on cybersecurity is so important for our city, and we appreciate that. I know that our police department, water department, all of our departments appreciate that. And the effort from Max Stuckey, I know it's taken a long time and there are lots of things that need to be worked out, and I still don't think that the city needs to be just a lone ranger in this, because the county and others have done work, but I really think that the city of Stuart, we are Stuart on the St. Lucie, and we do need to spearhead and keep moving forward. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Collins.
Yes, I'm just thankful for the composition of this commission right now and the quality of humans that are up here. And I would echo Commissioner Reed's comments as well. I would like to see at least a week of lead time potentially tacked on. I know staff works hard to get these agendas out, but if we could have more time to look through these, sort of a minimum number of days would be really nice, so we can do our diligence and make the best decisions for, the people who live here, taxpayers. But beyond that, those were all my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. Boy, this is a complaint I've had for a long time, and it started on the LPA. Actually, the agendas are not that big because we don't have development applications anymore. But on the LPA, we'd have development applications, and we get them just a few days before. And one development would be 500 or 600 pages, extensively footnoted, and you have to go through that in detail. So Mike knows that I have spoken to him about it. If it were possible, I'm sure it would happen. There just are challenges that are there, but everyone would appreciate it if we had more time to look at that and then go out to our constituents and talk to them about the matters before us. I did want to just speak to one item, and I'll be brief, because I think it's one of the, I've been accused of a lot of things recently, but one of the most unfair criticisms, and not levied specifically at me, but really at people who have been here a long time, and Commissioner Clark is one of them, and Mr. Mortel is other, and is that they are fiscally irresponsible, and they are going to bond us into bankruptcy. That just is not true. And so it's a good time to bring it up because we've just done the budget. So I'm going to give you just a couple numbers, and this is accounting, so this is hard. But one is the city's net worth. Everything I'm going to tell you, by the way, is on our city website because we have to provide it to the Attorney General for the state of Florida. Plus, we provide it to all the bonding agencies. And it is a measure of the net worth of a government and signifies the government's ability to pay off existing long-term liabilities. And you want this number to be higher and trending higher. So 10 years ago, this number was 7%, the ratio of the monies we have available to pay our debts, okay, versus our indebtedness, and it was 7%. It is now 24%, 10 years later. That is a 342% improvement. And you do that by managing your revenue and also controlling your debt. And this city, it really is debt averse. We do not borrow a great deal of money to fund our operations. And the other indication of that is the pledged revenue coverage. Okay? And this is an indicator of how much non-ad valorem revenue we have to pay our debt service. If we're relying on ad valorem revenue, we're going to increase your millage, because that's what this says. So this says how well are we managing our finances, and what is our coverage there? And it has gone from $164 per dollar of debt to $276 in 10 years. That's a 68% improvement. These are people who are pinching their pennies and watching the dollars and deserve credit, and not a very misplaced criticism that they don't care about the financial soundness of our city. And it's a job well done. Our millage is at 5. If you look at cities our size in terms of population, in terms of revenue, in terms of indebtedness, we're below the median. How long have we been at 5, Mr. Mortel?
Since at least 2019.
Yeah, I mean, I meet a lot of people from other municipalities, and I can't believe how many of them are raising their millage, especially in light of increased property values. And if you don't believe me, you can believe the rating agencies, because they're the ones who they assess the financial soundness of all the municipalities across the country. Moody's and S&P. We have the highest rating you can have for a city our size, AA2. You can't do a better job than that. So if you hear from the city that we can afford a project and that we're not going to have to go in debt to afford it, you can believe it, because they've been doing it successfully for at least the last 10 years. So, thank you. I will not overlook you, Mr. City Manager.
First, I'll respond to the agendas out a week in advance. There's some state statutes as it relates to the timing of development approvals and agendas, but what's really more important about it is really who's on the agenda. It's not our agenda, it's the public's agenda. It's not our business, it's the public's business. Very few items on our agenda are actually the city's item. Most of the items on our agenda are items that there's an outside person or an outside party that is trying to transact something, that wants to move forward quickly and doesn't want to wait another 2 weeks. And if you don't make it to this agenda, you don't just get to go Tuesday, it's 2 weeks out. And if you don't make it to that one, it's not just that, it's another 2 weeks out. And it has a trickle effect, because when you only have one LPA meeting a month, if you have to have that out a week in advance, and it's really only going to be 5 days, but then that kicks them back a complete month back, and then they fall into November. But now it's Thanksgiving, and since it's going to be 6 days before the first meeting in November and the second meeting of November is Thanksgiving, we're going to have to put you at Christmas. And people get upset about that very quickly, but we'll try this week in advance and see how it works. And then as it relates to transparency and hidden meetings, the commission asked me to go out and try to negotiate a deal with Brightline and the county as it related to this railroad. And I did. And one of the things I did in that negotiation was had Mr. Reed meet with some people. But as Commissioner Reed points out quickly, neither he nor I can make an agreement. We don't have the ability to do that. It requires all 5 of the city commissioners to make that agreement. And I can't tell Brightline yes or no or indifferent, and I can't tell the county yes or no or indifferent. But in this particular instance, we've been going back and forth on the same issues for some time, and it just so happens that there is a grant that has to be filed for by December 16th if we want to qualify for it, or put it off for another 20 months, which would miss the opportunity. There's also another entity that's anxiously negotiating with Brightline to get the train to go there. After the meeting with Commissioner Reed, it would have been my intention to wait till the 28th of October or even sometime in November too, if it was the city's issue or the city's deal to decide. But what I did, after speaking to the county and speaking to Brightline, was said, you know, I don't have an agreement. I don't have authority from my board. Brightline's not making offers to me. They're not calling me up every day saying, hey, we got a new plan for you. County's not making anything different. The county's proposal is they're standing by their agreement. So what I did is put it on tonight's agenda so that we could have one of those open, transparent discussions, and the commission could actually discuss and tell me what to tell Brightline. Not anything different than that. There is no agreement. The reason that it's not attached is because there isn't an agreed agreement. I don't have authority from the board to draft an agreement. I'm not going to draft a 50-page document that only I read. It doesn't make any sense. I need a consensus from the board. I need to present something to Brightline. I need an offer to give them, and I need it before October 28th, because in order for us to do it, I need a consensus from the commission. If they gave me the consensus tonight, I could then draft the agreement, make it to Brightline, get it back here on the 28th, maybe, and then actually have it signed by us on the 28th, so I could get it to the county by their first meeting in November. But if I miss that one meeting, it's too late, because we'd missed the December grant. So I thought to myself, well, I know there's a hurricane and everything, but all I want to do is put it on the agenda so we can have a public discussion and talk about it. And that's what this was for. So I'm not sure where to go from it. I too take the transparency very seriously, and at no time was there any hidden meetings or any hidden agendas or any hidden discussions. It would have been great if a hurricane hadn't come, and on Wednesday, when I talked to the county administrator and told him we were getting the agenda out and said, I think we're going to need to the 28th, and he expressed a concern that the county really needs to know before in order to apply for the grants and do the things, and they really needed us to address it tonight. I said, well, okay, I'll try and get it done. And of course, we didn't even have electricity here on Friday, so I apologize for it getting out late on Friday, but we didn't have computers or servers or staff or a building or copy machines because a hurricane had come. But I got it on the agenda, and it was in time for us to have this discussion, and clearly some people have come tonight. No one's bound to anything. There's no agreement to vote up or down. It was more of a proposal, and I'll go over it when we get to it. Other things, Derek Hurtado was fantastic and very much helpful, and so was our public safety, both police and fire, as well as all the staff and Public Works trying to get us back up and going, as you probably have seen them around. We also had more tornadoes in this hurricane than they had ever seen in any hurricane ever before. That's what they said at the meetings.
Mr. Martello, as long as you're mentioning it, and I think we should thank FP&L,
Yeah.
because they got the city back up in 20 hours. And I think people are aware that there's still a great many people who are disconnected, so congratulations to
That
them.
was very
Just
good.
got on yesterday.
And then our fire department ran more calls that the afternoon before the storm. It was nonstop, and it was all over the county. Fortunately, the city was spared. But they're working on it. We also had 7 or 8 lift stations that needed to have generators running them, but we had the generators and they ran well and everything stayed up. Obviously, there's some sail shades or sunshades that are still down and some trees and branches, but they're all getting there very quickly, and we should be back up and running as soon as possible. And I apologize in advance for those that are on the Sunday afternoon Rocking River walk that might have been a little toasty, but we're doing our best to get the shades back up as fast as we can. And that's all I've got.
Okay. So, approval of the agenda, and before we get to a motion, could I just suggest that, because the last time we had all these Brightline people here, we made them wait till the end, it was 11:30, if we could move the addendum to the first.
Is it after item 17?
It would
or-
be in front of 12, so
In front
after
of
the,
12. So it's at the
after the
beginning.
consent calendar.
My recommendation would only be, I'm okay with that, but as long as we move the skate park in front of that, because those people were noticed first, and then this Brightline was addendum. So I'd like to see it be skate park is 12, and then Brightline is 13.
Addendum, so 12 addendum, 13, 14? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying 12 would be
Addendum.
skate park.
Yeah, and then the addendum, and then 13, 14, then the regular order. Correct?
12 skate park, 13 would be the addendum. So right now, 12 is collaboration with FEMA, so 12 would be
Okay.
skate park, 13 would be Brightline.
12
So
would now
can we
be
have a
14.
motion then
So it moved.
containing those items? Okay, so
Commissioner Collins, can you restate your motion?
it's actually
Commissioner Clark
Clark's.
made it, but
Right.
the,
Okay, the motion would be to approve the agenda in changing item number 14 to be number
Oh, wait,
12.
where's this? Oh, I'm sorry, I got
Skate
confused.
park would be 12.
You want to put the
Number
skate park
As
first?
as number
Yes.
12. And
Why is
then
that?
the addendum item as number 13.
yes.
And then number 12 would now be number 14, number
Yes.
13 would be now be number 15.
Wait a minute.
And then it would just change for the next 3 items.
I would second that.
Mary, you're going to have to straighten that one out for me.
Mary's
She
got it.
has it. So we have 18 items total.
Okay, skate park, then the addendum, then FEMA, right?
Got it?
14 would be FEMA.
Are you agreeing to that? Okay, so all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
So, comments from the public on non-agenda items. Mary, do we have any?
It's, yes, we do. Terry Kogel is
Suze?
the first one.
Could you come forward, state your name and address? Thank you.
Terry Kogel, 4004 Southeast Fairway East, Stuart. And good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. Okay, Stuart is under a lot of stress. People's homes and lives were destroyed, and yet our county commissioners are attempting to rush through a multi-million-dollar contract with Brightline before their terms expire within a few short weeks. The commissioners are doing nothing but pressuring you to commit to a contract to be signed before the new commissioners take their offices. The current board is known to give all contractors whatever they ask for. They are afraid of that the new Board of Commissioners' decisions to possibly revise the present and practically same old contract offer from Brightline that might benefit a small group of residents and businesses. The new commissioners should be the board going forward with a potential contract that will bind both the city and the county for decades to come. This lame duck board cannot morally push through a one-sided county and city pay for everything and Brightline pay for practically nothing contract. And that's that. And I would also like to thank Commissioner Clark for responding to my email I sent today. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to remind you, the Brightline is on the agenda, so even if you're called and you want to speak to Brightline, please save that. But Suze, do we have any other on non-agenda items?
We have Bonnie Moser.
Who was that?
Bonnie Moser.
Okay, apparently that's.
Her son.
Oh, Ms. Moser.
Good evening, Commissioners. Bonnie Moser, 1121 Southeast 10th Street. Please excuse my co-presenter's lack of shoes. He got standing on the playground. Here, you can stand right up. There you go. I have a topic for you tonight that's actually pretty fitting based off the discussion we've already had, and based off discussion I just had with neighbors and community members, and that is that people are often feeling like their voices are not heard or that their voices don't matter. And so I wanted to talk to you all tonight about the concept of community outreach. As an urban designer, this is something that I do all over the country, and I want to give you just the quick rundown of the most effective way that I have found so that people feel heard and they are able to reach consensus. It's basically, you take your groups and you sit at tables in groups of maybe 6 to 10 people. You get a big piece of paper and some markers, and you write down these 4 questions, and then those 6 to 10 people answer them. I'm going to read them so everyone can hear them. Okay. Number 1, what do you like and wish to see preserved about your city? Oh, he got shy. Number 2, what do you dislike and wish to see changed? Number 3, what is missing that you would like to see created? And number 4, what are the key values that you feel should shape the place, street, whatever the project is? And I want to just make one more comment. Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Oh, can you hold it so she can see it? Workshops don't just happen in meeting rooms like this. They don't just happen at the Flagler. They should be happening all over the community so that you can get feedback from the widest amount of people. And in my job, I have done workshops with church congregations, at breweries, playgrounds, farmers markets, community events, and schools. And I would love to see all of the projects that we're talking about here in Stuart have the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moser. And son? Suze?
Miss Robin Cartwright.
Yes, here.
Good evening, Ms. Cartwright.
Good evening, Commissioners.
First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Reed for his comments, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My thoughts are with everyone affected by Hurricane Milton and the tornadoes that resulted, and personally, I think this meeting tonight should have been postponed by at least a week, out of respect for what happened, but here we are. So things I've requested in email and in public comment, I'd like to discuss those with the commission. I've asked the commission to make a statement that doxing and death threats are bad. In the midst of the Cantor CPUD hearing, somebody made an inappropriate statement saying that a certain commissioner should be tarred and feathered. The sheriff made a statement saying that it would not be tolerated. There was an article in TC Palm about the statement. Yet some of us, like myself, have received doxing and death threats over our public opinions, and the vitriol from some regarding Brightline has gotten to this point as well. Doxing people and death threats are bad. See how easy that was? Then there's the time that I and another resident met with the former city attorney to discuss the concern about creating a committee to provide oversight specific to ethical behavior. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, the suggestion was that a 3-person panel be made up of residents who would hear concerns from constituents, and that panel could review and help suggest any next steps if any were needed. I was advised it would be brought up for discussion as a commission item. When it was not, I made public a comment about it. Crickets. Tonight I'm going to ask for 2 more things. The first of which is that we pay a generous salary to the city attorney. I'm going to ask that the city manager not provide legal analysis or opinion for any discussion items. He is no longer the city attorney, and it convolutes and conflates the context and capacity when somebody is providing it. The city attorney is very capable of doing his job. If a question is asked for a legal opinion, that legal opinion should only come from the city attorney. Finally, I'm going to ask the commission to consider a suggested time frame, even if it can't always be met, for all agenda items to be made available to the public. Items on the agenda, such as the one you'll be discussing tonight for the interlocal agreement, should be placed on the agenda well in advance of a meeting. I previously asked the city about the time frame by which the agenda should be published, and I was basically told that things need to be out in a quote-unquote reasonable time frame. The rush to push through some items is not only unfair to the public, but to you, the commissioners, who have to take a survey of your constituents so you know how to vote. Publishing an agenda item that deserves public input late on a Friday for a Monday meeting is not reasonable. Publishing an agenda item that deserves public input late on a Friday, when some of us did not have power either, after a hurricane for a Monday meeting is definitely not reasonable. I would say it's unreasonable, unfair, and unbecoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cartwright.
Mr. Robert Hamilton?
Robert Hamilton, 1895 Church of Stuart. Good evening, everybody. I'm here again to talk to you guys about the church and the issues that we've had. I know that you guys are working on it. One of the key problems I'm not understanding is when there's been this amount of code violations, like the guy with the trusses, he got in trouble. He got cited. All the code violations that went on our property by Patriot Response Group, not one citation, not one violation. I questioned the building department. He says it comes from above him. I don't understand if we have codes and they're not being cited when someone violates that code and creates damage to our personal property. I just do not understand why the city does not say you violated these codes. You submitted wrong building plans. You installed hurricane clips without telling us. All these code, all these violation after violation, not taken care of. And I really have a difficult time understanding, Mr. Mortel, why, when they're blatant, what does Patriot have over the city, or what does Patriot have over somebody is the question. Why are they above the law, above our codes, the Florida statutes? But the trust guy, which his trusses should have been wrapped up, leaving them out in the rain, that's kind of dumb. But the reality of it is why was Patriot never gone after? Especially when Olga and I have supplied you guys with a tremendous amount of information. And the only response I get, and with all due respect, was jabs at Olga and I from Mr. Mortel. And then at the bottom of it, he says, oh, I might be wrong. I might have made a mistake. But you took jabs at me. And at Olga, we provided facts, documents. And we've never had a meeting with you or Mr. Baguette But again, I'm going to go back to, why is Patriot Response Group allowed to come in this community, violate the codes and Florida statutes, and Mr. Hatton isn't allowed to do his job? That's a legitimate question. We're still waiting. There's $30-some-odd thousand worth of damage there. And I want to thank Mr. Rich for coming out. And I appreciate that you saw it. And he wasn't pleased. And I appreciate the rest of you. I know you got your hands full with a lot going on here. But when business deals are being made bad or wrong advice is given to you, it affects everybody in this room. And if it was a Fortune 500 company, they'd say you're fired. With that, too, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Miss Olga Hamilton?
Good afternoon. Olga Hamilton, Southwest, 311 Southwest 3rd Street, Stuart, Florida. 1895 Church of Stuart, butchered, mutilated church. So, since July 19, I sent emails, notifications. I notified our building department that the CDBG contractor Patriot Response Group submitted wrong floor plans, fraudulent plans, because they edited extra 300 square feet to our dwelling with 2 windows and doors. Every contractor, general contractor who is here, they know what does it mean when you alter the path of egress and means of egress. These oversized windows were unnecessary. Every local contractor, even Eastern Impact Hurricane Windows representative, came and said it's unnecessary. I had a conversation with the Florida Building Commission. They guided me through the Florida codes. I had conversation with the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. They were telling me what the city's role in the grant. The same with the Department of Commerce. Florida Administrative Code has all these rules regarding grants and how the city has to manage it despite who they hire as a management company. All we were asking only re-inspections based on the violations by Patriot Response Group, cutting existing building walls with no structural plans, removing structural elements, leaving our building compromised structurally. This is against Florida Code on existing building. Florida the Department of Commerce, they have rules on grants where it's written in the rules specifically for the cities to manage the grants, that everything has to be done on the grant following the Florida Building Code on existing buildings. All I am asking, cite them for violations. On roof, I reported on roof back, not just on the fraudulent roof which went. We reported in July that our fascia and boxes on the roof was not attached properly. Yes, we got lucky with our building and hurricane. That roof did not take off. But fascia did. Who now will fix the fascia? Thank you very much. All we asking the city to act on law. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Hamilton.
Thank you.
Ms. Helen McBride?
Helen McBride from Flamingo Avenue. I've been coming to the city store meetings over 40 years. And this is the first time I heard any mayor or person in charge telling the public you have to have the green card in before you can speak. Now, open to the public, yes, you know you want to speak, so you put in the green card. But you're sitting here, and as I say, I know from my experience, something comes up, and the commissioners are newer than I am, and they don't know the history. And how many times I know, well, you know I keep coming, I say, oh, I'm going to teach you history. I don't think, unless it's in the code, are you saying that as a member of this city, a public person, I can't speak because I don't know item 14? They come up and I don't know anything about item 14. I guess your commissioners don't know too much too because they gave it to you Friday and now it's Monday and we're supposed to vote on it. But I think you better check with your attorneys in that. Maybe it's legal that you can tell us, the public, that we can't get up in here and talk. Now, I realize when it's something important like Brightline or Costco's, when we stayed till 2 o'clock in the morning. But back then, our commissioners, and you remember you were here, we stayed here till our commissioners stayed till 2 o'clock in the morning. I did too. That was one meeting. The other meeting was 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock. But the public has a right to speak when it concerns their city. We trust you 5, but maybe you don't know how we feel. It's like Donnie's on tonight. Well, I didn't know what was going to come on. I was here in the 80s, and I sat through all the meetings at here, at Flagler Center, or that. But no, I don't think you're right, Mr. Mayor, trying to tell us we can't talk on an agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBride.
Mr. Frank McChrystal?
Billy had a mistress down on A and 12th. She was that little something that he did for himself. His own little secret didn't hurt nobody. Come the afternoon, he'd take her wading, waist deep in the big muddy, waist deep in the big muddy. You start out standing, but end up crawling. Got in some trouble and needed a hand from a friend of mine. This old friend, he had a figure in mind. It was nothing illegal, just a little bit funny. He said, come on, don't tell me that the rich don't know. Sooner or later, it all comes down to money. And you're waist deep in the big muddy. You start on higher ground, but somehow end up crawling. Well, I had a friend that said, you watch what you do. Poison snake bites you, and you're poison too. How beautiful the river flows and the birds they sing. But you and I, we're messier things. There ain't no one leaving this world, buddy, without their shirt tail dirty or their hands a little bloody. Waist deep in the big muddy. You start on higher ground, but end up somehow crawling. My prayers at night are that this newly elected commission ends up being probably the first commission in the whole country that represents the people that got them in office. I pray that every time you have a meeting with your betters and the people in the know that are going to try to influence you, I hope you come out of those meetings with one feeling. That was icky. I feel like I need a shower. That is my wish for this commission. The stakes are high because everyone below you who's going to give you information is already bought and paid for by the big boys. Okay? There's nothing new here. It's been going on a while. And I hope that you guys really are the first commission probably in the whole United States that stands up for the people that elected them. Thank you.
Suzie?
That is all.
That was it? Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
Was it this one? Oh. I move approval of the consent agenda as published, items 8 through 11.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that, Eula?
She's just,
Move approval of the consent agenda
okay.
as published, items 8 through 11.
Second. Is there a
One
sec-
second.
Did you second?
Yes,
I did, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Clark and a second by Commissioner Rudd for approval of the consent calendar as is. Can we do all in favor?
No, we'd have to do a
Roll call, please. Oh, roll call.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Collins,
Yes.
Mayor Rich,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes.
and Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
So we're moving on to commission action. So, Mr. Baggett, I believe I'm correct in asking you to read item 14 for our consideration. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Resolution number 106-2024, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing an amendment to the scope of work to the engineering services contract with Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc., to include the conceptual and final design for a skate park into the overall Guy Davis Community Park design of improvements, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Good evening.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Is there any presentation?
I have a presentation.
Is there a presentation?
Yes, I'm right
Okay.
here. Good evening, Panal Gandhi Savda, CRA Director for the record. I have a brief presentation on the original scope of work for the Guy Davis Park Improvements Project and some of the factors that the board should consider as you're discussing advancing the skate park versus integrating the skate park into the overall park design. So the original scope of work included multi-purpose sports field, restrooms, upgraded children's play area with water features, fitness loop, pavilions, outdoor storage area with shade structures for small and large performances, flexible event lawn for pop-up events like green market or food trucks, parking, lighting, and landscaping. This preliminary plan was presented to the City Commission back in January 2022, and some of the comments that we heard at that meeting was we did have the skate park interest group come out and express their interest to incorporate the skate park into the plan. There were other comments also as far as acknowledging the culture and heritage of the community in the park. Additional restroom on the south side of the park, improve the existing running track, improved lighting, ensure that the proposed stage is ADA compliant, and provide activities for all age group. So the original scope of work didn't change, but we did take direction from the commission at that time to incorporate approximately 12,400 square foot for the skate park. And the design and construction was pending funding by the private group as agreed. And this kind of rolled into the phase 2 of the project, along with the infrastructure for the second bathroom on the south side of the park, community dog park, lawn area for activities on northern section of the park, with some yard games and linear park to enjoy for all age group, and some art elements to celebrate the history of East Stuart throughout the park. Again, those were the comments that we received, and we incorporated them as phase 2. At the last City Commission meeting, the direction was to amend the scope of work to advance the skate park design and construction ahead of the other park improvements. So I did reach out to the design team on the feasibility of fast-tracking the skate park. Although they said it is feasible, they did raise some concerns regarding, and staff believes these are important factors that the board should consider when making a recommendation. First, that the designated area for the skate park area contains several slash pine trees. These are specimen trees, so they have to be either protected or replaced. They're not expected to be successful if they are replaced within the development site. The city's code requires that any tree that we remove must be compensated by mitigation. So we could run into some timing issue with the tree removal and replacement with like species within the development site. The other issues was this could extend the time frame for fulfilling the mitigation requirements, and we would require 2 separate permits for tree removal and mitigation, initially for the skate park and then for the entire park. And then building the skate park simultaneously with the park will also offer some cost savings through unified mobilization, bulk purchase of materials such as planting, irrigation, costs for concrete, et cetera. So, doing it as together might be more advantageous versus doing it ahead of time. The design team also also working to optimize the park's drainage infrastructure to reduce costs, permitting the entire park's drainage system at once, inclusive of the areas affected by the skate park, would ensure a more cohesive and cost-effective design. Constructing the skate park first may require a separate specific drainage solution, which would then need to be integrated into the overall park design during permitting. Also, if the skate park is constructed first, we would have to do some post-construction field survey of the newly installed improvements to integrate these into the existing plans, particularly concerning grading, ADA access, and drainage, and this could increase the cost for the overall project. So also, if the construction of skate park occurs first, the new skate park will be surrounded by proposed park improvements, and the contractor selected to do the overall park improvements will have to screen off or fence off the entire park, and they will also have to fence off the newly constructed skate park, which could limit the usage of the skate park during the time when the overall park improvements is occurring. So we also looked at the timeline, if we were to do the skate park first versus integrating it with the project. Incorporating the skate park into the overall design and engineering process, altogether, it might push the timeline between 1 to 3 months out as we engage with the interest group and incorporate the skate park into the design and engineering plans. If the design is to build the skate park first, it could be constructed by fall 2025, but again, like as I mentioned, there will be limited usage or possibly no access to the newly constructed skate park, as shown in the orange line here, for about, we expect that it would be constructed by fall 2025, but then they will not be able to use it for almost 12 months after it's constructed, because the new contractor that's working on the overall park improvements will have to fence it off for liability purposes. So we do have this in the budget. It's a $7 million, the CRA board approved $7 million for this project, and that was heard at the last month. We anticipate to complete the design for the overall park improvements by early 2025 and present the final design and cost to the board. At that time, the board will have an opportunity to look at all the different elements of the park and the cost, and then decide what they want to keep and what they want to remove based on the available budget. So tonight, I'm looking for a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the amendment to the scope of work to advance the skate park design and construction ahead of other park improvements, or make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the amendment to the scope of work to integrate skate park design and construction with the overall park improvements.
Okay, any
Mr. Mayor,
commissioners?
in order to discuss this matter, I'd like to make a motion with regard to item number 2. And my reason for saying that is that resolution number 106, 2024. Has the resolution been read before Pinal started? Yes, it did. You did, Mr. Baggett?
Mr. Baggett read it, yes.
Yes, but, okay. And so, I just wanted to make sure. So that's because my reason for that is that exactly what Pinal has said. I think integrating it versus advancing it will save us some money and some time and costs. And East Stuart has been waiting a long time.
Okay, so you made a motion. Do we have
I
a
made
second?
a motion. There's no second, but I want to make sure that I say something on the record just in case.
Okay.
So I just think that that's why I'm making my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Mayor Rich, may I speak?
Yes, Commissioner Reed.
So Pinal, if it fast-tracked it, basically we'd have a skate park, but you wouldn't be able to access it?
Correct.
Yeah, so, you know.
But we don't have a time frame on when Guy Davis is even going to move forward, so it's
Okay, if you
kind of
want to discuss
hypothetical.
it, let's get a motion and a second.
So that motion, did it die yet? And I'll make a new motion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, he's asking a question, which did it die yet?
I know, but I'm just seeing if there is a second on that motion.
I don't think we have a second on that one.
Well, I think I'll let the commissioners speak for themselves.
I feel like it should be up for discussion personally.
I do too, but.
That's my opinion, though. Because with that motion, Commissioner Clark, it would basically
So to integrate the
put
skate
the
park.
skate park with the regular Guy Davis.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
Gotcha.
yes.
But then it's an up or down vote. It's either we incorporate it with the park, or we.
And
do
then
a
we work
standalone.
on the implementation of it.
Right.
That's what, I think that's what
Okay.
we're trying to do.
If this dies, I'll
No,
move to
see,
advance
no
it.
second.
Yeah.
Item 14 fails.
Mayor,
Yes, Commissioner.
I'd like to make a motion that we move forward and advance the skate park separate from the overall park plan, and also secondarily that we're dedicating all of that $500,000 in grant money exclusively to this project, this skate park project, separate from the larger Guy Davis Park project, if there's a second.
Can we consider that at this time, Mike?
It would need a second.
Okay.
I will second that motion.
And
Okay, we have-
I would make sure that if the board was moving that direction, that it would add a catch-all that's within the confines of the allocation or the funding allocation. I don't know the exact framing of what the state said. I know that it was for outdoor recreation at the Guy Davis Park, and so I just want to make sure that if we don't separate it completely from that, we have to make sure it's within the confines of that funding.
Should part of that motion be then, if for some reason there's an issue, that it
I mean, I'm
would
just-
come out of the larger funding for
Okay,
Guy
so we do
Davis?
have a motion and a second, so now we first, we have to.
Mayor Rich, may
I'm
I?
just telling you, you said the $500,000. The $500,000 that the state gave us has certain strings attached. I just want to make sure that your motion includes that we follow whatever those strings are.
Okay.
So we have to have public comment now. Do we have public comment on this issue?
Also, I'd like to add that to my motion formally, what Mike said.
We do have public
And who
comment.
was the second on that?
I had second motion.
And Commissioner, are you okay with that additional language?
I really get
Mayor
into the
Rich,
point
may
where
I?
I'd like to discuss this.
Okay.
Okay,
We need to
this
hear from the
project.
public first.
May I, Mayor Rich?
Yes?
To me, it wouldn't make sense, I guess. I'm just kind of trying to get clarification to fast track it, because then they're going to come back in there for construction for Guy Davis, and potentially things could get damaged. I
agree.
mean, there's
Well,
so many variables.
When,
Yeah.
after the public
Correct.
comment, we'll talk
This is
about
when we
that.
can discuss it then.
Is there, do we have,
We do. First one is Miss Alexis Stuckey.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins, for advancing that. And if we wait until the design is done and Guy Davis Park is actually done, there won't be a skate park for many, many years. I know that Guy Davis has been on the agenda before. I think my husband actually bid that project. He's a local civil engineer, and it was postponed due to funding. So thank you again for having us. And taking the time to hear from the community about the Guy Davis Skate Park. As they said, my name's Alexis Stuckey. My husband and I have been residents of Martin County for over 24 years. We were blessed to raise our sons here, and we love the way that this community and the city supports youth of all ages, specifically through sports and athletics. My husband and I both served for many years in Martin County North Little League, over a decade to be exact, and we're both heavily involved in the 10th Street baseball program in East Stuart. I'm currently the director for FCA, the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, you see. And I work with athletes across the county and as well as the nation. We mentor and disciple coaches and athletes, teaching them about who they are, who God created them to be, and how they can compete in a way that honors Him on and off of the field, rink, arena, etc. Our sons are now 27 and 23, and they're what we call in FCA both traditional and non-traditional athletes, meaning they played traditional sports like football, baseball, basketball, soccer, and lacrosse. But they also skimboarded, surfed, and they skateboarded. I was the mom who picked up all of the kids along with my friend Suzanne East, who's here, and took all of the kids and drove them to every skate park across the state on school days and on non-school days. I was very grateful when the skate park in Palm City was built and spent countless hours there with my kids, their friends, and other parents. We made lifelong friendships there. Non-traditional sports are currently the fastest growing area in our ministry that we have in FCA, with surfing, skateboarding, motocross, equestrian, and snowboarding becoming some of the top ones currently. This community has always been very supportive and encouraging of the youth and the athletes and their activities here. With a climate minus rain and now lots of tornadoes, where athletes can play sports 365 days a year, unlike our friends up north, it is imperative that sports are represented in the non-traditional sports area and that they have places and spaces to meet as well. I can tell you as a mentor to many athletes that the perfect spot for a new skate park is in fact in the East Stuart community at Guy Davis. Currently, just in FCA, we have mentors and discipleship character coaches doing FCA baseball, lacrosse, and as of this fall, we just launched FCA soccer, and they're all playing at Guy Davis Park. Just imagine if there was a skate park there where families could have athletes in multiple sports representing traditional and non-traditional sports. This would have been a game changer for me when I was a young mom sitting at countless practices throughout the week if I could have had a kid at baseball on one side and had a kid at skate park on the other side. And this is just another space where we can do ministry and mentor coaches and athletes. There is a sense of urgency with our youth, and it's very real. They're seeking truth in a world that cannot, I want to repeat that, cannot offer it to them. Can I say one more thing? They need strong, supportive mentors and members of the community, like all of us, to encourage them and to provide them safe and accessible places for them to enjoy the sports and community activities they love. The skate park is an opportunity for FCA to have additional sports facilities. Our mission is to reach every coach and athlete, not just the ones that are in our area.
Thank you.
And you can be part of that mission. Thanks.
Mr. Jordan Show. Mr. Jordan Show.
Thank you. So I just, a couple things, and thank you guys for your time, and thanks to Pinal. I know she was working over the weekend on this. But I was at that meeting on Friday talking to Calvin Giordano, and just to clarify, they seemed to say that we could have access to the skate park while it was under construction. They just have to have a fence, and they were concerned about the extra fence costs. So access is not going to be an issue. It's a hypothetical problem, along with the other issues that Calvin Giordano is giving us. I think it makes sense to build this as soon as possible. I've given the city two options, which there's countless options for skate parks, but I've given kind of a really good option at $580,000, and then I've given the city another option at $700,000, which Pinal should have sent to you guys. There were actually four options for $580,000. So we're ready to go. The city is waiting. There's plenty of people here to support it. You have the community support. This is going to be great because it's going to start the enthusiasm for the park. You're going to have something already built that people are going to be excited about. They're going to say, wow, I can't wait for the rest of this thing to be built. But beyond that, we can't wait another year for these kids to have something to do. You can look on the news right now, the algorithms on TikTok, all the different things on the phone, they're taking these kids down in 36 minutes. So please consider the most timely, quickest option. I understand there's hypothetical costs, but I want you to consider 2 extra years of having this consultant have his design expenses while he supervises this project. If you separate it out, you don't have that problem. But you guys are the commissioners, and certainly you have to work through that. I'm just proud to live in this place where we get to talk about this. I'm proud to just live in this community, and I'm excited to see what you guys do next. So thank you so much. I won't take up all your time.
Thank you, Jordan.
Brock Olson.
Can you say that again, please?
Brock Olson. I think he's coming, he just has a paper.
Hello, my name is Brock Olson. I live at 432 Southeast Parkway Drive in Stuart, Florida. This is my daughter, Annika. She might chime in. The skate park's very important. My family and I used to live in Costa Rica as missionaries there. And there was a concrete, very well-built skate park similar to the one that is proposed to being built. It was one of my favorite parks. It was a big community hub, a great place for a great opportunity for community outreach. And when I moved to Martin County, there was not a skate park that was as good as that one. And so when I saw the proposed drawings, I was like, oh my goodness, we can finally have a skate park that is, well, that I enjoy. And the second one is skateboarding is similar to learning guitar. When I was learning how to play guitar, I would hear a song that I liked, practice for multiple hours, and then was able to play it well. This taught me that with enough effort, I'm able to do anything that I want to. And skateboarding can offer the same scenario. Somebody could see a picture or a video of somebody doing something impressive on a skateboard, then practice for a very long time, and then also realize that they can learn how to do anything they want with enough effort. So, thank you guys.
Thank you, Brock.
Sissy Crumfoltz. Benjamin Adams. Stephen Cooper.
Hold on, here comes somebody.
Benjamin.
My name is Benjamin Adams. I'm a current law student over in St. Petersburg, but I grew up here in Stuart, and I grew up skateboarding. So it remains one of the things that I'm really in love with and I'm passionate about. But beyond anything like tricks or the Olympics or the punk music or any of that, it's about building a community. I have made a lot of lifelong friends of all ages and all demographics through skate parks, because none of that matters because we're all skateboarders. Yeah, so I really think it's a great way to build a community, and I think the location is really in need of a community building exercise. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Stephen Cooper. Brandon Cooper.
This is Stephen Cooper.
No, it's not Steve Cooper.
Who is
What's
it?
your name, sir?
Who are you, sir?
Oh, I'm Stephen Cooper.
That's Steve.
You, Stephen.
There is some relationship there, though. In fact, Brock and
So we have two
that's my
Stephen Coopers.
grandson
Okay.
and my great-granddaughter. 933 Southeast 6th Street, zip 34994, East Stuart. I have 22 grandchildren, and most of them skate, and I really would like the idea of them being able to stay in our community and skate. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Brandon Cooper.
That's goals right there. Those are goals. 22 grand.
It's all the same family?
Hello, Brandon Cooper, 920 Southeast Flamingo Avenue, 34996. Thank you guys for listening to us on this matter. Yeah, so my family, we moved here about 11 years ago. We live off of 10th Street and run around the Guy Davis Park, kind of play around there, and it just seems like a great location for this skate park. I've got two little ones. We're also a foster family. Attended both of the skate park events in East Stuart. It was great just seeing the community come out, as people have said in the past meetings, just the unity, different demographics, the police there, just the whole thing was just really cool to see everybody come together. So it's exciting to see that could be something that would be right there in that park. You know, Jordan is an awesome guy, you know, to have kind of championing this project. I think it's a real blessing for the city to have someone just really passionate about this, also with a lot of mentors and others around him, FCA, just so many people that want to give, to pour into these kids and just love them. I think, you know, I don't know all the details of the big project with the Guy Davis Park, but I know someone was up here the last meeting and he was saying, oh, if something could just be done before I'm in the ground. That'd be great. And so it's like, you know, it'd be nice if this, maybe we start with the skate park, just get that going, and delays with the other stuff, you know, probably happen, but it'd be nice to just expedite this. So, yeah, just that's what I'm here to support. Thanks a lot.
Kylie Olson. She's gone. I'm sorry, I'm about to not say this right. Paul Gius Maccabee? Sorry.
Hello, my name is Paul Gibas Maccabee, live on Southeast St. Joseph Street. Sorry, I forgot I had it in my notes. I volunteered at J.D. Parker and Stuart Middle for the past 10, 11 years. I've coached baseball at Sailfish and Guy Davis Fields. I've sat at Guy Davis Fields during my kids' lacrosse practices and games for 6 years or so. This is the type of alternative sports option our city needs. Seeing all those kids develop and watch them kind of just, some of them, a good portion of them, be like, I'm not part of this regular sports group, including my own kids. The closest skate park is not easily accessible for a large section of our city, and this location would be ideal to fill this need. Growing up in the 80s, we were told skaters would be the end of our society. I think we've already noticed that that is not the case anymore, and those old stereotypes have been dismissed. I only wish my knees were good enough to enjoy that skate park. The last meeting, I did hear some questions about mentors, and I'm happy to see FCA was here. But that kind of seems like putting the cart before the horse. The timing and the finances need to be approved first. Once that's approved, I've known Jordan for 20 years, and he doesn't sit down on anything. Once that part is secure, you're going to have all the rest of those answers in a prompt manner. So thank you very much.
Matt Price.
My name's Matt Price. I live at 525 Southwest Harbor Street in Stuart, outside of city limits. I do pastor a fairly large church in the city limits, and I have a daughter and granddaughter right there on East 10th Street. So I got to be a part of the most recent event at the church there off Tarpon, and was really, really encouraged by what I saw. And I don't skate. I'm a surfer. I prefer to fall on water. But it was really cool to see the community come together, dads and moms and little ones, all colors, all kinds of people being together. And obviously, that can happen around a lot of things. But in terms of mentoring, like, you don't want to get involved in having to administrate and orchestrate all the details of the potential uses of it. But you can create environments that are conducive to things, and that's what this could be. I would just, obviously, everybody's speaking is going to speak in favor of it, but I would encourage not to put it on the back burner or integrate it for a couple reasons. One, if the grant money is there and it can be used, then use it on something that where it doesn't have to deal. Projects always have delays. We have a 20-acre campus in Stuart at the end of Astor Lane, and recently, went through a whole PUD process with the city and building a multi-phase buildings, and man, one delay after another. And the other thing we found is that just about every time where we said, well, let's hold off on this and let's do it because it's more efficient. In the time you're waiting, material costs go up, construction costs go up, and that's something that, things don't normally go down, even if we get inflation under control. I think it would be a great thing to go ahead and let's get this thing started. And the idea that you're going to build it and it's going to be inaccessible is laughable, frankly. You want to make it accessible, you can make it accessible. They've got to fence it for liability reasons, but liability is what you go to when you are looking for a reason not to do something. We all have to be responsible. Like I said, we've got a playground. People come on our campus. They can fall. They can sue us. we live in that society. It's going to happen no matter what, but you can make it safe, and I'd encourage you to do that.
Pastor Vincent Polk. Gail Goldie.
Pastor Polk. Jordan's pastor.
Good evening, Commissioners. Gail Goldie, 1153 Northwest 12th Terrace in Stuart. I was going to bring my skates. I was going to skate up here, but I don't have a skate key. Oh, this is the skateboards we're talking about. So I just want to say that I think that this is a wonderful idea, and I think the timing is now. It's not 2 years from now. This skate park will put the children in a good place. It will teach them competitiveness. It will build their character. It's very, very good. I know I don't have to convince anybody about the benefits of the skate park. But what I'd like to try and do is to get the commission to understand that it is a sense of urgency. We need to do it now, not 2 years from now. The children are hooked onto these cell phones and games and all of that. There's a time and place for that, but there's a time for them to be outside and playing. And there's nothing wrong with a skate park. And to have it separated out of the Guy Davis for now, and then bring the Guy Davis in later when that is all ironed out, I think that would be a wonderful idea. Please consider putting the skate park to the front of this. Thank you.
Mr. Jimmy Smith.
He left.
That's pretty good. Met another Steve Cooper. Boy, that's got me off track there. That was pretty cool. Hey, my name is Jimmy Smith. Hey, listen, thank you all of you city for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. For 13 years, we've been waiting to get something done over there in East Stuart at that park. I'm quite sure the skateboard, I'm all for it 100%. We can get something going. And not only that, the water splash that the people over there are looking for, like they have on Indian River Drive over there for the kids. We've been waiting to get rid of the sand from our kids' playground. They come home, their head full of sand. We've been waiting on this, get rid of the sand spurs and the grass that's over there. They've been waiting, the families over there have been waiting for years. And NAACP, we've been coming, and we know we have a great team here. You are a great team of commissioners, and we can get this done. The skate park can be the jump-off start for everything on East Stuart. You can have a lot of families saying, Lord, thank you, we got something going. And you can do it tonight. You can make that decision, and we can get this thing going. And I can see some people saying, thank you, Lord. There's some hope instilled. Instead of people saying they are tired of hearing these meetings after meeting and nothing get done over there, and I can believe in my heart, looking up here, you guys are going to get a lot of things done over there. And today is a start that they can look at tonight on that news, on this channel, and say, that, oh my God, they made a decision to build something. To build something. And I got my faith together. We do this together and rise, and you can see how much you're going to do for those kids. We can get those kids involved, and we don't have to lose our children over there. There's so many kids. I know I'm going to speak on something else because I'm looking at what we're losing. We're losing over there 100% of our kids. And it does with that skate park that we did over at the church. You know how many kids are black and brown and white kids and Spanish kids was playing together? They didn't see no race. They didn't want to argue. They was just loving each other, hugging each other. And man, I was just sitting back and said, God, ain't you good? And we can do that. We can break down these barriers about race and creed and belief and all that. Today, let's break those barriers. Let's show this whole place, everybody that's looking at, hey, today we are Americans. No matter what you believe or how you see it, we can love each other. So I support it, and I know that the NAACP and you are being watched all across the nation today on the decision you're making from the NAACP, from national to state, and not only that, everybody else with love. Let's do it. Thank you.
Mayor, that is all.
Okay. Discussion.
Discussion. Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Giobbe.
Okay, first I want to say I'm absolutely for the skate park. My issue tonight is really more technical issues. Number one, this is the first I'm hearing that it's kind of either tied into being done or additional cost or being done with the park in total. So that, number one, I have an issue with. It's just coming to light now, and I don't understand why. The other is, Renell, it might just have been an oversight, but I understand from the audience that there was more than one quote for the skate park. In my packet, there was only the highest quote at $800,000.
Those are just concept and proposals provided by Jordan. We would have to do a whole RFP process in order to get the quotes. Those are just
Well, it was my understanding from
renderings.
Jordan that the quotes were there.
He just sent that to me today, this morning.
Okay.
And
No, that's
those are
okay.
just, those
That's
are not
okay.
the right numbers. Those are just the numbers that he presented. We would have to do our own process to get the quotes.
Right. So other than, so these are the only right numbers, this $790,000 for this skate park?
There are no right numbers.
There is
There's
no.
no number right
We
now.
don't have the actual cost for
Okay,
the
so that
project
shouldn't have
yet.
even been in the packet. It could have just said there really are no solid numbers. Number two, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the city manager.
Certainly.
Okay, you made mention that the grant money was tied, I didn't understand. Is it all tied into us doing it all tonight? Or can we just
No.
do the park, the skate park?
So the Guy Davis Park has been going on for 9 years or whatever. Last year, one of the allocations we got from the state, we've gotten others, but we got a $500,000 allocation. When that check was presented, Commissioner Collins that night said he wanted to bring the skateboard park forward and put that check toward the skateboard park instead of globally toward the Guy Davis. He wanted to
Right.
accelerate the skateboard park. That's what kind of initiated this momentum. I was just saying, in his motion, he said he wanted to separate the skateboard park from the Guy Davis and have the $500,000 be used to do the skateboard park. And I was saying, wait, I just want to make sure that it's, the location is going to be at that location, so it's going to stay as part of the Guy Davis. And if we use the $500,000, it will be making sure that whatever strings are attached from the state as it relates to that funding that they provided us, that we don't deviate from that. I don't believe there's anything, I don't think doing the skateboard park deviates from it in any way.
Okay, that's all I really wanted to know.
Sure that we didn't, because when you read this stuff, rather than seeing it in person, if you say separate it from Guy Davis, someone might read that later and think, oh, well, now they took that grant money and they did something completely separate or somewhere different from Guy Davis. And I just want to make sure that
Right.
it's
So
not
it's just a
that.
matter of wording,
Right.
of how we word the motion to go forward with the
Right.
park, the skate park,
Skate park.
and that would be the only thing on the agenda. Okay, that was my issue.
And for what it's worth, in last year's budget, or one of the workshops we did on Guy Davis, we had already amended the Guy Davis park design to include an area that the skate park would be in anyway.
Okay.
So now it's just a matter of taking that area and actually designing the bowls and the ramps that would go with it.
Okay, those were my two concerns.
Commissioner Reed, any comments, questions? No?
Yeah, so I'm all for the skate park. I'm just trying to understand it fully. It's basically, in a way, separating it from Guy Davis of some sort because it's
Advancing?
advancing. However you want to describe it, that's basically what it's doing, advancing, taking it away from Guy Davis. It's a high
Not taking it
priority.
away.
It's a high priority to
Yes.
get done
Now,
first.
immediately.
Now. My question is, are there any cost savings doing it all at once versus just doing this? I mean, looking from a fiscal responsibility by sitting here, I didn't know if there's any cost savings. I would imagine there is, doing it all at
I
once.
think Pinal addressed that. Is that,
Correct.
did you answer Commissioner Reed's
And as
question?
far as accessing the skate park, there would need to be a fence around the skate park? Or?
Right, so skate park will be constructed first, right? And then when we have the second contractor go in to do the overall park improvements, which could be, right after we finish the skate park. So they'll have to fence off the entire park, to secure the site. And they'll want to secure the skate park because of liability issue because they don't want the other contractor coming out and, having a finger pointing at each other as far as whose fault it was when they go into construction. So they'll want to fence that off too. And at that time, there could be limited or no access to skate park. And this is based, I don't have experience in this,
Yeah.
and this is based on our consultant's experience.
So basically, we'd have a skate park that you couldn't use potentially while Guy Davis is being. I just want to understand that.
Is that's a bridge you can cross.
all
And
about
it's
this.
there's going to be lots of issues. We could have another hurricane. It could rain a lot. I mean, there's all sorts of different things that could take place under the construction. The real motion is just simply to
fast
the
track
board is
this first.
putting it as the first improvement to the
Advance.
Guy Davis Park.
Okay.
And then have the budget after the first 500,000 if we can do it, because I'm sure that we'll need more than 500,000. So we'll have to make sure that next year's budget we have.
That's already budgeted in.
We already have
But it's
7
got-
million.
We budgeted $7 million for 25 in the
That's what I'm
CRA
saying, we
budget.
just need to
Right.
make sure that we're going to add more to make sure that the skate park gets.
budgeted, correct,
Yeah, I
Tom?
know, but we just have to lay it out, that's all.
So the 500,000 might not cover the entire cost for the skate park. So it's not a budget amendment, but we will need to pull some money out of the actual,
Just lay it out.
the 6.5 million that's budgeted for the Guy Davis Park.
So Pinal,
Unless-
when is the plan to begin construction of the overall Guy Davis?
According to our schedule here, we expect to complete the design by early 2025, and we would start construction by
Calendar year 2025.
2025, which is just a few months from now. So we would start construction by mid-2025. We could be done, if we do the fast tracking of skate park, we could be done by fall
So when
2025.
people are saying waiting 2 years, they're not understanding the timeline that's in place.
Well,
Just
she just, hold on, for
incorporate it properly.
clarification.
Can I finish speaking?
Well, you just
I'm just-
misconstrued two things. She said that the skate park could be done by
It could
fall
be-
2025, not the overall park.
No, I
Right.
said that.
The skate park could be done by fall
no, but the-
2025.
When does the Guy Davis,
The overall park would be done by 2026, end of 2026.
but it would begin?
It would begin mid-2025. It's
Right.
about 15 to 18
Right.
months construction.
It's a matter of just waiting a few months here,
Yeah.
not 2 years. Okay. Commissioner Collins, any comments?
Yes. So I do appreciate you, Pinal, and your, measured, I know this is a little bit of a grenade in your overall plan. So I appreciate your flexibility. I see the damaging to the skate park and closing it down as it's a little bit of neuroticism about. I easily feel like we could fence this off, just like the existing structures that are in that park are not going to be damaged. We're going to be improving and marrying into what's existing there. The skate park's going to be the same, and it's right there on the edge. What we're talking about on 14th Street. It's not buried in the middle of the park somewhere. It's very accessible right there. So it really shouldn't be an issue. I want to see this happen as soon as possible, and so do a ton of people. There's so much excitement about this, more than any other element in this park that I have seen. I know everybody's excited about the larger overall park, but I think we should get behind this momentum and follow it. Like Jimmy said, this very well could carry the rest of the park. In terms of the trees, we can figure the trees out. We can move trees around. It shouldn't be a problem.
Motion.
I know, I'm going through my, yeah, we're in it.
Well, I know.
And we can limit the time that it would be closed so that there's a lot of access. So to clarify, I want to make sure that we're dedicating that $500,000, assuming it is able to be dedicated towards this specific project, not the overall Guy Davis project. Within the agenda item, it looked more like we were accepting and incorporating that 500 to be spread across. So I want to make sure, I believe I was clear on that initial motion, but that 500,000 would be dedicated exclusively to the skate park so we can get going with it. Not separating it out from the larger plan, but effective immediately after this vote, that we would begin the design and then construction phase on the skate park and not have this married to the larger Guy Davis Park. Not phase 1 or phase 2, but skate park would be the phase 1. And I just hope that there's no apprehension that Guy Davis won't happen. You know, that if the skate park happens, I think that there may be some of that going on. And very likely we're going to have a half-cent sales tax coming in, and we're going to have a lot of money to be able to dedicate to our parks, including Guy Davis. So, you know, I think we should be excited about this. I don't think there should be any apprehension here. The public is going to be stoked. There's going to be so much energy around doing this that we should just jump on it. We should go for it, effective immediately, start the skate park, and dedicate that $500,000. That's all.
Very rich, may I?
Commissioner Reed.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Clark has not had an opportunity
sorry.
to speak yet.
I
Would
thought
you
I
like-
still had the floor from the beginning, but
I thought I spoke. Oh, well, yeah, so my son is a skateboarder, and he's gone to Jensen Beach Park, and I know the importance of having this with the community. I didn't get to come out to Pastor Polk's church when they had that, but I just want to make sure that you mentioned about transparency, and I know that a lot of people, some people from East Stuart, I think Mr. Smith spoke and Mr. Polk, Pastor Polk was here. I thought I saw Pastor James here. I don't know if he's here on this item, but I want to make sure that if we want to push this ahead, that we don't have a backlash from people in East Stuart saying that, you know, we've been waiting for one little thing to get started at the park, and now somebody else wants something started, and that was picked as the first item. So that is my only caution about saying integrate it, make sure that we go through with it. It's not going to be that long of a deal. It's going to happen in 25, 26. Everything is going to happen. So let's just make sure that everybody knows it's not necessarily like you're pushing one thing over the other. The whole park is going to get worked on, and we need to make sure that we don't have any problems with our grant administration issues, and that the money that we're getting from the state, that it can be used for that, and we don't promise Jordan and his group something else. And a key thing that I know Pinal hasn't spoken up about, but I've heard her say it, but I haven't heard her speak up about it, is that from when this thing started, and maybe Mr. Show can talk about it, I thought that we were going to get a group like a Friends of the Skate Park to come up with some funding. And when we got this $500,000, all of a sudden that's the seed money as well as the total money, and it is not. So we need to figure that out. Yes, we do have additional funding and we do have a budget item, but I think it needs to be clear if we're going to still have that partnership with the community in terms of funding. I know Miss Alexis and others are very good at fundraising, and I thought that we were going to have some fundraising to help do the park. Maybe people are going to do naming, and they will try to help with getting some of the refined things in the park, in that skate park, some of the growing, the boards and whatever is happening in the park done by a certain way, but I'm not sure. Maybe they're going to put their money towards these mentors and towards skateboards for students. I'm not sure, but I just know that it was mentioned that there was going to be some private funding and some private partnership. So I want to make sure that that's covered. That's it.
Right.
No, just
so
to
that-
clarify, was there originally a promise made by this group? to-
Well, it was just mentioned at the meeting that they would raise money for the skate park, and that's how we incorporated it into the park design. But
So-
from what I understand, they weren't able to raise the money, and they want the city to pay for the skate park.
So they had to renege on that promise. Okay, but that's,
They shouldn't have had to. It should have been included from the
but
beginning.
the
We
offer
should-
was made to the commission.
Just like the rest of the park.
Okay.
I hear you.
Commissioner Reed, do you have additional comments?
yeah, as far as any funds, I don't know if anyone's reached out to any skateboard organizations, maybe Tony Hawk. I don't know if there's anything like that for like design of skate parks, funds available. I don't know if that was something. Like I said, my biggest thing is from a cost perspective, trying to, I guess, wrap my head around it, and I haven't had a chance to talk with staff as well to fully understand it, but it's,
No, thank you, sir. No, thank you.
so some of it's designed from what I understand, Pinal, right? So the Guy Davis section and the skate
Right,
park
so
section.
skate park is going to have to be treated like its own parcel, and we're going to have to address the existing trees that are there, replacing those trees as part of mitigation requirement by the code. We're going to have to address the drainage as a standalone development. There's also going to be additional cost because now when we're not doing it as a whole project, it's a little bit more to buy additional items like concrete and things like that, so it'll cost us a little bit more. So
able to go
there
back to
will
the-
be a little bit more cost, but
Are you able to go back to the original timeline? Are you able to explain the?
which one? This one?
Yeah, this slide. Are you able to explain the timeline again?
Right, so if we build the skate park first, the design will start immediately, and then we can expect to go to construction by mid-2025. Construction for the skate park will be about a few months.
And
So
none of
we
this
could-
has been designed yet, correct?
No.
None of it
But
on the
we've
entire
already started talking
project.
to Jordan and his group, so we are looking at some preliminary design with his group. So that could be constructed by fall 2025, which is shown in the construction line item, shown at completed by October.
I mean, regardless, it's all going to be
2025.
completed by 2026.
Right.
I just, I understand designing it all and then maybe building the skate park first. They could do, unless, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but you could design the entire thing and then build the skate park first. To me, personally, that would make sense. Yeah, exactly. That would be phase one, and then the rest could be phase two, because one, we don't know what it's going to cost. Yes, this could be a priority for the skate park, right? So if we have to get rid of one amenity on the entire site once it goes out for bidding, we can address it at that time, but at least it's all designed.
Right.
And we can pick and choose and make the skate park a priority. I mean, I'm all for that personally. I know it's tough. I know some people in the crowd will think I'm against it. I actually support it. I've spoke with some people that sent phone numbers in. It's just, from a financial perspective, it makes sense. If we're pouring concrete, you're going to get a much better price, pouring hundreds of yards of concrete versus one skate park. Cost savings wise, I don't know. I don't know if you get a better deal by buying more concrete. I would imagine if you're buying a
Bulk.
10,000 yards of concrete versus 100 yards, you might get a better price.
Right.
I haven't bought that much concrete before, so.
Mayor.
Because you have to consider there's concrete for
Could we allow
sidewalk.
Commissioner Reed to finish his comments?
Yeah, I think that's it, unless one of my board members want to comment
Yes.
on anything that I pointed out. But yes, I think from a financial perspective, it does make sense to design the entire thing and then make the skate park the priority, because otherwise we're sending staff in a different direction to go design just the skate park, build the skate park, and then design the rest of Guy Davis and send that out for RFP and then build that, and then potentially you might not be able to access it. You may be able to access it. I don't think anyone really knows in here. I mean, there's not even going to be a sidewalk leading to the skate park. It's just going to be bare grass around it anyway, in my opinion. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Giobi?
Yes, and I don't do construction, but I've seen construction done, and I think the goal here was to fast-track the skate park. So if you start to incorporate all the other pieces, the skate park is actually not going to be fast-tracked. What's going to happen is they'll be trying to build out everything to, maintain some sort of cost savings, and I don't think the cost savings is going to be that, that part is not going to be extensive. If you want to fast-track the skate park and you want to have it, then they need to focus on that. If they start focusing on the whole park, then that's what's going to happen, and nothing will be finished until the end of 2026. I just feel if we do them as a fast track on the skate park, and then we don't even know that at the midpoint of 2025, they're going to be even ready to start the rest of the park. That could be something that would go into 2026.
Mayor.
Commissioner Collins.
And also, I know we're talking about cost savings, but whoever builds this is going to be somebody who builds this kind of a thing. So it's not like all this concrete's going to get laid and that's just going to get thrown together. This is going to be a specialized thing. So it really shouldn't be an issue whether it's now or in the future. And my concern is it's been 9 years and we haven't done anything. To be able to get something going now and have people excited about it, I think, can you really say there's going to be cost savings when that's going to be something that's right there anyway and is going to specialized be built? I don't know, man. You know, to get it going, get the excitement, get it built sooner. I think we should move in that direction.
Would you like to hear from this gentleman?
Yes, and I would love to hear Jordan's rebuttals.
Okay. The reason I cut you off is because Mr. Reed was asking a question of Pinal specifically that had
no
nothing
problem.
to do with what promises were or were not made to the city prior.
Yes, sir. So what I promised the city is I would try to raise money. So what I did was I created a 501c3. It's called East Stuart Skate Park. I created a board. We have board members. We have minutes. We created this not-for-profit in order to raise money. I went all over town, went to other organizations such as Rotary Club, private donors, had about a bazillion lunches. And the thing that I was told is, wow, that is a great idea. The community really needs that. But our donations are going to other organizations that don't have just that aren't serving some regular government function like building a park. There are all sorts of not-for-profits around here that need philanthropy to survive. They're CEOs of these different organizations, United Way. So I found that I'm just taking a piece of a giant pie, and I even spoke to TC Pong, spoke to them in the beginning, told them what we're doing, and Will Greenlee, the reporter, says, why isn't the city paying for this? And I said, I don't know, but I don't know how to make the city pay for something. I know how to talk to people, so maybe I can convince some people that this is a good idea and they should put some money towards it. Okay. Let me tell you something else that happened. I had 2 more kids. So my full-time job as raising money for the city, I wish I had it, but I don't. I hear the environmental lawyer, there should be a position for a lawyer to raise money for the skate park at $300,000 a year. I'd take it. But
that would defeat the purpose.
It would, wouldn't it? Because that's how much money we're talking about. And $300,000 a year, that's what it takes to pay for sailfish ball fields to be maintained. So that's why we are where we are. And I'm just appreciating this process. And I understand Pinal has a role here, and she's been given a lot of conflicting tasks. But I see an opportunity for us to shoot straight to something that benefits people, something concrete, not a hypothetical, not hypothetical costs, because the concrete is specialized. You're not going to get a bulk, parking lot concrete is not the same as skate park concrete.
Yes.
The concrete in your house is different from other, it's asphalt. And these are things I've had to learn by talking to these individuals who specialize in this industry.
Okay,
Calvin,
thank you, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jordan.
We all done?
Yes, I'm done.
Yeah. Nobody doesn't want this.
No,
Nobody, as someone who's spent 33 years developing one of the most valuable recreational resources in Martin County, I understand how important this is to families and children. And I saw and continue to see to this day the impact that a great recreational resource can have. But I think Commissioner Clark makes a very good point. I have been involved in these workshops for years and share the frustration people have had in these delays. And I too worry about the resentment of going to say, well, all of a sudden these people show up and boom, here this gets done. I just don't think we need to be that impatient. To say that these additional costs are hypothetical, I don't think that's correct. You're dealing with drainage systems that are going to have to be redesigned. If you look on this, post-construction, a survey of the newly installed improvements would be necessary to integrate these with the existing plans, particularly concerning grading, ADA. Any permits or agreements secured to facilitate the skate park's construction must be incorporated. It just is adding a level of complexity and cost that is unnecessary. It's going to get built. It's finally going to get built. It's budgeted. It's in our budget for next year. And I want to piggyback on your enthusiasm and your impatience to make sure it does get done next year. So I do not see the need to fast track this just for a few more months and run into problems that we can't anticipate at this point. So seeing no additional...
Mayor Rich, may I? May I?
Yes.
This is for Pinal. If we move forward with track 1 versus track 2, I mean, how many months are we talking about saving by doing the skate park first? And I understand people are all for the skate park being first, but designing the skate park, I think, without the entire site together, like Mayor Rich said, I mean, civil engineering comes into play. I'm not sure how that works for drainage, stormwater management, just any of that stuff. That's just my thought process on it. I mean, realistically, how many months of savings are we actually getting? Because how many months?
Okay, so design it could just be extend 1 to 3 months if we want to.
That's it?
1 to 3 months for the design. We've already started talking to them, so it could be less than 3 months for sure. And then as far as construction, obviously the timeline is going to be different for construction, because if you just do the skate park, it's going to be done within a few months after the design's completed. The construction for the overall park is going to take about 18 months. So that's the difference, is the construction. But the design, you're looking at maybe 1 to 3 months that we could get it done.
So we're looking at 1 to 3 months extra for the entire park,
Right.
and then they would start on the skate park first anyway?
Yes.
We could.
I mean, to me, that would make more sense.
It's integrated
To
and move
me,
forward.
if it was integrated, I mean, realistically, and like I said, I fully support it. I know some people in the crowd are here in full support of it, and they want it to start like right now and design it, but it makes more sense to design the entire park for stormwater management, the civil engineering. You're going to know everything that's going there. Yes, we can pull back amenities, but make the skate park the priority to be built first. And realistically, we're only saving 3 months just to move forward by doing the skate park first. It just doesn't make sense to me, unless I can get some clarification from Commissioner Collins. Well, no, if we're talking for the design, so 18 months obviously is from start to finish to where it's turnkeyd, CO'd, right? Yeah. If we design it, and it's obviously being worked on right now with the design process.
Right, we're already 60% design completed.
So we're 60% done, so we're basically going to go change direction to go design just the skate park, and I don't know, to me it makes sense to design the whole project, and then, I mean, if you want to modify the motion maybe to do the skate park first, but wait for the entire thing to be designed.
We have a motion.
I just,
we have a
I
motion
fully
and a
support it at
second.
that point. To me, it just doesn't make sense to have.
But we have to vote
I'm
on
not
the
finished
motion
yet.
we have right
I understand,
now.
but I'm not finished.
Okay.
To me, it makes more sense to design the whole park, like I said, and then make the skate park the priority. And people will be able to utilize the skate park potentially, because what would be the difference between doing it that way versus the motion that's on the floor? I mean, if Commissioner Collins has a
How
response.
would you make the skate park the priority if it's a part of the larger park plan?
So as long as we can address the tree replacement and stormwater as an overall, the whole park project, and if there's some items that are still kind of pending, like FP&L poles that are there, and that's kind of delaying the project, we could have at least the whole design done in terms of trees and stormwater.
But it can't get built
and then we can
until
do it,
all of those other things.
and then we can do the phase 1 as the skate park for construction.
But that's
Yeah,
basically
but it's 3
what I'm
months.
advocating for now. That's what the motion is.
And I totally respect it.
It seems like you're averse to it, though.
Well, it makes sense to design the whole project for development and then put the skate park as the priority once it's designed, right? Go right into construction for the.
Can you not work in tandem with the
I'm
people
going to.
designing the skate park anyway, so it can
I'm
be
going to
fast-tracked
make
and then
sure
they can
that-
work around it? Why is that an
Basically, you're
issue?
saving 3 months by doing the skate park first.
No,
And-
because, hold on, the overall, hang tight, like she's mentioning FPL, there's going to be larger issues with the park that will constrain the ability to actually build the skate park. The skate park can't get built until all that planning makes sense.
You're
Where-
talking like utilities being moved, overhead utilities potentially.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Okay, the point is not to browbeat your other commissioner.
No, we're talking- we're talking-
We've had discussion.
Mayor Rich,
We're talking-
I'm having a healthy
I'm trying to talk.
discussion, though. I really am.
You
I'm
don't have
trying
to
to
cut
have
us
a
off,
healthy
yeah.
discussion with my
Okay.
fellow board members and be
Yes,
very
well-
respectful. My time on the floor, I wasn't finished originally when I was speaking, by the way. I'll bring that up in Commissioner comment at the next meeting about that, how we can fix that. But yeah, that's where I stand on supporting the project. I'm all for it. I'm all for Guy Davis Park for anyone questioning it. I'm familiar with the neighborhood, but that's how I would like to see it done, personally.
So do you see an issue with the current motion on the floor?
I do, because it's putting the priority to go design the skate park and develop the skate park instantly, which I support developing the skate park first, but it makes sense from an elected, position basically to design the whole park. You don't even have to send the rest out for RFP right away. Focus on the skate park then, but at least it's designed. You make it a priority. You're literally saving 3 months, but look at it from a cost-saving perspective too. You might save money.
When you say 3 months, again, you
For
have
the
to wait
design.
for the design. But
Correct.
For it to actually exist would be another 18 months.
Well, no, we would make
Hypothetically,
it.
we don't even know if it's 18 months. It could take 5 years to get this built. We have no idea. And
I don't
that
think it'll-
skate park, we don't know. It's
Yeah.
been 9 years.
I mean, what's another
We
3
hope,
months?
but
Yeah.
you never know what you run into. Where if this gets fast-tracked and happening
Maybe,
now, it gets done.
maybe
Well,
during.
let's at least have one at a time.
And in the meantime, she can be designing, have them working around it. It can be the design phase that's happening progressively can be, this is happening now, but they can be planning for it in the design.
Okay.
I'm just
Thank you,
more
Commissioner
Yeah,
Collins.
I'm more concerned for stormwater management. We already have flooding issues. I mean, imagine if this got designed.
Do you see an issue with that?
I mean, it could potentially. I mean, unless you have surveys done and everything. I don't know what's been done.
We have the surveys done, and
Right.
we could actually, if we design it together, the stormwater could be addressed altogether versus trying to develop it
But if the
separately.
plan was already to have a skate park there, why is it an issue to do it first? Why
Because-
would it be create a drainage issue to just have it be now? Unless it wasn't, was it not
That
planned to
was
be
not
there?
going to be part of the overall design.
Okay.
Those trees, all that would have had to be addressed separately.
Even though that was in that
It was
that
just
plan?
allocated space. And they would be able to tie into the existing drainage that we're going to put in for the overall park, but the trees, all that would be addressed separately.
But the drainage is an issue, not an issue, it's the trees. The
The
could be
trees,
moved.
yeah, the trees is an issue because those are.
But not the drainage. To
Well, the drainage
Commissioner
is
Reed's
also
point.
an issue because if you do the overall park first, we can
Yes.
address the drainage for the skate park. But if you do the skate park first, then it creates an issue for addressing the drainage
What would
alone
be-
for the skate park.
Okay. It would tie into the overall drainage
Right,
versus having it be self-contained.
right.
So
Okay.
it would just be a difference of how you engineered the drainage for that
Right,
particular
which
thing.
could be done
So
as
it
the
doesn't have to
overall.
lean on the overall project, overall Guy Davis drainage, correct?
It would have to, yeah, we would
has-
have to depend on the overall design for the drainage.
Okay, I'm calling for a vote.
Are you, Mayor Rich,
Yes, Commissioner Reed.
are you willing to amend your motion?
It's
Commissioner
not my
Collins?
motion.
I know, I just want to be recognized. I was being respectful, that's all.
What's the amendment?
I'm looking for us to design the entire park, and realistically, it's only adding 3 months according to Pinal. Now, what Pinal could do, every commission meeting, you could keep us updated throughout the process and, make sure there's accountability there by going after whoever's designing it, Calvin, Giordano, and Associates. So you could get updates from them. and you've spoken to them and they say it only adds 3 months,
That's their estimate time.
their
right?
estimate time. So I was just seeing if you were willing to, I understand people have priorities and stuff up here and we're 5 different individuals, but
It's
to
just
me,
that we're saying we're prioritizing the skate park, but we're not. We're just
Well, we
including
are.
it into the overall plan, but there's no way to prioritize the skate park. It's
What
built.
we're doing is we're having a discussion on the motion, and there's been a
Correct.
second. That
So what
either Commissioner Reed is for or he is not for.
Well,
He
we're
has
talking about-
asked you to make an amendment.
Can I talk?
Yes.
I don't need you to clarify what our discussion is for
we're
us.
having a healthy conversation. I feel it's
So,
healthy.
but the nature
Um,
of what you're asking the amendment to be doesn't achieve what, I believe what you're trying to achieve. It's not prioritizing the skate park. It's including it into the overall plan. There is no way to prioritize the skate park
Well, it
once
would
it's
be.
included.
It
Once
would
it's
be
included, it gets built with the rest of the park.
But we can you can modify your motion to make the skate park be built first.
That's what I already motioned.
But
That's
design
exactly
the
what I'm trying to
entire,
do.
but design the entire park is what I'm saying.
It's going to be happening at the same time because she's 3 months away from design being complete on the whole park. What I am motioning is exactly what you're asking for. The park is going to be designed at the same time that this is happening. We're just fast tracking it and doing the skate park now.
Correct. And then we have to tie the skate park
But
into
as soon
the.
as I make that motion amended and I include the skate park in the overall plan, now it just becomes the overall park. It's not prioritized anymore. It's a part of the overall plan.
Correct. Correct. It is part of the overall
So
plan.
it gets built
but-
when the whole park gets built in sometime in
So I
26.
take it you're not willing to amend your motion.
We're still talking.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Commissioner Collins. He asked if you will amend your motion. Will you amend your motion?
He was still talking.
It's still negotiating.
Yeah, I'm just, like I said, the skate park's going to get built first, right? There's no denying that.
No, it may not.
Well,
If it's part of the
if
overall
you
plan.
make
We
your
can get-
motion to do that and say, hey, we want to design the entire park, but when it comes time for construction, that skate park's getting done in the first quarter of next year.
That's
and,
what this is. That's my motion.
but you want to design just the skate park.
The park is getting designed at the same time already. It's in the next 3 months, they're going to be done with the overall park, and it's going to be happening simultaneously, but the skate park will get done first.
Okay.
Do you understand?
So you're telling me the skate park and the overall park's going to be designed at the same time and it's done, turnkey?
But the skate park will get built now because she's already got that she's 3 months away from design on the whole park.
No, it can't be built now.
It can't be built now. It's not designed yet.
The park is going to be getting designed at the same time, but it will start construction if
We're
it's.
just 1 or 3 months away for the whole design to be
Yes,
completed.
but what
So
will happen is
we'll-
the skate park gets built now.
No.
The overall park is
Okay.
done in 2 years.
We can't build the skate park now. It hasn't even been designed yet.
Right, so we
Because
will be
it's gonna
done with
going
the,
through-
Maybe I'm not understanding it,
Yeah,
but
let me clarify.
Yeah, clarify
The
it
skate
for me.
park goes through design for the next couple of months. At the same time, so is the overall park. Okay, they're both going through design. If you marry the skate park to the overall project, it gets completed sometime in 26. If you fast track it and you have it get built now, while this whole larger thing is getting built, this is already built.
Is that true, Pennell?
In 25, we said it was done by
All I know
mid-25, fall 25.
is that we can get the design for the overall park by early 2025. That'll
Right.
include the skate park.
Correct.
That'll
But
include
it
the
won't be
skate park.
built.
But it won't be built until we go off RFP, phase 1,
See?
skate park, and then we could do the overall park improvements as
She should
phase
have
2.
no problem integrating the drainage and all of the design of the skate park with the overall plan. It should be no issue, really.
Right, but that's the delay, 1 to 3 months, because if we're going to integrate it, that's the delay, 1 to 3
Are
months.
you able to?
But this skate park gets built in fall 25 versus sometime in 26, fall 26 or later. Who knows when?
I wish
We
we
could
had, I wish we had a
prioritize-
civil
Already said
engineer
that.
here
We
that
keep
could answer
saying
the
same
question.
thing. I'm calling for a vote. I'm calling for a vote. You've all had more than enough time.
That's where I stand on it.
Okay.
I mean, you can maybe modify the motion.
There's no
and
modification of it.
Maybe bring it up on the
then
next
we'll vote on the
meeting,
motion before us. We've got to move on.
just to find out
Yes?
for the
You have a
engineering.
comment,
That's
Mr.
my-
Baggett?
Yeah, I would just ask that we state or put the motion on the record again, just so it's
Okay.
clear. It's been a
Could you
while.
state it, Madam Clerk?
I have to move forward and advance the skate park and dedicate the $500,000 to the skate park in Guy Davis.
Okay. And it was seconded by?
It was motioned by Commissioner Collins and seconded by Commissioner Giobi.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
It just doesn't make sense to design a skate.
Okay, just yes
Can
or
I?
no?
It doesn't make sense to design just the skate park without designing the rest of the park with it.
That's not the motion.
No.
That's, okay.
He said no.
Did you hear his?
He said no.
Okay.
Yes. Mayor Rich,
No.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi.
Yes.
Oh, so we are fast track.
Motion didn't say fast track, it just said 500,000. Do her job.
All right, so now we're moving on to the addendum, correct, Mr. Baggett? Will you read the?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Will you read the addendum for our consideration, please?
Sure. Resolution number 41-2024.
Why don't we allow
Okay.
some individuals?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Do you want to take a break?
Mayor, I need to take a break, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute recess.
I hope.
Sorry. 7:43, how many minutes?
What?
10-minute
Yeah.
recess? 7:53.
7:53. So, Mr. Baggett, will you please read the addenda item for our consideration, please?
Absolutely. Resolution number 41-2024, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing the mayor to sign an amended interlocal agreement with Martin County providing the responsibilities of the parties in the construction of a passenger rail station on Flagler Avenue, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Okay, before we entertain a motion and a second on this item, because it was mentioned, I just want to point out that a motion to table is not amendable or debatable. So if a motion to table is made, we have to vote on that, and if it would successful, then the item would be moved forward to a date certain, and there would be no public discussion or discussion amongst ourselves regarding that item. So just, if that is something you want to do, think about when
I'm
you
going to go
do
ahead and
it.
start the presentation,
Yeah.
which is fairly limited.
Okay.
Since August 26th, I've been directed by the staff to
Staff?
or not staff, by the commission, to meet with both Brightline and the county and try to renegotiate a new deal. As I pointed out earlier today, I don't have any specific authority from any commissioner as to any individual commissioner having authority to negotiate the deal one way or the other. Commissioner Reed commented on the fact that he was invited to a meeting. That meeting was because I assumed that he had been meeting with Brightline and had questions, and people meet with different commissioners all of the time. In any event, that meeting was not to settle any, there was no document at the meeting. There was nothing to sign off on. But there was a discussion, and in the discussion was the fact that there's a federal-state partnership for state of good repair program that has a due date of December 16th of 2024. And what I did is I said, okay, the commission's directed me to go back and renegotiate the deal. First, one thing is the city had said it was going to pay up to $30 million. So to check that box, I said, okay, let's have the city pay up to $20 million. So that checks that box. Then the city's proposal originally had a parking garage in it, and Facebook said that we were building the parking garage so that we could build lots of apartments. So then I thought, well, gosh, you probably don't want to build lots of apartments because everybody thinks that this is an ulterior hidden plan. So we started moving away from the parking garage, and then at some point with Brightline, it looked like we might be able to build the whole thing without a parking garage, so we took the parking garage out, and then all of a sudden Facebook said that we had done a giant bait and switch and the parking garage was gone. So I had another box I had to check in the negotiation thing, so I said, okay, we'll put a parking garage back in, and this time it'll be two-story parking garage. So it'll be just enough of a parking garage to check the box for the people that say there has to be a parking garage, and just enough not a parking garage to check the box for the people that don't want a parking garage. But it'll still be right around the 200 parking spaces that was originally there. But then I could check that box, so then that's checked. The county maintained throughout the entire thing that they were going to stand by their position. They were going to put in the $15 million and would like to lease the property to the city and have the city enter into a long-term lease with Brightline and have Brightline operate and maintain the system. And then Commissioner Reed had made it fairly clear, both publicly on the dais and in meetings, that he felt strongly about more stops, which led to Mr. Reed, or Commissioner Reed, being invited to this meeting with Brightline, because I don't know how many stops was more. Was it 12, 30? So I thought, let's have Commissioner Reed come to the meeting. During the meeting, Commissioner Reed was discussing with Brightline, and the Brightline appeared to be reaching a consensus. There was no pens out, nobody was signing anything, but it seemed to me, in observing it, that Commissioner Reed was okay with it, and that Brightline was okay with it, and that there would be 8 stops instead of 4. Now, I had another box I could check, because now the people on Facebook that said there were only going to be 4 stops, so it wasn't worth it, now we have another one. I could check the box, so I could move on. And I said, great, That's that. And the terms of the current grant that has to be drafted and submitted by December 16th is up to an 80-20 grant. Well, what does that mean? Well, lots of grants can be 50-50, and lots of grants can be 80-20, and then the people that administer those grants don't necessarily give you the 80. So they want you to put in 20%, and then they give you 80% of the grant. And sometimes they want you to put in 50% of the grant, and then they would give you 50% of the grant. Well, in this particular grant, it's up to 80% of the grant. So what I was proposing is to come here tonight and get the board to discuss and make the proposal coming from the board to the county and to Brightline, saying the city's in for 10 million less than it was before, so it's up to 20 million. The county would still be in for 15. If you add those two together, that's 35 million. But we would apply for this grant, and we'd like to apply for it as an 80-20 grant, which means that we might get $48 million out of the 60 million, because by adding the parking garage and the track improvements, it goes up from 50 million to 60 million. But because the grant's in play, and because you can always, if you don't get the grant, you're not bound. So if the grant gets denied come April, you can go back to Brightline and say, sorry, we didn't get the grant, we're out. So the proposal was dropping it $10 million right up front, apply jointly with the county for the 80-20 grant, and apply for the $48 million for a $60 million station. Brightline has to pay anything over the $60 million, whatever that design cost goes to or whatever ends up happening. If we get the $48 million, the county and the city are owe a total of $12 million. That would be split equally. The city would pay 6 and the county would pay 6. However, part of the proposal was also going to be that the city and county would join forces and go to the state this year and seek state allocations, just like we got for the $500,000 for Guy Davis Park last year. We've gotten more money than that for other projects in the past, and if we're doing it together with the county, we're hopeful that maybe we get a couple $1 million, and we could drop that 12 down to 10 or 9. Then it would be 4.5 each. We would end up getting a train station with 8 stops, a parking garage, all the track improvements, all the economic benefits of the valuation of the surrounding properties go up. Now, I also know that there was some commission discussion at the last meetings about, well, how much did the Boca Raton train station appraise for afterwards? Right now, the parking lot's value is 0. It doesn't generate any money. It's a parking lot and it's owned by the county. It has no tax benefit at all. If in fact this parking lot gets an 8,000 square foot train station built on it, I suspect that it'll have a fairly low value that's not anywhere significant to some of the valuations of even some of the homes in our area. So I've never really considered its tax effect to have any bearing whatsoever on the deal, because the tax effect isn't on the station. The tax effect is on the properties within 2,500 square feet of the station. That roughly half-mile distance around it goes up considerably in value because the businesses do better, people want to live by
Sorry,
it for
where's Mr.
multitude of
Baggett?
reasons.
Where's Mr. Baggett?
He's talking, I don't know.
We're missing people.
Does it matter?
Well, is he indisposed? Okay.
In any event, so the answer to that is the value of the building, number one, if there is taxes and assessments, and there will be because we have a fire assessment that it wouldn't be exempt from, Brightline's responsible to pay. Will it make the city any considerable amount of money? I doubt it, no matter what the tax effect is, but I haven't checked with the property appraiser, but it wasn't taken into consideration when putting the proposal together because it was the tax effect of the surrounding properties. That actually was demonstrated this year because the CRA revenues went up over $1 million from last year's announcement of Brightline to this year. And it wasn't just because of Brightline, but there were people that bought property in downtown area and said to us that it was because of Brightline. In any event, what I'm asking the commission is, we need to make the offer to them. They don't want to make an offer to us, and they're not going to bid against the deal they already had. So the proposal that I was suggesting is that we drop our 30 to 20, the county stays at 15, we apply for the federal-state partnership grant by December 16th. In our offer to Brightline, we say that it's conditioned upon us getting the grant. So if we don't get the grant, we don't pay anything, and we can back out and we're out. Now the question becomes, if we do get the grant, well, again, I don't know how much the grant will be, but I suspect it will be something. If it's the first 30 would be, anything up to 30 would be split equally or would be equal with the county. And then when it got to, if it was anything owed more than 30 by us, the city would pay the extra 5, which is the 20 and 15 proposal that I'm suggesting. So if the grant paid 40% instead of 80%, that means that it paid $24,000, and therefore there was $36,000 that was left to be paid by us toward the station. The number would be 35, so we wouldn't meet it and we wouldn't owe it. We wouldn't have to do it unless Brightline picked up the rest. If it was somewhere in between that, our agreement was we'd go up to 20, county would go up to 15. Again, it's not a binding proposal. It's I'm bringing something back for the commission that checks the boxes of the issues that were raised by the commission at the different meetings. And the reason time is of the essence is because when I talked to the county and when I talked to Brightline, I was hoping to wait until the 28th to be able to present this and have time to talk about it in greater detail individually with everyone. But because of the timing of the grant and being able to get us to make the proposal to the county, get the county and Brightline to be able to accept the proposal, and we can't make application for the grant unless we have a written agreement with Brightline, because you have to have a train station in order to qualify for the grant. So we'd have to have an agreement with Brightline to apply for the grant, which we'd need before December 16th in order to apply for the grant. And if we waited until October 28th, the timing was such that it was highly unlikely that we could get the grant done. However, there was no secrets, there was no hidden agenda. This is the public setting where everybody likes the meetings to take place, and we're here now. So my request would be for the commission to give me some direction as it relates to the grant, give me some direction as it relates to making a counteroffer to Brightline, and essentially deliberate and give me a proposal to present to the county and to Brightline based upon the parameters that I've proposed. And obviously the reason that there's parameters at all is because I've been dealing with lots of people and talking to lots of people about the tolerance or what we can or can't do. And it's hard to make everybody have an agreement. So I've been trying to check as many of the boxes as I can to ultimately present to the commission for you guys to then decide if it's a feasible idea to move forward. The reason I brought it forward was because, number one, it saved $10 million right off the top. Number two, it doubled the number of stops. And number three, it had the parking garage. Number four, this new grant that's available December 16th is a pretty pretty interesting idea that could be very beneficial to the parties involved. And so that's all I've got.
Commissioner Collins?
Mike, where did this agreement originate? Where did this come from?
There isn't an agreement. There isn't one written.
This proposed approach to an agreement. What would you?
It came from me meeting with the city commissioners, me meeting with the county administration, me meeting with Brightline representatives, the meeting with Mr. Reed.
What did we authorize you to come back with when we were up here that last time? Because you said we didn't give you any direction.
It said you directed me to meet with them to try and put back together another deal.
What did we authorize?
Okay, Commissioner Collins, you said you had one
I
question.
do not need you to interrupt me.
No, but
I do not need you to interrupt me.
Discussion, we
I'm
need a
talking
motion
to my.
and a second.
I'm talking to my city manager, and I don't want to be interrupted.
I know that.
What did we
your
authorize you to bring
request
back?
was that
The
Brightline pay
consensus of this.
50%.
The consensus of this commission on that meeting was what?
For me to go negotiate another deal.
No, the consensus of that commission from multiple commissioners was in agreement with what I had said, which was Brightline is going to pay half, the county's going to pay half, and we're going to be responsible.
Mr. Martell,
So
Mr. Martell.
This is
will you
not-
allow us to have a motion in a second prior to having discussion? Is there a motion for this?
I didn't want to make a motion until after we discuss things.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to-
personally.
But as we've spoken, in order to have discussion, we need a motion and a second.
If I make a motion, it's going to be to postpone, which is going to box out public comment.
Well, then that's the
It's
choice.
just gonna be us debating
Then
that
that's the
motion.
choice you're making.
So
to
I'd-
not hear from the public.
Because I want to be able to talk about this without having to. motion to
We
approve
don't
this.
have free-ranging discussions. We have discussions. Commissioner Collins, we talked about this already. You agreed that the ruling is correct. I'm not asking you to vote for it. I'm asking for a motion and a second so that we can hear from the public and then we can discuss it.
I mean, this.
That is all.
This item has no recommended action. This is a D&D. Why can we not discuss it? This has no recommended action. This is not motion to approve on here.
Well, it is, I mean, the addendum is a
It
resolution.
is a resolution.
It's a resolution.
There's no recommended action. This should be a D&D.
Well, the reason it's not a D&D is because I don't have a recommendation as far as what my recommended action is. It's up to the board to make the policy, but it's not a D&D because it's an action item. It was set for the commission to take action. I know that your position was.
I can't motion to approve this. This is not what we authorized you to bring back. The consensus of this commission was not to bring back
Well, I
anything.
think if we have a motion and a second, we can hear what the consensus of the commission is.
I can tell you that I do not have the ability to bring back a Brightline pays 50% of the station. That, I mean, it's never.
You mean you're not authorized to do that?
I don't, not authorized. I don't have the ability. It will not happen. I'm not, you guys are free to make that motion right now and
That's what
present it to
we,
the county.
that's what we did last
But
time,
you
and
didn't
then this is a
need
very
me
different deal in
to
front
do
of
it.
us.
You don't need me at all. If you guys, I can tell you right now, if you motion for Brightline to pay 50% of the station, they will respond just like they did on the May 4th letter to the county and say, no, thank you. They've already done that. They've done it publicly, they've done it individually, they've done it privately, they've done it every time I've spoken to them, they've done it every direction
If
I've
you have
spoken
no
to 'em.
intention on paying your fair share, go to Fort Pierce. If you don't want to be
Commissioner
involved,
Collins,
go to
you may
Fort
not
Pierce.
address the individuals in the audience.
Go to Fort Pierce. We had an agreement for 5 years.
Commissioner Collins,
We had an agreement for 5 years.
is there a motion?
There's not a
If
motion
it's
on
the
it.
county and the city pay for all of this and you guys are off the hook, no.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to table it for the next city of, now, you're gonna let me finish? Now, we can discuss it if there's a motion, correct?
No, I told you.
No,
A
we can't
motion
discuss
to-
this at all.
A
We can,
motion
we can discuss
A
it.
That's why I'm
motion
here,
To
is to
table
dis-
is not amendable or debatable.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It is
Hold on.
not.
Hold on, hear from your city attorney. Yes, it is.
Because I want to discuss it, so
Yes,
how,
we can.
Can I suggest motion to approve with certain conditions, which would amend what has been proposed or attached to the agenda item. You can make amendments to it.
Is a motion to table amendable or debatable?
A motion to postpone it.
Will you allow him to?
A motion to postpone it.
A motion to postpone would be to postpone, you would discuss whether to postpone it to the next meeting.
But he made a motion to table.
Yeah, but you wouldn't discuss the merits of the motion.
Correct.
You'd discuss the postponement.
So how do we achieve discussing the agenda item now?
Just make a motion.
You can make,
To approve.
Make a motion to discuss it?
no, you can make,
Approve and then a second.
so you heard.
Then we vote.
you're-
And then,
That's
but the
not what
most
I want to
important
do,
thing
so,
is here, we hear from the public.
Mayor
Fine.
Rich,
Yes.
may I? Lee Baggett, how do we get a discussion on this agenda item? How do I achieve that as a board member? Thank
Well-
you.
There's a proposed amended interlocal agreement with terms and a resolution that's attached to the agenda item. If you don't like the way it's phrased, you can do a motion to approve, subject to this conditions or these amendments to what's attached to the
How
agenda
do I
item.
achieve having a discussion on this agenda item
That's,
without the conditions you're talking about? Basically, just to have a healthy discussion amongst 4 other board members and the public if they have comments on it. How do I achieve that while I'm sitting here?
You don't.
if you're going to motion to table it, there's going to be no discussion on the merits of the agenda item brought before you. It's going to be whether or not you're going to postpone it to another date certain or an indefinite date. If you want it to be discussed, you can do a motion for approval and a second, and then you get it discussed. But that doesn't mean you have to vote to approve it. A second option, which I've mentioned, is you could do a motion to approve, but hey, I don't like this term. I want this term changed. And then if that motion is seconded, and it could be maybe terms that you like better than what's in here,
Yeah,
then that
so-
can be discussed,
So
if it's seconded.
So Lee, so what I could do is I could make a motion, right? And you can discuss it, but you can also, could I withdraw my motion then? And then you can also make another motion to table it once we discussed it? Because that's what I'm trying to achieve, by the way, is have a healthy discussion.
You can make a motion to
while I'm up
table
here.
at any time.
No, he's saying a motion to approve.
So if there's a motion and a second, then we hear from the public.
I wanna
Then
achieve
we
a
can discuss
discussion
it.
and however I can
Then we
achieve
can discuss
With
it.
us paying no money, you could move forward.
But to have a discussion and ask Brightline representatives questions.
Sure.
Now we can't.
Make a motion to approve the resolution with us paying $0.
Oh, I have other things in here.
I mean,
but-
whatever
then-
terms you want, but at
then
least you can
Adam.
move forward. At least it's a motion on the floor to have the discussion.
Mr. Mayor, can, sorry, oh, you're still speaking, Mr.
I'm finished. I
Commissioner
want to have a
Clark, go ahead.
discussion, and I want to
Okay.
figure out how to achieve it.
Okay. Commissioner, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
with regard, Mr. Lee, has Mr. Baggett read,
Yes,
Mr.
he read
Mortel
it.
made a presentation. I wasn't sure if Mr. Baggett had read the.
Mr. Baggett read it.
Okay, that's fine. It's been a little while here. With regard to resolution number 41, 2024, I make a motion that we approve this, this item as presented, including any changes that we may have during our discussion on this matter.
It's a little open-ended, but, okay. Is there a second?
Just trying.
I'm passing the gavel to Commissioner Collins. And I second that motion.
Now,
Comment.
you could take over the agenda item as the presiding officer, and you can take public comment, or you can deliberate among the board, however you want to handle it.
Go ahead.
That's you.
Yeah, no, I'm saying go ahead with your comments, your
Well-
discussion. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Let's go through my list. I want to make it very clear, I'm not against Brightline per se as much as the people in the, are you going to let me speak? Thank you. I'm not against Brightline per se. I have a bunch of things. I've actually been working on this for the last 45 days, by the way, and I believe I might be the only one that's called Brightline more times than I can count. I haven't gotten any of my own personal stuff done or my own professional stuff done, by the way, regardless of what people think in the crowd that are in attendance, by the way. And I think we've worked diligently to get a better deal for the public as well. One thing I will say is I'm still trying to get contact information for the Florida Department of Revenue, since they're the ones that will do the appraisal on this site, by the way, because it's a centrally assessed property, so it wouldn't be done through Martin County Property Appraiser's office. I have had discussion with Jenny Fields multiple times about it over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. She hasn't been able to get a hold of someone at the Florida Department of Revenue so I can get questions answered. I did find a Florida state statute, and they assess it based off of track miles, I believe, in the county that it resides in. I did send an email out this afternoon to the email address that Jenny Fields gave me. So that's why I was looking for a healthy discussion and get it tabled to the end of the month once I had these questions answered. I'm trying to do my due diligence throughout this entire process, and I will say I'm the only elected official that asked that question, and Jenny Fields' office says she's had multiple phone calls over the last 30 days, by the way, about that since I made it. No other board members, whether at the city or the county, asked that question. Also, I wanted to get clarification on when Tri-Rail was running experiments through the city of Stuart, was this before or after the comp plan being amended to gauge interest in a train station? And where was that study located at the city of Stuart?
It was never Tri-Rail, it was Amtrak. And Amtrak ran, the most recent addendum to the comp plan was in 2010, or it was 2011 based upon the 2010 census and the EAR amendments, but the Amtrak was either 2007 or 2008. However, return of passenger rail was in the comp plan from, I know, as far back as the 90s, but the specific language of downtown was added to the comp plan in 2011. The Amtrak was to run a line on the FEC from Miami to Jacksonville, and then Amtrak had another connection in Jacksonville that would go to Washington, D.C., I believe, is where it went from there.
Do we know what year that was done,
2007 or 8.
Okay, and we have that somewhere in the...
I do. I mean, we have a lot of stuff on it, but the train station design that we did was in 2011 that showed that site as a transit depot. But that wasn't done when Amtrak came through. They literally just stopped right here in front of 2nd Street. There was no station design done for it, or it never got that far because I think it was 2008, and then in 2009 the economy, somebody flipped the light switch off, and so it kind of just went away with the recession. But the 2010-11 was when the city designed the transit center and the train station on that 2-acre site next to the courthouse. And they also had designed a 48,000 square foot building to be built next to the baseball fields because the city was trying to get Martin County to keep the property appraiser and the tax collector downtown at the courthouse complex. And so that's where that design came from. And it has been attached to the prior agenda items, and I'm happy to provide it to you. And I have it available, and I'll email it to you tonight, as a matter of fact. But that design was presented.
Am I allowed to ask Brightline any questions?
I think there's somebody here.
So I was going through my notes as well, and I know the city, I don't have a say-so in the county, but the city I do. I know originally the obligation was $30 million. I know Mike had put it in here at 20. I know George Stokes, he presented at the county, and with these grants, it would reduce the cost $3 to $6 million for the city and $3 to $5 million for the county. Would Brightline be willing to reduce us in that range between 3 to 6 million at, say, 5 million at the city's contribution, because that was originally what was presented from the county to the public, by the way.
Yep. Good afternoon, or good evening, Commissioners, and my name's Brian Kronberg, Senior Vice President of Development and Construction for Brightline. So yes, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Reed, for our ongoing discussions over the last month. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come see what the stations in West Palm are like, what they're like in Boca, ride the train, really experience this system. It means a lot to us that you took the time to do that. As it relates to reducing the commitment, what you guys have tonight is really an interlocal between the city and the county. So as Brightline, sure, if the motion that you wanted to make tonight was to reduce it to 5 million, we would support that, and we would, just like we said before, work with the city and the county to pursue a grant and do the best that we collectively can to get a Brightline station here. So short answer is yes, we would.
So going from 30 million to 5 million at the city contribution.
You did a great job.
Also, Merry Christmas, by the way, to my fellow board members. Was it 8 north and 8 southbound, or was it 8 total? Because it's used very loosely, that term. It really is.
So the related to the train stops, what we discussed was the current commitment in our settlement agreement with Martin County is that we have a minimum of 4 total trains, 2 northbound and 2 southbound. What you had asked me, and I thought it was a good idea, and we agreed with, is to test the system in the first 3 or 4 months, running more trains to really determine what the demand would be. So we would double what we previously had a minimum threshold for, and we would start with 8 total trains, 4 north and 4 south, really determine what the need is, what hours the people and visitors of Stuart are coming to, and we would adjust our service based on that. We would still maintain that minimum 4 trains a day within our ultimate lease that hopefully we would enter into. But at the initial onset, we would increase the number of stops so that we can really understand demand.
Now, would Brightline be willing to have this be discussed further on down the road in the lease? Like, if the city felt differently than Brightline, like, say, 10, 15, 20 years from now, and we disagree on it, we know we have the minimum, but is that something that can be modified or discussed at a later date? Because to me, that would make sense if it's a true public-private partnership.
Yeah, I think ultimately everything comes down to...
I think negotiations matter, for sure.
To what the words say. So I'm certainly open to hearing what your thoughts are on that.
Okay. I mean, if there's something, I know Lee's the attorney, I don't know. Also, I had another question. This was something I thought of to further protect my constituents that I represent on a deal like this. Is it possible to have something, because I understand you're going to dictate ticket prices, and I understand Brightline's business model throughout my due diligence process. Your goal and objective is long haul, meaning you want to go from Miami to Orlando, Jackson, you know what I mean? The long haul, and the city is a short stop. As far as ticket prices, I'm just thinking of numbers, right? We're halfway between Orlando and Miami. So if a ticket cost $100 to go from Miami to Orlando, what if you charged us $90 just to get to Miami? Like, if there was a percentage, like we were half of what a ticket cost was between Miami and Orlando, and the city of Stuart was half of that, because we are in the middle, right? To me, that's feasible, and it also protects the constituents, because I know ticket prices were a huge concern. And I feel as if there might be a way to achieve that strategically between both of us. If we're negotiating, I definitely think there's something there.
Sure. So we're, I would say, like all of our stations, first, I'm on the development and construction side, so I don't get into the operations, and there's a whole team of people that set ticket prices. What I would say, though, is consistent throughout the company. We want to price this and market it where people buy the tickets and ride the train. So we're not gonna do something silly and put a price on it that prohibits people from actually taking the train. So again, not my area of expertise,
understand.
but we would do the right thing in terms of what the appropriate ticket cost is, just like we've done at all the other stations.
Correct. But it would make sense to further protect the constituents. I mean, it really would, right? If you had a ticket price that cost $100 and you wanted to charge someone from the city to go to Orlando the same price, that just would be, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It was just a thought.
not my area of expertise.
But it's something that can get clarified, and that's where I was, directing my fellow board members. A lot of this stuff should be discussed. The city manager could modify it. My other board members could provide comment. I mean, look, you just went from 30 million to 5 million, by the way, for the city of Stuart. So that's huge. That's why it's a healthy discussion. It was originally 30 going to 5. I mean, come on.
He needs to clarify.
Commissioner? Yeah, I have questions.
Can we ask for clarification?
Yeah, I'm finished for now. I'll listen to my other board members.
Commissioner Collins?
But I will say I don't plan on voting on it tonight. I just wanted to get clarification on all this stuff. To me, it makes sense. Like I said, I still have my due diligence period. I have questions that are still not answered that I've been working at since August 26th. And in order to do my job, I have to have all the resources and tools available to make a sound decision. And I just wouldn't feel right doing that without having these things answered. Thank you.
So just for clarification, with the 30 million to 5 million thing, I don't know if you want to, there's some confusion about what you're saying.
He's saying he's not voting on it tonight anyway, so there isn't any 30 million to 5 million. There's just discussion.
There's a statement Brian just
Listen,
made.
maybe restate that.
Yeah.
So in the original RFP, the city was responsible for 30 million. It was signed, we rescinded it, but it was 30 million. I believe in this packet, it's mentioning 20 for the interlocal agreement, I believe, and they're willing to do 5 in the interlocal.
I don't think he
It's not
agreed
me.
to that.
He's not saying
No,
that.
no. The specific question that I know what Commissioner Reed is after is if the county maintains their 5, would Brightline
15.
be, or 15, sorry, would Brightline be okay with the city putting in 5? And my answer was yes. And the reason it's yes is because as Mr. Mortel mentioned, city, county, and Brightline are going to pursue a FSP grant. It needs to be submitted by either the city or the county. As Mr. Mortel mentioned, it's usually an 80-20 split. On a project like this, that's approximately, let's say the grant went in for $60 million, it would be 48 million federal if you were successful in getting 80%, and 12 million local match. The local match would be it would be 12 million total, but again, if you have the county at 15 and the city is at 5, you're at 20, which is in excess of the 12 million. City and the county would then
you're
figure
talking
out a
net.
split.
Net dollars.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Did that clarify it?
Prorated to net.
Did you understand what he
Yeah, the city's obligation is capped at 5. The county, I have no say-so. I have no,
Get the grant.
I believe, right? The 15 million, yeah.
The county, when negotiating and discussing it with you as well in that
Yeah.
secret meeting.
Please, Mike, please, come on, come on.
I mean, it wasn't a secret meeting is the point, but
That clearly bothers him.
I mean, I'm sitting
well, I
up here and I'm trying to be so respectful to everybody. I mean, I'm not Mike Tyson, but I could be.
The city has never tried to not be anything but transparent. The reason for this meeting tonight was to get it in front of everybody so we could have the discussion, not to hide it and wait until the 28th of October and say, it's too late, it's the last minute, you got to vote on it. And so the discussion was that the county said, and has said all along, we're sticking with our original deal. We're sticking with the interlocal agreement, the amended interlocal agreement that we didn't send them over, that was them sending it, them doing 15. They're not changing that. So they haven't really switched around anything. And so the question they had for us is the city going to make any offer to us at all? And I said, I don't know. I'll put it on the agenda. And they asked me to put it on the agenda for tonight, so I did.
So the county asked you to put it on?
Yeah. At the EOC Center when we were waiting for the storm to come in on Wednesday.
Commissioner Collins?
Commissioner Collins?
You know, when you start giving directions to private businesses, you need to tread very carefully, because that's not what governments want to do. And Mr. Norberg, I'm sorry, could you? I would assume that if there is demand, you will have more stops.
Absolutely.
That's
And
right.
we
They
have
are
been-
business. Their costs are going to be incurred to create the station. So the cost to them to make additional stops is negligible, nominal. So if we have the demand in our community, which I think we will, I'm sure they will be happy to add more stops. And the city does not want to get in the business of telling people how much they should charge to run their operations, because that's a road you don't want to start down. And it's up to them to make their business successful, not up to us.
And I should say, I mean, Commissioner Reed has been working with the staff and has been coming in regularly and meeting in City Hall and talking to us. And the meeting that we had with the county and Brightline was really to get Commissioner Reed in front of them to talk about the number of stops and to see if they could reach some consensus on it. And I got the impression, and he's obviously stepped out of the room for a minute, but I got the impression that there was some consensus by him on that issue. I don't know about the rest of the details, but on that alone.
It's progress. Going from 4 to 8 is great.
But the problem really is, though, the timing of it is that if you miss that December grant, the opportunities become more limited.
Well, there'll be another grant cycle next year. We have 4 years. It seems like a little bit of artificial urgency. It was kind of a last-minute thing with this grant.
Not at all.
There's no doubt that it's kind of a last-minute thing with the grant, and that it was brought to my attention within the last couple of weeks. But there's also, no matter what, by going this grant route, it already delays the station from opening roughly 19 months from when it was originally going to open. If we missed the December cycle and waited till the following December, you'd be looking at another 12, so you'd be looking at 27, 19 plus 12 is 31 months out of the 5-year window, and I don't know that Brightline would stick around for that. Again, we'd have to wait and see.
And I want to let Commissioner Giobbe speak, but that was the direction from this commission. That was one of the things that I had said, is waiting for the new county commission that will be in there in weeks to be able to weigh in on it.
And they actually would be,
Right.
because it would, I mean, at the timing of it is right now, we haven't, they're not going to bring the offer to us. We have to do an offer and bring it to them.
This ILA
Right.
would sit in front of the existing county commission and be signed.
The grant application would have to be in front of the new county commission, I would assume. I mean,
But this ILA would get signed by,
I don't know.
well, it would. That's
Right.
the rush.
Again, I don't know if the county's already voted on the terms that they were sticking with or not. They may have already voted on the 15, and it doesn't matter about the ILA or not, because whether we're in on it or not, if the 15 is something they already voted on, they may have already voted on it. They're not subjecting or suggesting any change to their agenda or anything, and my consideration was more to get the information from you guys.
Thank you. Okay, first I want to say, I cannot believe, this is what we want. Transparency, talking to you, talking to Brightline, talking among ourselves. It has been a difficult night to get to this point, and we need to do something about that, because we can't get anything done if we can't speak to each other. That's number one. Number two, I just want to clarify, I read what you sent, Mike, and it said that we had a reduction from 20 from 30 million down to 10 million down to 20 million. So it was, instead of the
Reduction of
30
10.
million, there was a reduction of 10, okay? I'm not a financial person, but I do know basic math. At the end of the day, the last sentence says now it's going to cost us 60 million. So I really don't understand where, that is what it says.
So
Right.
the station is going to cost 60 million. The proposal is that the most that the city would put in is 20, no matter what. We would apply, no, the county puts in 15. We would
Okay.
apply for this grant. The grant could be up to 48.
Right, could be is the question.
Right. If we
Okay,
don't
could
get the
be.
grant, the
Right,
offer is
well,
that if we don't get the grant, then the deal's
okay,
off.
It doesn't say if we, it says if we get the grant. We could get the grant to 20%, which means
Right.
then we're on the hook for 80%.
No, 20, total of 20. That's what that's what it said. The most we would be on the hook for is 20. That's our offer, would be 20. That's where that 20 came from. That was the cap.
Okay, so even if the grant only came in and gave us 20,
If the grant gave $1,
then.
the city was only paying 20.
Okay, all right, that wasn't clear there, okay. And then you made a statement about the city, or you, well, when you were discussing about the garage. Okay, at some point, I met with the wonderful people from Brightline also, and I read that two-page letter from March. It was Brightline who decided that we didn't need a garage, and that 30 million that used to be for the garage, now the sentence changed to go to the station. So it wasn't us who decided that a garage wasn't needed, it was actually Brightline.
So, Commissioner, with all due respect, we never made that determination. I never said we were not doing a parking garage. All that was said was that we were going to, we can't start design on the project until there's action by the city and the county, which we thought we had. Ultimately,
And I understand that.
For the past is the past. Today,
Right.
to clarify things, we have committed to building a two-story parking garage.
Okay, so we now have the garage. So the 60 million includes the 15, it's the total amount for the city and the county?
The 60 is the total, the county's 15.
The total's 20.
The city is 20.
Okay.
35 is the total contribution from the city and the county. The station will cost 60, so we have to apply for this grant. If we don't
Okay.
get the grant,
Okay,
then we say, deal's off. We find out in April, and we say, look, it didn't work. We shake hands and go separate ways, and it didn't work out. Sorry. Yeah, we tried, and it didn't work.
okay. There's this mention, too, about the fact that there's rail expenses. It doesn't say timeline. Are we responsible for rail repair for 10 years?
No, they're responsible for the maintenance and operation of the station.
Of the station?
Well, of all of them, we don't run the railroad tracks at all. They're responsible for the tracks.
One,
That's theirs.
Commissioner, I'll clarify if it
Okay.
was confusing. This is really only the capital costs that we're talking about. The future ongoing maintenance, once that is, once the station is operational, all the trains, Brightline maintains them. All this station that we're talking about, Brightline maintains it. All the track work, Brightline maintains
Maintains
that
them, okay.
at no cost. Yes.
Okay, all right. I don't think there was anything else. That was it. Oh, just in reference to the fact that we're at this deadline, I have to be honest, we have county and city, brilliant people, and I've done some grant writing, and there isn't anything that says we couldn't get a grant done if in the middle of November, we decided we're going to go forward, and that grant, I'm sure that you've worked on some of those grants, and some of them have already been done, and you just submitted on the 15th of December.
I don't disagree at all,
Okay.
except for when I was speaking to the county on Wednesday, and they said to me that they wanted me to put it on the agenda and move forward because they didn't see me getting any additional information between Wednesday and the 28th of October, and they said that, time was not on their side. They wanted as much time as they could have, because if they, honestly, I think they think the city's not going to actually do anything.
I think the city wants to do something. It has to be beneficial for us. It has to be beneficial for everyone involved.
I get new information every day on this project.
Yeah, I mean,
But I mean, I think that could go on forever, though. We could always
Correct.
get more information.
I get it.
Commissioner Giovi, are you,
I'm sorry, I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner.
is there other comments?
There was one I was looking at in the, Mayor Rich, may I?
Actually,
Oh,
Commissioner Collins is running the meeting.
oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Commissioner Collins, thank you. With the lease terms, I've looked at that, and I didn't know, nobody can foresee the future, I guess, right? So there's a 40-year with a renewal option. What if it was a 20-year term and 3 renewal options? You're still going to achieve your 80, but at least we're not bound for 40 years per se, and I'm not sure where you feel on that.
Look, if it's mutually, we negotiate a deal and you want to shorten the term of the lease, like, let's talk about it.
Because this is negotiating, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
been very healthy, and that's what I'm going for from August 26th meeting.
We're all for if you want to do something like that.
And that's why I wanted to discuss it, by the way.
We
Yes,
don't
Mike.
own the land.
Not yet.
Right, but the term of the term of the lease was set by the county.
Gotcha.
And so that would probably be something we'd want to take up with the county, because what they were doing is transferring the land to us to enter into a lease to fulfill this
Right.
desire on their land.
Correct.
But are
So
they dictating
Because
the
these
terms
grants,
after
these grants,
at the end of the-
especially for,
At the end of the lease, it's going to revert back to the county. So if you shorten it to 40 years, it would revert back to the county at the end of 40 if there's no lease for passenger rail. Passenger rail ends in 40 years.
yeah, I mean, 40, 80, yeah, I get what you're
I
saying.
mean, I'm not sure why we would, but the point of that is that it goes the other way. I also do have the minutes from the meeting, and it.
Which
Commissioners-
meeting?
From the 23rd. The Commissioners' discussion included the Brightline Agreement emails to received upcoming direction and parking. City Manager Mortel reviewed the direction given from the board, that he is to communicate with Brightline that the city will pay for the parking necessary to comply with the RFP if Brightline pays half of the station and track work. And I conveyed that to Brightline, and they said no.
When this RFP was sent out last December, how did the board members vote on that RFP that was submitted to?
4-1.
4-1. Gotcha. I think that's all I have for now. That's why I was saying I wanted a healthy discussion. It go on the next one. You know, like I said, I'm trying to do as much due diligence as possible. I hope people in the crowd respect it. I know some people don't like it or might not agree with it because they want something answered right now. I don't want to get into a discussion kind of like the whole skate park thing. Trying to just go as fast as possible. I guess I move very methodical and slow, and I make sure I look up things. I speak with staff, Mike, Lee, just so I'm informed. That's my job. I want to be as good as possible while I'm representing you. I think it should be respected to some degree. I understand people won't always agree with maybe the way I do things, but at least I'm very transparent. I have no problem answering phone calls. If you shoot me an email, make sure you include your phone number. It's just the easiest way to get a hold of me. I'm a phone call person, not an emailer, by the way. That's it for now, I think, until I get my questions answered from the state. Plus, I'll look at that one study that Mike had that was in the last agenda packet. And then, you know, something else, if for say it did go through and we apply for the grant, we wouldn't be designing the station before the grant was approved? Maybe someone can clarify that as well.
Yep. So nothing happens. So in a month ago, or when we had the lease, we were going the day after we signed the lease to hire designers, engineers, and immediately go into design and project development. Now, if you and the county decide to pursue a grant, we work like hell over the next 60 days to get this grant in, which I don't know people that are doing these in 30 days. These sometimes take many, many months to do. It's already tight if we started tomorrow. But we're happy to just start tomorrow. If this continues to push, it just makes it that much harder and a less compelling grant application that ultimately gets submitted.
One more question for you.
But in terms of the design, no, nothing happens in terms of the design until there is a grant in place and grant agreements are signed.
With this grant, it might be for Brightline or Mike, we would be applying, so are we the one registering our organization in the federal government system? Or do we already have an account registered?
do.
Gotcha. So that bypasses the month time frame, because I'm looking at the time frame, by the way.
It's not the ID number. We have a grant ID. It's the actual drafting of the grant and providing the details of the grant and meeting all the criteria of the grant.
So we haven't submitted the application yet for
Nothing.
this grant, correct? So we
Yeah,
have that, and then you receive a tracking number, 4 to 5 months, you work
but-
with FRA
right.
to complete the required document, all
If
that.
you get the grant.
If you
Right.
get it,
So
correct.
we can't apply for the grant
Without
unless we
something.
have a train station, because the grant is for a train station. So we have to have a deal with a train operator in place in order to apply for the grant, because we miss one of the primary elements of the grant if we don't have a deal in place with Brightline first. So it's not like we get to apply for the grant in December without a deal with Brightline and say, well, we might get a train station. We have to have that in advance and done. So in order to do it, we have to formulate what we're willing to propose, present that to the county and get them to agree with it, then make revisions to the lease with Brightline that has already been drafted and bring it back for us to vote on again to make sure that it gets done, and then it goes forward to start doing that. Now, with Thanksgiving,
I
there's one,
understand.
we're like one meeting, we could miss it. I mean,
There's a-
again,
No,
I'm
I
not-
understand, and I know there's $1 billion in this grant, right? It's $1 billion?
Correct.
It's huge. There's grants happen all the time, I do understand that. I just don't want to feel the pressure per se, right? I just stepped into this role on August 26th. I've been here for a month and a half, and I feel as if I've achieved quite a bit, actually, on it to fully understand it and to hopefully get things clarified. But yeah, I do have unanswered questions still, and I did get some of them answered, some clarified. And I'm sure it helps staff and board members if they have any input besides what I've contributed. I'd love to hear it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Collins. This question's for Mike. Mike, with this came the exhibits, and there's 3 parcels of land.
Yes.
And could you just explain the parcels of land?
Well, if you look at thinking of aerially looking down on the space, there's actually 3 parcels of land that make up the square parking lot that's adjacent to the tracks on the west side of Flagler Avenue. So all 3 parcels equate to the 2.3 acres that is currently a parking lot between the Flagler Railroad and Flagler Avenue, across the street from the baseball fields.
Okay, so this would be this includes the train station property, which really currently belongs to the county.
That's what those,
That
that's what
is
that is.
those 3 parcels,
That's
okay.
what that is. It's the parking lot there.
The parking lot and the station.
Well, it's currently a parking lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
and we're going to pave over it. No.
No, it's already paid.
Yeah.
Commissioner Collins, may I?
Thank
May
you.
I?
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say as well, I mean, whether there's a parking garage there or not, or surface level, I was fine with either. I mean, obviously, from an eyesore perspective, I'd rather have surface level parking. And speaking with staff as well, it's hard to have a parking garage without having paid parking in downtown. So, thank you.
Commissioner Rich, Mayor Rich.
Yeah, I would just like to say congratulations, because it seems, as City Manager Mortel said, you accomplished what you wanted. The city.
It's called negotiating.
I'm sorry, did you want to finish your remarks? Our indebtedness, the cost to the citizens of Stuart is reduced by $10 million. I don't care who's paying that $10 million that we don't have to be. The only thing that's important to me is what the city owes. We are having now covered parking, which, you know, I always wanted that, so I'm very happy to see that we accomplished that. And we have the additional trips, and I am very confident that if there's greater demand, Brightline will provide a greater number of stops. And we have the contingency of the grants, which is huge. It protects us going forward. I'm just reading here. Here's the city of Cocoa, who received the award at the same time we did. They're looking at a total station cost of $75 million. It says the city of Cocoa got $5 million in grants. The Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization got $15.5 million in grants. Brightline paid $3.2 million for land, and the federal government is up to $49 million in federal funding. So the federal government is anxious to provide grant money for exactly this type of project. This grant, Mr. Martell, it like describes our project exactly.
I agree.
And so if we lose this opportunity, I mean, we could well have to admit at some point that for $6 million, so I say declare victory like you should, and let's move forward. But I certainly hope we can hear from the public at some point this evening.
Commissioner Clark?
Either Mr. Baggett or the clerk, have you found any information from what although I hear that he's not going to vote tonight, but for the motion that's there and for our ideas to add to it, is there anything else that's been added to?
No, I would think you would need to amend your motion because it was somewhat
Right.
vague and to have the discussion.
Okay, so
I
I'm
would-
saying I want to do
would
that. I
amend
want to
your
make,
motion.
yes, I want to make sure that, although, you're going to have your time to speak, but have you heard anything at this point? Did you clarify the 8 trips?
Yes, they were.
Okay,
That's in the agreement.
yeah. And the amount is going to be based on the.
We could
up
always
to-
modify the
yeah.
trips, right? We could renegotiate once it's done, further down the road, 10 years from
Further down the
now.
road is fine.
That could be in there to negotiate if, right? So,
I just want to have something clear moving forward after my comments, your comments, Commissioner Collins, that we're making sure that we're adding relative information that can go back in an agreement.
The ambiguity that remains outstanding is that Commissioner Reed asked the representative from Brightline whether they would accept $5 million instead of 20 as our top number. And of course, it's not Brightline that would be accepting that, it would be the county. So it doesn't really matter whether they would or wouldn't. It's now kind of an open discussion as to whether the board is seeking to make the offer to the county at $5 million or whether they're making the offer at 20.
Was that all of your comments?
Yeah.
Okay. So, to come back to this, I appreciate, Mike, your clarification that this came from the county. That does make more sense to me now because with the 2018 settlement agreement, you have Brightline paying for half of the station and track work, and you have the county paying for half of the station and track work. So basically, any dollars that come from the city are going to help relieve the county with some of that. But what is in front of us, I know you're saying it's not an agreement, but it is an amendment to the interlocal agreement for the mayor to be able to execute, right? This is not what we authorized you to bring back. So I can understand that the county would offer this up because it's going to be a better deal for them at our expense. But this is not what we asked to be brought back. And I can also sense this, what I would call artificial urgency with a grant that I didn't even know existed until Friday. But all of a sudden, this is all going to fall apart if we don't do this. Part of the direction that we gave was also to be patient and wait for the new commission to come in so that they can be able to have a piece of this. This is eerily similar to what happened with this commission before the 2 new commissioners came in as well. The meeting before they were to take their seats, you had a signed agreement that they really could have no piece of. So I think that is, and I know that more people than me feel this way, is betraying the voters, I can't think of another word than betrayal. It's a slap in the face to the people who voted for, they did not like the direction. And I'm sure Harold Jenkins and Doug Smith would really like to have this in front of them so that they could sign it and feel like they could ride off into the sunset. But I don't think it's fair to Eileen Vargas and Blake Capps, and I don't think it's fair to the people who voted for them, you know? So when I said, you know, go to Fort Pierce, right? It's charged up language, but I'm glad you're here because I want to actually talk to you. You know, I'm having to go through Mike. You know, I'm glad I can talk to your face. What is the issue with Brightline paying half and us upholding the settlement agreement from 2018, which, whether it's the 2018 agreement, whether it's the previous ILA, or the RFP response that we sent in, all showed Brightline receiving its proportionate amount of grants along with the county?
Yeah, so first off, Commissioner Collins, certainly didn't appreciate the comment that you directed at me an hour ago.
Understand my frustration too.
Secondly, we have reached out to you to meet, just like we did with Commissioner Reed, Giobi, Commissioner Clark, and Mayor Rich.
That's what I'm asking is, what is the issue with upholding the 18 settlement agreement more than the feelings?
The point, these aren't feelings,
Yeah.
these are facts, that we tried to meet with you.
I'm asking about the agreement, not about meeting with me.
So I'll answer that now. I needed to say what I said first so that the public and everyone else knows that we attempted to meet with you. And
I've talked with Ally. I've not met with any of you.
And we have been consistent over the since December, when we put out December of last year. We have already invested over $230 million that facilitates Martin County and Stuart tapping into this transportation network. In addition, we are on the hook, as I mentioned again to Commissioner Giobi, for all the future ongoing maintenance associated with that. That is
because it's your business.
That is
but what
our
I'm
business.
asking is related to the agreement that we've had for 5 years with you guys that changed in March.
When you guys pave roads in front of companies and in front of buildings,
When we
you're
were-
you're improving those businesses. How is that any different?
Because we had an agreement for 5 years that changed when you sent that letter to us saying that you wanted that TOD land, which thankfully Mike didn't give you, and secondarily, that you wanted out of that 50%. And I am confused why we are not upholding that deal. And I know there's a lot of desire to have a station here no matter what, but I believe that you guys should fulfill your end of the bargain so that we can move forward. This is all so difficult because you guys changed the deal in March of this year.
Commissioner, you have an opportunity, as Commissioner Reed did, to potentially get a Brightline train station for $5 million.
Stick to the focus. I'm talking about.
I mean, you could ask for zero, Commissioner Collins. I mean, I'm here, and I'm not voting on it tonight either way,
Right.
unless it's tabled regardless.
The direction that this commission gave to engage with you guys to come back with a deal, we very much were clear with what we wanted to see, but my city manager is telling us that he cannot achieve that because of Brightline, and it's being punted to us with 3 days' notice. 3 days' notice, there's mass confusion up here because he's telling us that you're not willing to do that. So is Brightline willing to fulfill that 2018 settlement agreement where you pay for half the station and track work, the county pays for half the station and track work, and we can focus on the parking, which was the plan for 5 years until March?
I don't think there's any confusion up here. I've answered every question.
I asked you just one right now.
And the answer is zero. We're not putting in any capital towards this project, Commissioner.
So you have no skin in the game, but you want us to carry that. Do you see how that is not a public-private partnership? That is you guys having zero skin in the game and all the liability being on us, and hopefully grants come through. That is what changed.
You couldn't
Brian.
be further from the truth, Commissioner.
That is exactly what happened. Tell me the lie. Show me the lie.
Zero skin in the game.
With the agreement related to 2018 settlement agreement. I'm not talking about you overall operating your business. I'm talking about the agreement we've had since 2018.
Commissioner, this isn't productive, so.
So you're not willing to put any capital in?
I said zero, no. I said no. Couldn't
So
have been any more
understand
clear.
why I say go to Fort Pierce. Because if you're not willing to have a partnership with us, then you're putting the liability on us. And if we're not in a partnership, go to Fort Pierce.
So, and if you want to vote no for $6 million to have a Brightline station, that is, you're
If
sitting
you
up
have
there
that
and
much
I'm
faith
over
in
here.
those grants, then you put skin in the game. You guys uphold your end of the deal. Yeah, I know you don't want to, do you? We can move on to, if there's no other comments, public comment. Mary?
Michelle Snuff. Tara Zwehen. Sorry, everyone.
Hi. It's been a long night. Last time you guys all met, I was up until 11 o'clock at home in my bed watching you. Now I'm here. I want to express gratitude to Brightline for being here and hanging in there with us. Don't give up on us. I want to express appreciation to Commissioner Reed for taking the time to learn more about this and for meeting with us. He came right over and when we wanted to talk to him about it. So I'm really grateful that you're taking the time to understand this. And I appreciate you having a growth mindset while you're looking at this and open to the discussion. I've been here for 30 years. I've seen tremendous growth in the time that I've lived here. I've also seen countless dollars spent on lawsuits fighting the growth. I don't want that to happen here. We have such an opportunity. We have a small window before it goes out the door. Growth is coming whether we want it or not, so let's do it smartly and pay attention. We want benefits to our community. Benefits cost money. It's an amenity. It costs money. It sounds like we're getting a really good deal. Brightline spent a lot of money improving the tracks. They're paying for the train, and I don't need to go in. There's so many reasons why it's a positive. Bonnie Mosier, who spoke at the last meeting, we were cheering her on at home. Her reasonings were amazing. The money is there. It's being replenished. We see the rate that the city is making money, and it's incredible. Our county and city employees have worked so hard at this. They're smart people. They know we have this comprehensive plan. We need to follow the comprehensive plan, and time is of the essence. Commissioner Reed, please be the hero. Not voting tonight is like a vote against it because I'm afraid they're gonna move on down. Please don't miss this opportunity.
Rick Olson. Stephen Vitale.
Good evening, Commissioner Stephen Vitale. I'm the owner of the old Colorado Inn in historic downtown Stuart. I pray that God will give the gift of wisdom here tonight to all of you. That's what Solomon asked for. He didn't ask for riches and money. He asked for wisdom, and he became the greatest leader in biblical history. And I just witnessed a commissioner exhibiting strong wisdom. And I think what I witnessed was a negotiation for the obligation for the city to be capped at $5 million, if I'm not mistaken. You were all very bold. You exhibited boldness and took a calculated risk last few times, and there's been some good results from that. But we're thinking about things like the tax benefits from this one station. Well, Mr. Mortel indicated the real issue with the tax benefits is the raise in property values to the whole community. I think that one issue, Commissioner Reed, is not maybe as important as you think. And I think that it would be wise to take advantage of the opportunity you have right now. The stars are all lined up. We're talking about a $50 million grant that you're going to let pass, and you want them to go to Fort Pierce? When we've already paid federal taxes on that, and that money is available, and you have to seize the moment. You need to seize the moment in order to comply with our comprehensive plan that this town has worked for 25 years. And the leaders of this town have said they want that. Joan Jefferson wrote a letter, the former mayor. Sandra Thurlow, the local historian, the greatest philanthropist of this area, Knight Kiplinger, are all in favor of this. The whole business community is in favor of this. The wise thing to do right now is to seize the moment. It's better to have a bird in the hand than two in the bush. We have this wonderful man here right now taking his time to make a deal. He just made a huge concession. My suggestion is that Commissioner Reed make a motion to go forward with this if it's capped at $5 million, and let's get this done. Let's move on. This is very important to our city, and I thank you all for your time tonight, and I'm confident that you'll do this tonight, because they could go to Fort Pierce, and if we lose that grant, you know it takes a long time to put grants together. Come on, we've got Thanksgiving coming up. The county's got to do some work. We need to move on this. So that's my suggestion with all due respect, and thank you all for your time tonight.
Soila Oluli?
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Sohela Boluli. I live in 41 Southwest Seminole Street. I've been living here 30 years. Wonderful years. My kids went to school here. They grow up here. My husband used to work in Miami. He used to leave Monday at 5 o'clock, go and work for 5 days, come home Friday night around 8 o'clock for 5 years. Just because there were no train. I mean, if we had a train, our life would be completely different. For 5 years. Just think about how much money we could have saved. He could come home, have dinner with my kids, come to their activities, do homework with them. Just because he didn't want to drive 4 hours in a traffic if he was lucky. 4 hours. Now, after my kids are grown up, they have moved on. But when I look around, the faces have changed. We have a very young population in here. We want to keep them here. You have to make their life as comfortable as possible. If they want to work in Boca, in Miami, in Fort Lauderdale, and live here, why not? They go and work and bring the money here, pay their taxes, spend it here, go to the restaurant, do their shopping here. Why? I just can't understand why you are not going to give them that opportunity. Let's bring the young people here. If they want to work there, let them work there. Work in Miami, work in Fort Lauderdale. But come and live here, buy property here. They pay their taxes. I mean, I've been coming here for the last 4 meetings. I have a feeling it doesn't matter what I say. Some of you are not going to change your mind. But please, we don't want to look back and say, oh my God, we lost the opportunity. Even if you're not going to use that train, your kids will. We're going to all grow old. I mean, I don't want to drive to Miami. It is dangerous. If the train is here, why not have the other opportunity? I mean, give them options. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you. Thank
you. Mark Miller?
Good evening, City Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mortel, and Mr. Baggett. Mark Miller of Palm City. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'll make 2 points and try to make them brief. I would encourage everyone, after sitting here all night in the room, to strive to disagree without being disagreeable. To the extent we have heard fresh accusations of a lack of integrity among elected officials, city staff, and colleagues, I'd strongly counsel against that kind of baseless personal attack. There's no place for it. It's counterproductive. to everything the commission is working on for the future of Stuart. Leaders need to trust each other, and accusing others of a lack of integrity breeds distrust. Respectfully, to that end, I point out that I attended the meeting where Mr. Mortel was given direction by the commission, and what he returned with seemed entirely consistent, or seems entirely consistent with that direction. If there was a misunderstanding of the direction, then it was certainly a good faith misunderstanding, and I shared that misunderstanding. Presuming positive intentions is a good thing, and you'll find things go better both for you and your own good faith policy intentions as well, and for the city we love. Number two, I continue to think the city should move forward with the Brightline station and thus should approve the plan Mr. Mortel proposed tonight. Thank you.
Susan Warner.
Susan Warner, a resident of the city of Stuart. I live off of Kruger Creek. I speak to say, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. It's a common phrase we hear. You all have done amazing things here tonight. You took from 30 million to 5. I agree with the suggestion, make a motion to go back to the county with a 5 million contribution, all the other concessions that are on the table. This is a really good deal. And I particularly want to call back to something Commissioner Reed said at the beginning of the meeting, which was, we are your bosses. And your bosses have been coming here for weeks, including tonight, and we are begging you to please make this deal. This is a really good deal on the table. If we delay any further, we're gonna possibly lose out on the grant, we're gonna lose out on the station, and that's not good for the community. Your bosses are coming and asking you, begging you, please make this deal. This is a good way, if you give the city manager direction to go to this with the county, it doesn't mean when they come back with the lease in a couple weeks, if they come back with an actual agreement that you all can vote on, that you couldn't, I suppose, change your mind then, but at least voting to move forward the resolution tonight, perhaps with an amendment for the 5 million contribution, keeps this moving forward, keeps the dialogue going, gets people to the table. If we table it and don't vote on, you vote it down and it just goes back to nothing, it's not gonna move forward. So please, your constituents, the voters, voted today, are asking you, begging you, please move forward with this. Please approve the resolution, and let's keep moving towards getting a state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank McChrystal. Here.
What a night, huh? I mean, the city manager gave you something you didn't ask for. I was here. I heard what you asked for. He didn't deliver that. That's sad. That's not good. And Martin County wants this bad, okay? So, and Brightline, they do not want anywhere else. They want Martin County for the same reason the wealthiest people in the world are all coming to Martin County. This is their new playground, okay? So, why not have a train station in Martin County, but not in that location right there? They will get it. What's wrong with the fairgrounds? All right, so Martin County, you want it. Have it. If this goes in, your step one is to recognize that Brightline, this billion-dollar corporation backed by the Saudis, does not make their money running trains, okay? What's so funny, people? Just look it up, all right? They don't make their money by running trains. They make their money with the transit-oriented development, okay, around it. So if by chance this does come to our little town, instead of somewhere else in the county, they're not going anywhere else. They're staying here in Martin County, okay? You just negotiated, what, from 30 to 5? They're going to do anything to stay here, all right? You got to get that through your heads, all right? So if it does go in that location, step one for you will be, how do we protect all the land around there from new codes, new development, and our green space there, the ball fields. Now, I'm not saying the baseball fields are going to survive forever, but if they don't, we need to keep that green somehow. That's got to stay green space. So your backup position better be to tie up all the land around that train station, because that's the plan. That's how they make the money. All right? And again, all the people that are going to influence you or try to influence you have already been influenced by the big boys. All right? We have elected officials, and then we have the next layer of government that's really running the show in every city and every county in this nation. All right? And at a national level. All right, thank you.
Kenan Boluli.
Miss Goldie? Who was it?
No. He's coming up. Just give him 1
Oh,
second.
okay, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, dear commissioners. Before I start my speech, I want to thank you, Mr. Reed, for having an open mind to really do all that good work. And Mr. Mortel, thank you very much for bringing this great proposal from us, the citizens of this county, like what you have done. So, dear commissioners, I stand before you today with a sense of urgency and purpose. The renegotiated agreement of Stuart Station is not just another item on the agenda. It is critical turning point for our community. This decision, one that must be made today, will shape the future of our city in decades to come. If you don't believe me, please go back to the history and see what the commissions they decided when Disney World wanted to put Disney World in Miami. And they refused it, and it went to Orlando. And look at the growth in Orlando. The proposal on the table offers us 8 essential daily stops, ensuring consistent and reliable access to transportation. And it does so with a financial commitment that is both prudent and manageable. It is a commitment that our city can bear thanks to grants that are poised to relieve much of the financial burden. But make no mistake, delaying or rejecting this agreement would be a grave mistake, one that jeopardizes not just our transportation needs, but the very growth and long-term sustainability of our city. We are living in the challenging times. Economic recovery, infrastructure improvements, and the survival of local business are more crucial than ever before. Stuart Station isn't just a train stop. It is a lifeline. It is connection to opportunity. It is the heartbeat of our local business waiting to thrive. The neighborhoods that we will see in increased accessibility and of community development that will flourish because of this singular decision. The cost of doing nothing, of inaction, is simply too great. We cannot afford to turn our back on the future of this city, on the families, businesses, and workers who depend on it. The decision is before you now. Not next week, not next month. I'm done. Today, we'll decide, and that decision will have lasting consequences. So I implore you, approve this agreement, set up for our city, for our future. Show the leadership that this moment demands. And I'm talking about leadership, Mr. Collins. Our city's future hangs in the balance, and your actions today will determine that path forward.
Okay.
Thank you for your time and your dedication to this critical issue.
Thank you, sir.
By the way, my name is Kayvan Boluli. I live 41 Southwest Seminole, and I'm the worst half of that wonderful lady who spoke.
Thank you.
Walter Lloyd.
Evening, Commissioners. Walter Lloyd, 150 Southwest Cabana Point. I've been coming to these meetings for years. I am so thankful that we have a group now that is doing diligence and representing the community. I can't say thank you enough for that. The due diligence, Mr. Reed, I haven't ever seen anything like it. I really appreciate that. My experience has been over those years that pretty much whatever the developer wanted, they got. Maybe a few little fluffy things to kind of make it look like we were getting something. Mr. Collins is absolutely right. I was in all of the meetings in this issue. He was clear, and you can see it on the video. It's all on video if you want to see it. It's clear about what he asked as a baseline. Baseline was the 2018 agreement. Go to them, ask them if they will go with that. That's not what we got back. Right. Not at all. You've been standing true to your commitments to the community, doing what you were supposed to do, and I hope you will stay strong and continue to do it. We have a constituency here that represents some of the community, but definitely not the community at large, and you're doing what you promised. Please, we heard it tonight, consider putting the emphasis on our water. Our water will bring far more business. Clean water will bring far more business. And I understand the comprehensive plan contains our commitment to this, but don't compromise yourselves in this regard. Emphasis on the water, get that cleaned up, and emphasis on sticking true to your commitments to the community at large. Thank you.
Robert Hamilton.
Robert Hamilton, 311 Southwest 3rd, the 1895 Church of Stuart. First of all, I want to thank everybody, Mr. Reed, what you've done, what you other commissioners are doing here. It is a breath of fresh air. It's almost like you're an investigator. Having understanding the grant situation, because you know my situation. Something for you to think about. You don't need to answer it. What are you going to do when you hire the contractor and he messes it up? Are you going to cite them with code violations, or are you going to give them a pass? I take that a little personal because they've been given a pass. But I want to leave you with this. The town was founded in 1914. The church we live in was built in 1895. And it says, in the history of the church, it said we put the church next to the railroad track. We put the steeple high. We painted the roof red. So the people on Flagler's train would know we were a civilized community. June 1895. So long before the town was ever incorporated, that was put there. And they purposely wanted the travelers on that train to know we're a good community. I believe we have a good community here. We have good people passionate on both sides. I know what it's like to be hurt. I don't want to see our community hurt. I don't want to see our town hurt. And I really, really don't like seeing y'all taking shots at each other. I don't like that. And then it instigates the people in the audience to start shouting. It's proper decorum in the chamber. We have constitutionally protected speech, but I don't hear anybody coming here using vulgar language. So we just need to get along and work things out. Thank you very much for what you do for us.
Paul Noonley.
I was just going to listen. I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but I thought I just wanted to
say a couple things. Paul Nunley, 715 Northwest Flagler, right in the Harborage. I appreciate everything that you all being up there. First of all, you couldn't pay me enough money to be up there, okay? It's a tough job. I've been here since 1979. Talk about a skate park. I used to ride my skateboard downtown when there was nothing there. Houston's office stores where the building was there. I went to a charrette, I think about 35 years ago, right in this town, and we talked, one of the main folks was a train station in that charrette that we talked about. I listened, and I just want you to take note of that. It's been part of this community since Flagler put his train through here. It's important to me. You talk about, some people mention it's for the very wealthy. It's not. I take Brightline all the time from West Palm to Miami. It's because I enjoy not dealing with traffic. Or from West Palm, I drive down there to take it to Orlando. It would certainly, I'm not the only one that feels that way. It would be so nice to have a station right by my house in the town of Stuart right here. It would really special. And something that was brought up by city manager about the meeting that had taken place with the county, that this grant, if it does not get approved, or we're not obligated, so why not vote for it? We're not obligated to anything but $5 million. Why would we pass up that? Doesn't matter what the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement is just something that was put on paper, and it was something that can be changed. It's not written in stone. That's not what settlement agreement is. It's something to be discussed and changed. And I just ask for your vote tonight as a citizen for a long time in Martin County to approve this moving forward. Thank you.
Judith Farley.
Hi, I'm Judith Farley, a resident of Stuart and a business owner as well. I've just come up to, I guess my understanding, and maybe I'm incorrect, but if you move to approve tonight, does that mean all negotiations stop and you can never get more questions answered? So what is the harm of moving to approve? That's what I'm sitting there thinking about. Like, I think to move to approve and get the ball rolling, you can still get questions answered. You can still, I mean, you all have done such a great job of negotiating, and I appreciate that. I know we're not supposed to direct things to certain commissioners, but Mr. Reed, I recognize your negotiating power.
I'm getting way too much credit up here.
I love the fact that you went to those classes that, and learned how to, be a commissioner and everything. It's pretty impressive. But I guess to say, if you can really consider what it means to move to approve tonight, I just think it doesn't mean negotiations stop. Nothing's even written in stone. If we can get the ball rolling and continue, yes, get your questions answered. And along the way, we're always going to have questions, and we're going to have more meetings, and but if we could just get this ball rolling tonight and approve tonight, and I just thank you. That's what I'm there, a constituent sitting there thinking, why? Let's just please get the ball rolling and continue to ask questions and continue to work with Brightline, and let's give our constituents some hope that we've got something going. And this fear of losing the grants, it's real. And I just think it's the responsible thing to do, to just keep it going. You've done such a great job thus far, and I really thank you. Thank you all up there for all that you've done. So that's it. Thank you.
Christopher Vitale.
Okay, so you didn't change it in that amendment?
Good evening, Christopher Vitale, 213 Southeast Alamanda Way here in Stuart. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I just wanted to add support, basically, for all the voices that have been speaking up today to, first of all, to say thank you to all the commissioners for listening to us, listening to all the voices for the past several weeks that have been discussing this, and thank you for negotiating and being open to these new discussions. I also want to say congratulations. You took a risk. You decided to renegotiate, and you got a better deal. You got more stops. You got a much lower cost for Stuart. So congratulations on getting that, and that's great. So I think now I just want to agree with what many of us have said, that now is the time to move forward, not to kill it, to keep the ball rolling, and to move to approve this. This is a win for Stuart. Brightline has compromised and made concessions. We were able to bring things down, and the people of Stuart, the people that you were elected to represent, have overwhelmingly shown that we want a station at the end of the day. You know, at the end of, we nitpick all these little things, or this and that, but at the end of the day, almost everybody has overwhelmingly shown that we all really want the station. So please, please, please keep things moving to let that happen, and not to, do you want to be remembered as the commissioners that sat here, twiddled your thumbs, and let this opportunity fall through the cracks while everybody here was watching it and everybody here has been telling you week after week after week? Or do you want to be remembered as the commissioners who you renegotiated, you got a better deal, and you seized the opportunity when it came to you? Those are the choices, and we've all spoken, and I think it's pretty clear what the community feels, and I just hope that you all will have wisdom and be prudent, and thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Collins, I have no more comments.
That's all?
That's it.
Do we have other comments from commissioners?
No. My motion stands with the addition of the, is it up to 5K or still up to 20 with at least, 5K? And then the 8 stops. As far as I know, that whatever Mike had said, we just need to give these directions to the county. So I'd only amend that to that ceiling number. That's okay? Based on how it would come down to.
Comments?
My turn?
Your turn.
I don't know if Commissioner Clark is amending her motion.
Yeah, I said, my motion stands with the amendment for the ceiling of the 5K. Based on the 5.
I like 5,000.
5, yeah.
Yes.
5K.
Yes.
5 million K.
5,000.
I know.
I had to. Sorry.
You know,
I apologize.
You know what I mean.
I
I'm sorry.
apologize.
I'm sorry. Thank you. 5 million K. $5 million dollars. Sorry, $4 million. Million.
Force out the K.
Go ahead.
Add her up?
Yep.
Okay. When it comes to the grant process, when was the first grant applied for which station and what year? So we can clarify this for the public.
The first grant that we got was for the Boca Raton station in 2019.
Does that grant still exist to this day?
It does.
It does. What
do you, when you say the grant program?
That particular grant, does it exist to this day?
Not sure I follow the question.
Program.
The program, it
The
does,
program,
yes.
the grant, so it still exists. Is there a, what was the next one then? We'll go through the timeline then. Correct, I understand grant cycle, and I just want the public to be aware, like, there's constantly coming out with federal grants, state grants for anybody that applies, whether it's on a municipality level or it's a nonprofit that applies for grants. There's always grants coming out, so it's, the whole time is of the essence thing. Obviously, one was done in 2019. That program you said still exists?
It does, yep.
And what is that called? What's the program
I
called?
can tell you that there currently exists there's a REACH grant, a RAISE grant, there's a CRISI grant. CRISI is Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety. There's a MEGA grant. This is the federal state grant. Most of them are annual grant cycles. So when we applied for the MEGA grant in August, we got the results, I believe, in December, and it's still...
Wait, what grant are we talking about and for what?
The MEGA grant for the bridge.
Okay, and this was last fiscal year?
It was years ago.
Years ago, okay.
Yeah, but it's still not finalized just because of the details and things that are necessary.
Does that
to
grant
go
still
through.
exist to this day?
I don't know if there's MEGA grants still available. I haven't looked to see if
I'd
there's
just be
still available
curious.
grants, but I don't know that is. The CRISI grant is a Consolidated Rail Infrastructure Safety grant that does exist on an annual basis, but...
And what are the terms of that particular grant?
Well, it has to do, there's lots of different terms, but
I
we were
understand.
looking into it as it related to possibly applying for its infrastructure.
And this is federal or
safety.
state?
It's federal.
Federal, okay.
There are no state grants related to rail that I'm aware of, other than the SIS grant, which was a Strategic Intermodal Systems grant, but I don't think that pens annually either. The issue with the grants, though, is that although the cycles do continue...
Correct.
The timing of them does matter. There's not...
I understand.
This December grant's the last grant in '24. Then if there's CRISI grants, they'll probably be due in August of '25, with results coming out in December of '25, with implementation in spring of '26. Or when I say implementation, signing off on them and beginning the NEPA investigations that are necessary because of federal money, having the environmental impact studies. But there's no doubt that there's
Correct. I just...
infrastructure grants.
And that's where I want the public to understand. There's grants available all the time. I mean, you seem a lot more familiar with grant processes, for each station. So you did one in 2019. That
was the only federal grant that we received for a train station. In Aventura, Miami-Dade County saw the benefit of having a train station and what that would do for the city of Aventura in the Northeast Corridor in Miami-Dade. So Miami-Dade invested $77 million in order to get the Aventura station built.
So Miami paid for the station.
Miami-Dade County.
Miami-Dade County. And then the next one?
Brightline and Boca and Miami-Dade. The Aventura one were the only two.
And okay, so they paid for those. So there's 3 total. Is there any one that
just
you
2
did?
total.
Is there one you did a grant for besides the Boca, or no? Is that the only federal grant that Brightline has done?
That's the only federal grant for the station that we received, yes.
And how much was received from that?
It was about $16.5 million.
Out of a total price of what for the actual station,
similar-
track improvements, the whole 9 yards?
About $55 million.
55 million. Okay.
And the city there contributed about $10 million.
Okay. And do you guys own that station?
That too is on lease land similar to this one. And we own the building improvements at the end of the lease. The land goes back to the city.
Okay. I think that might have.
I will also say, when you do these grants, a big component of the grants is support. And the federal government is getting grant applications from all over the country. And when you have a grant in a city that votes to rescind a deal and then keeps going in the direction that this seems like it might be heading, when you're at the federal government looking at grants and saying, do I want to give the money to this project here in Florida or a project in Texas, you pick the state, you pick the city, local support is important. And being in partnership with the county and the city and Brightline all together as one is really what enables these successful grant projects. So the thought of going at this and having, the county take the major brunt of this and not do anything, or with the city not doing anything, it's certainly your prerogative as a board, but the most likely way to get a grant is with strong support. And absolutely in other grants that we've done, like the Boca Station, the federal government is looking at the agreements and the support of the municipality where the project is. Letters of support are huge components in how those decisions are made.
It would look really good for a grant application for you guys to have skin in the game too, wouldn't you imagine? Along your line of thinking.
We already talked about this, Commissioner Collins.
This might be a question towards Mike. So I'm looking at the grant in particular, and it talks about eligible applicants. Which line item on this, and I can shoot you an email real quick if you need it so you can see what I'm looking at. Maybe if you could tell me, or I could state each line item for eligible applicants, and you can
Well,
look.
I'm not sure.
So I'm looking at the grant,
Municipality.
and it says eligible applicants. It says states, including the District of Columbia, so we'd be applying.
We are not a state. We are
Okay, so
municipal
a group of states, an interstate compact, a public agency or publicly chartered authority established by one or more states, a political subdivision of a
That's it.
state,
That's what we are.
a political agency or publicly chartered
We are
authority
a
established.
political subdivision of a state.
Gotcha, okay. Just wanted to clarify that too. Well, I know where I stand and I've mentioned it. I'd like it to be tabled with the stuff that I mentioned. I know some stuff has been mentioned from fellow board members. I see some people still shaking their heads. I apologize if I upset you for anything. 25 million's huge, by the way. But that's where I stand in order to support a motion as I sit here tonight. Thank you.
Suze, I believe you have a total of the number of emails we've received, and do we have a...
We didn't get the update for today, sir.
I'm sorry to hear that. And just to be clear, on page 9, item B, it says, wait, geez, there it goes. The city is aware that the county is also amending its 2018 settlement agreement with Brightline. The parties agree that the city is not a party to said settlement agreement. The city was never part of that 2018 settlement agreement. That was between the county and Brightline. And it did in fact say specifically that the county would pay 50%. And it did in fact say specifically, did not say specifically that Brightline would pay half because they know the various arrangements, agreements that can be reached to accomplish that funding are quite varied. As far as I can tell, they are agreeing to pay half. Station's going to cost $60 million. The county and the city are in for 30 now, and obviously they're in for the other 30. So, but you're right. They're counting on the grants just like we are, and we can see the success the different municipalities have had in reaching these grants. Let's keep this process moving forward here.
I should mention, we would not be writing the grant. I don't know that we would have the skill set to properly apply for a grant. We would be utilizing Brightline and their grant writers to actually draft the grant for the success rate, I guess, for lack of a better description.
And if we're not successful with the grants, the contract is not binding upon us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, it depends on what you guys offer, but my proposal was that you would put in there that if you didn't get the grant, that the deal was a thank you, we tried, and go our separate ways. But you guys obviously are free to make any proposal
Couldn't that be a whole can of worms, though, where
Can't really hear.
I'm worried that could be a whole can of worms. It sounds nice that we could be able to get out, but
I had us up to 20. You guys tonight have put you up to 5. So you're putting in a total of $5 million. If they don't get the grant, you're only putting in 5 no matter what. Even if they do get the grant, you're not paying for half, you're only paying for 5. Even if no matter what, if they get the grant, it's only going to give 48 out of the 60. So there's still 12 left. If the city's in for 5, that means the county's in for 7. But you're only in for 5. That's it.
Comments?
I'm just looking
My
for it to be.
motion stands with the 5 specified.
Any comments?
I personally don't support it until my questions are answered. And I've stated, I stated it in the beginning. I can restate them. Okay, thank you.
Did you have comments?
It's an amazing deal. It's an
So,
amazing deal.
You don't have, are you, because
I have no additional comments.
Okay, so
Commissioner Collins.
to try to give more direction, because the motion was quite vague. We were,
No, it's
It's the resolution.
but with whatever,
whatever is 5K, 5 million. I keep saying 5K.
so I wanted to give more maybe specificity to what I would want to see. You gave your thoughts, I'd like to give mine.
Are you asking me to amend my motion when you
When I'm
say
done.
what you say? Okay.
It sounds palatable. So when I look at the original ILA, that's where I want to sit closer to versus the amended and now this amended, to where, like I mentioned earlier, just for clarity.
Just to be clear, which original ILA?
The December 12, 23 interlocal agreement regarding
Okay,
joint
all right.
proposal between Martin County and the city of Stuart. So in that agreement, you said it was only in the settlement agreement, but also in this agreement, it references Brightline and the county paying half explicitly, whereas in November 25th, 2018, the county entered into a settlement agreement with Brightline. It references that agreement where they pay half, but also in section 6, so we're talking about grant money. It talks about the county and city agree to cooperate in applying for federal, state, or other grants to offset the cost of the project. If the city and/or county are successful in obtaining any grant funds for the project, the funds will be distributed as follows. As to the train station, the cost of which is to be shared between the county and Brightline on an equal basis. So there's the understanding in that interlocal agreement that both of them are paying half, just to sort of rebut what you had said, that it was only in the settlement agreement initially. But this.
No, I said, just to be clear, the city was not part of the 2018 agreement.
Okay.
You are correct in that the agreement, the interlocal agreement.
It's hard to hear.
The interlocal agreement in December.
Yes, sir.
That the city sent to the county and Brightline with those specific financial responsibilities.
So
had that element and was rejected by Brightline.
So when you're looking at that ILA here, where they are each paying half, and then the city is specifically responsible for the parking. In this first agreement, the city was on the hook for the garage. I personally don't think we need a garage there, and when I talked to people, they were more frustrated with the parking garage money going towards the station more than an actual garage. There's actually could be quite a bit of surface parking, and when the amended ILA came through, that was apparent. What is it? Oh, I thought somebody had a question. So now, with that, in light of that, with this agreement in particular, because I know you guys are going to be looking at this on your tablets, when we get down to section 4, this is where it gets a bit muddy, in my opinion, is the city of Stuart on 4. The city of Stuart shall commit up to 20 million. We're saying now 5. So the fund shall be used on the design and development of a train station. So that's in line with what Brightline had sent in March, where they said, we don't just want you to be City of Stuart using your funds for the garage. We also want it to be available for this train station. And then on the next item, number 5, we redefine what train station means. And so now it is the intention of the parties to this agreement that the train station is the entire project, which also includes the track modifications for the station, the two-story parking garage, the actual station, landscaping, and everything. So it just allows, you know, $5 million or $20 million or $15 million or, you know, whatever that amount of money is from both parties. I would like to get back to the original deal, like I said tonight with Brian, where what we're proposing to send to them, and we may have consensus on this, we may be all over the place, it sounds like, but in line with what our consensus was before this meeting, our previous discussion about this, Brightline pays for half of the station and track work, the county pays for half of the station and track work, the city is on the hook for the parking. Not having skin in the game is not good, in my opinion, with a public-private partnership, and I do believe when we're talking about grant, people weighing out the grants, that seeing Brightline be involved in that kind of an agreement would help our chances of getting that, you know, we're all assuming 80% is coming no matter what, but I think it would help. And then removing in number 8, where we also include further talking about a garage, and I'd like us to move more in the direction of whatever the parking is necessary to meet the RFP, which was, you know, more in the line of the original ILA. So,
Commissioner Collins, are you finished?
I mean,
my thoughts anyway.
yeah, whatever the, I know
Just to
what
give
your thoughts are,
specific,
but-
actionable, you know, so it's not vague.
So, I don't know if you guys are directing me to go back to Brightline, but I can tell you that Brightline's not gonna change on the 50% of the thing. I'm happy to go back to them over and over.
I would
but-
say either way, we should have another meeting where we're able to talk about this.
Commissioner Collins, can I speak?
Because right now we have none. This meeting in particular created more confusion than what we were at previously.
Purpose of this meeting was to tell you that there's no ability for me to get Brightline to pay for half the station, so.
Then we
my
should
thing
give that
is-
to them and then let them say no.
Well, make a proposal, that's great, I totally agree, I have no problem with that, but my reason for bringing it forward too is that we haven't gone home before 11 o'clock since this started. We need, the reason why is we spend every meeting talking about Brightline.
So then do we, then as a board, do we want to try to find consensus around that? Because we're kind of all over the place.
We have a pending motion
Right, do we have a pending?
May I?
we got to vote on.
Okay.
Or have it amended.
Brightline actually put definitions in the lease that was signed and that was rescinded. Rail infrastructure, the switches, sidings, turnouts, crossovers, ballast rail, signals, communications, and other rail infrastructure to be constructed by tenant in order to permit train to stop at the train station. Train station, a tenant passenger train station located on the parcel, which will be integrated into the system. And there's strategic ways, like in my thought process, to have Brightline do something. I mean, shoot, you can offer $5 million in free tickets over the course of 5 years, or you know what I mean? Obviously, it wouldn't be utilized all at once, but you know, those are just creative like negotiations, and that's why we're here. And you know, but yeah, I still stand on where I am until I get my things answered. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, you know, to that, we won't have anything to negotiate if we don't try to move forward. I still have my motion. What is it that you need to amend it to, Mr. Collins? Commissioner Collins?
Yeah, that's what I was just reviewing, was what I would like to see is more of a return to the original ILA, where the county is paying for half of the train station and track work, Brightline is paying half for the train station and track work, and then the city is responsible for the parking necessary to meet the criteria set forth in the RFP.
I thought that we had Mr. Mortel, we asked him to work on something. The county is doing their part. The county and Brightline just wants to hear from us, and I don't think we need to tell them just what we want. Just put our part in there and say that we want to move forward. That's all we need, it's just our part.
That's what I just said.
No, you said the county, what about the county paying half and all this stuff? Just put what we're talking about.
Well,
just
in the
us.
amended ILA that we're talking about approving tonight, it gives specific terms around
Right,
what
but-
you're describing, and I'm saying different terms than what we're currently looking at voting at. Do you understand? We're
We're
here.
trying to give some strategic general direction to go back and make
This
sure
is quite
that
specific.
all
This
that-
is not general. This is saying that.
Well, no, not general, but the few steps that we've discussed in this resolution tonight, plus what we've discussed and agreed to, and then they'll work on some more details.
I would not feel comfortable moving forward with something that looks like this. No way. Absolutely not.
I mean, I don't.
For me, on this, I'm going to be a
A-
no.
A two-story parking garage is going to cost, what would the cost of that be, Mr. Martel, approximately?
We have to give some credence to staff and to wisdom.
So in practical terms, you're looking at.
We don't make it, we don't, not make it, we don't do things by doing every minutia up here.
It's not minutia, it's the terms of the agreement that we're asking the mayor to sign. And in practical terms, what I imagine this looking something more like is we're each paying a third. The Brightline's going to be paying for half of that station and track work, somewhere around
More, not less.
somewhere around 15 million. The county's going to be somewhere around 15 million. We're going to probably be somewhere around 15 million if it's a garage. If we don't need a garage, it's going to be less. But that way, everybody has skin in the game. This current agreement, and then when the grants come, it will offset that. But the current agreement right now is all of the liability sits on the municipalities, and Brightline is paying nothing. So, no, that's 100% what the deal is. Brightline is paying nothing. He told you from his lips, zero capital.
They're
Zero
building the
capital. Everything is on
tracks.
us.
Yeah.
Right, if we don't get the
The
grant,
county's not going to.
we don't do it.
So, I think that, yeah, well, I mean, if the motion, it depends on whatever the motion is that the commission has, but what I hear the commission saying is they will put $5 million toward the project. Yeah, and then nothing else. Like, no other terms.
Let Brightline agree, go for grants.
then-
That's not,
But-
it sounds nice tonight, but that's not real.
But that, I mean, that can be your, that
That's the
can be it.
motion.
Well, no, we talked about ticket prices as well. We were open to
That's, I mean,
discussion.
again,
We're not gonna
right?
dictate
The
ticket
issue, though, that
prices.
Commissioner Collins has raised that he wants in that motion to be that the city pays 5 million toward it and Brightline pays something toward it. That's the distinction.
That's not the motion we have at the moment.
Well, I understand
That's what I
that.
was asking to have.
What happens when this motion, if it dies, can someone else make a motion, or does this agenda item just kick down the road once again?
Make another,
You can make another.
Gotcha, okay.
So if a Brightline agreed to pay 10 million and we get our, would you, it sounds like you'd be happier if we were to pay 10 million. I don't care. I don't care about what somebody else pays. I care what the city has to pay.
With all due respect, you guys negotiated $30 million.
Pay for the dumpsters or the station or the asphalt or sensibly now, the station is all of it. And we are trying to come to an agreement as to how that will be paid for between the city, the county. By the way, we live in the county too. Grants and Brightline. So I don't understand why we have to attach specific obligations to specific elements.
Because that's the nature of this agreement.
As an agreement is specific.
I'm.
Isn't there value in Brightline helping us get a $50 million grant? Like, I feel like Brightline, that is.
You'd have to come to the podium.
Okay, so for clarity on the motion that we're about to vote on so that we don't have chaos like the one time. maybe Mary or Suzanne, would you clarify the motion?
It stands right now.
It's actually you. You're the chair right now, but I can help.
Because it's pretty
All right.
vague. to
I
me.
think, and Commissioner Clark, just correct me. I'm trying to help clarify it. It seems to me that your motion was to approve the amended interlocal agreement that was attached to the agenda item as is, except for paragraph D4, which says the city of Stuart shall commit up to 20 million. Your only amendment to this would be that the city shall commit up to 5 million. Is that correct? With all the other terms the same, you're fine with? That was your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and I
No,
don't think.
she's adding, I'm sorry, a very important element, 5 million net.
Right. Well, so the paragraph.
So
number-
that's after the grants. That's not 5 million. That's 5 million net.
All right, well, I think the way the current interlocal agreement is drafted, it says paragraph 4, or D4, is the city of Stuart shall commit up to 20 million. So I think the motion as amended was the city of Stuart shall commit up to 5 million. All other terms are the same in the amended interlocal agreement attached to the agenda item.
Yes, and we've had this agreement long enough. I think Mr. Collins was the one who brought it up and wanted to have it reconsidered. And if we had all these small, well, not small, they're all important points, they should have been brought up with staff and brought up so that we have them ready.
We had 3 days.
Oh, we've had this agreement before.
This has been on 3 days' notice.
Well, we know what.
3 days, and I didn't expect it to come up.
You brought it up because you wanted changes, and you know exactly what changes you wanted. So I think, anyway, thank you, Mr. Baggett.
All
I
right,
hear
and
you, Mr. Collins. I hear you.
Chair Collins, I don't think her motion as amended was ever seconded, so
I will second that.
It was seconded.
Well,
We wouldn't
he
have been
did
able to
after
discuss
the
it,
original
we were
motion, but
told.
not the
I
amended
did
motion.
the original, not. I
So it's
seconded.
never been
Yes.
seconded for the her amendment. Okay.
Oh,
fine.
okay, with the amendment? Okay.
And so if there's no more, we can go to vote.
Okay, again, I'm going to be a no on this, guys, but if there's no other comments,
We gotta
we'll
do roll call.
Call the roll?
Call the roll.
Mary?
Commissioner Collins?
No.
Mayor Rich?
Yes?
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
No.
And Commissioner Reed?
No. Now, can I make a motion?
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion. No?
No, you can, I'll take this back, Mr. Collins.
I'd like to make a motion until I do my due diligence for it to come back at the next city commission meeting. What is it, the 28th? So the 28th. So,
For what to come back?
for the agenda item to come back based off what I stated. I know it was the 5 million. I know Brian was responding to the ticket prices.
Personally, I would like to see this bake a little bit, get the new commissioners in the county in, and then let's work with staff to come up with a better agreement that we would send to Brightline and then let Brightline make that decision.
I think we're doing a disservice to the community, but that's it. There's been a vote.
Well, you can make a motion. We'll see if you get a second. Go ahead, Commissioner Reed.
I'd like to make a motion for it to come back on the 28th. I'm waiting on some questions to be answered. I was trying to get Commissioner Clark to amend her motion,
No,
but I know
that's,
she
we're
wasn't.
done with that motion.
Correct. I know she wasn't willing, but that's
Amended to
what I
table
would
it,
like
you're
to
saying?
see. Because then I have more time to
What
get.
is it that you want to come back on the 28th?
Right.
That will change 5 million?
Correct, yeah, it'd be listed at 5 million, so that's done.
We had the 5 million.
Correct, but I'm waiting on questions to be answered, like I said, from the Florida Department of Revenue, and I think there was something else I'd have to go through. I have so many notes on this at this point.
As the Florida Department of Revenue, as it relates to on how they're going to assess the value of the train station for tax purposes?
How germane is that?
And then maybe we can have more discussion with Brightline. I can call them on this ticket prices, the lease terms that they had mentioned. There's little things like that that could go into the interlocal agreement that were discussed while you were at the podium, right? We
Okay,
were
I'll second the
engaging,
motion to
so
bring it back on the 28th.
I don't see the big deal.
If not on the 28th, can we really, is there when is the next county commission meeting? I mean, I'll be willing to come back this Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of this week if we need to have another meeting, because it does take up time with Brightline. If we want to, today's the 14th, if we want to do something on the 17th, or even the 21st or the 22nd, I'll be willing to do that just so that we can move ahead. I think maybe the next county commission meeting is the 22nd.
Why are we rushing to get this into the county before the new people come in?
Because I'm not worried about the new people, I'm just worried about the time frame for grants and
There's
stuff.
going to be another grant cycle. It's going to be okay.
There's always
Okay,
grants.
let's-
We've discussed
hold
it.
on. Let's,
I'm going to the
okay.
bathroom.
Could you state your motion so we just have it clearly, so we can?
I'm going to revoke my motion.
Okay.
All right, so let's move on.
Can I make a motion that we move it to a time certain date, please?
Certainly you can. Well,
Just for us to consider it, and when it goes to the county,
wait a minute. So we voted
oh,
no.
we can wait for
I
the
don't know
other,
what you're motioning for the time certain on, and just to bring back.
to reconsider this
Can't
whole
bring it back
thing.
unless you voted.
The board voted no on the proposal for the 5 million and the proposal that I brought forward. If the board wants to bring back another agenda item to make another offer to the county or Brightline, you're welcome to do so. It's, it will consume another meeting.
Right.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
We
We
just
need
work
an
internally and
in-between
then bring
meeting.
forth something that's going to be not a fist fight up here?
You're
And then offer
welcome-
that to
You're
Brightline?
welcome to meet with
So that's the date for that
Brightline,
internal meeting.
Mr. Collins,
Let's
and you're
figure it
welcome
out
to meet
internally,
with city
and then it'll
staff.
make it to the agenda.
We can't figure out internally under the sunshine.
We can't do
Well,
that.
I,
Working with,
but I can tell you guys as board members, Brightline does not see me as the authority of a city commissioner. They know that it requires your 5 votes or 3 of 5 votes. But standing before you tonight, they made it very clear that they are not going to tell me between now and October 28th that they're willing to pay for half of the station. So if that's the issue that you want me to bring back on the 28th, we're just going to fill the room on the 28th again and go home at midnight, and they're still not going to agree to those terms. I know that's not an agreeable term to them. If the commission is not willing to go forward unless Brightline pays that half, we can just not go forward and just tell the county we're out.
I would like you to spend a little bit of time talking with them and seeing if, just like our consensus was at the last meeting when we talked about this, before this grenade went off tonight, if you can talk to them and see if we can get something closer to that. That's what I was mentioning last time.
What more do we want?
And I wish Mr. Commissioner Reed were here.
And if you can offer them that and they say no, then that's on them.
Commissioner Reed, if we could wait 1 minute for him to come back, was very specific with them and with others as it relates to that exact issue. And it was very clear, I mean, I don't see a path to that. I'm happy to
It's just,
come
it's
back
so
every 2
strange to me.
weeks and say it.
The county has held tight to its deal. It has not wavered.
The county on March 25th said they didn't expect Brightline to pay half.
The county has not wavered on its portion in this deal.
Right.
Right? The city is being expected to pick up all of the slack that Brightline gave to us in that March 4th letter by saying they don't want to pay half anymore. The city has absorbed all of that liability.
We're in
That's a nightmare.
tours.
The county didn't go up to 30 million, why is it that the city is having to eat all of that and we're just praying for grants? They don't want to be on the hook for that money. They're not 100% sure about grants. They don't want capital involved. Why are we?
What it comes down to is the county is contributing its 15 and it's applying for the grant.
Right.
The county is looking to the city to see if the city's going to participate with them. The county knows that applying for the grant with the city will make it more likely to get the higher percentage of the grant. But if we don't apply, I think the county's applying without us. So they'll go on without us anyway. It doesn't matter one way or the other. It's just, is the city in or not? And the question becomes, from the county's perspective, the county, if they get the grant, they don't care if Brightline pays for half the station. On March 25th, when they wrote the letter to Brightline, they said, we don't care if you pay for half the station. We're doing it essentially with the city.
I think we should wait till the new commission's in. I don't think we should be rushing this last
Okay,
minute.
so then and I think now that Commissioner Reed's back, one of the issues was, do you think that I could go to Brightline and negotiate with them to get them to pay for half the station after being with me when we were meeting with Brightline on the issue?
Probably not. Probably not. I can't control, what I will say is I can't control what the Board of County Commission does. I represent the city.
Okay. Moving on.
Commissioner
We
Clark,
are
take it,
on
Bob.
item 13, I believe, Mr. Baggett? Is that correct?
Excuse me, Mayor, just for clarity, we thought we had a motion on the floor to move to a time certain, but then it wasn't
We never
decided.
had a second.
Is that, okay, thank you.
Do you want?
We still
do you
want that?
Do you still want
He
them?
rescinded his.
No, but
I
Commissioner
had
Clark.
put it-
Commissioner Clark made it.
Oh, okay.
I put it that we should try to come back time certain and work on something more quickly. Can somebody second that so we can pick a time?
I would rather hash it out internally.
No, they're not willing to second.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you read item 13 for our consideration, please, Mr. Baggett?
I think it's,
Or are we on FEMA? No, we're on 12.
14.
yeah, we're on 12,
Yeah,
which is
sorry.
now 14.
Oh, it's number
All right.
14. It's the FEMA.
Resolution number 83-2024, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing the City of Stuart to enter a non-financial direct technical assistant agreement to collaborate with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA, under the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, also known as BRIC program, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
I brought this before.
Which agenda item are we on?
Oh, we're on.
It was number 12, now it's 14.
It's 14 now. It's the
It's
FEMA.
under commission action. It is
Number
numbered item
12.
12.
Okay, thank you.
At the last meeting, failed for lack of a second, but because it's a city agenda item, it comes back until it gets 3 ups or 3 downs. I'm happy to go into more detail about it, but it's essentially a FEMA program to provide a framework for us to work with FEMA to carry out the roles and responsibilities with respect to technical assistance under their Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program. And it doesn't give us any money, but it has FEMA technical assistance working with the city, and they go through their, floodplains and hurricane enforcements and resiliency related to storm surge and things of that nature. And, you can read the list under FEMA's responsibilities. It's about 12 things, and essentially it's support the city in advancing decision-making processes that include representatives from all affected groups, work together with the city and other partners to access best available science and knowledge about risk and climate change and help integrate into design considerations, ensure a building resilient infrastructure data action plan, and the overall delivery with regard to cultural norms, traditions, and acknowledges past and current disparities, essentially meaning that there's certain neighborhoods that have been neglected versus other neighborhoods, and they help identify those. And then the city would invite FEMA to work collaboratively with the city, engage in the development of a community needs assessment that will build an understanding of the city of Stuart's vision for resiliency and identify gaps in our current capacity, such as needs related to floodplains, stormwater, other structural supports, et cetera. Formulate an action plan, foster community engagement to involve the stakeholders, communicate the progress toward the implementation, identify partnerships, provide feedback to FEMA, share best practices and successes, and prioritize committing community time and resources to the process to the extent possible, and then partner with FEMA for up to 36 months to identify the needs, build these partnerships, and implement the risk reduction and climate adaptation actions.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, with regard to resolution number 83-2024, move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner
Because,
Parker. and a
can I, okay, we'll discuss it
And a
then.
second by Commissioner Reed. Is there any public comment?
I have none, Mayor.
What?
I have none, sorry.
Commissioner Reed had some questions.
Seeing none, comments or questions by the commission?
I do.
Sean first.
I just want to state, yeah, like Mike said, it says even if the city did not participate in this program, the city is still responsible for doing all of this legwork, basically, and FEMA would be assisting, and it's no financial obligation towards the city. So it's simple.
I agree, that's my understanding.
That's my I mean, it clearly says it on the first summary, so that's it.
Commissioner Giobi?
Okay, so when I did some research, there is no money from FEMA. They basically come and they give structural and all of that type of information. But they're basically part of the Homeland Security System, the Homeland Security. They're part of the Ford Justice 40 covered programs, and they do flood mitigation and building resilient infrastructure in communities. That's the BRIC program. But underlying is what they're basically saying is they recommend to the city that you need to redo that waterway, let's say. And the city decides that they don't want to do that. It interferes with the structure we're doing or whatever. They basically kind of put you at the bottom of then any FEMA money that might be available. While they don't give you money, you have to kind of go along with their guidelines to be able to get the money. So you now have, I mean, from what I read, you now have a situation where they've said, okay, we've advised you to do this. You say you really don't want to do it, it interferes with your comp plan or whatever. But then if there was FEMA money available for that, you'd kind of be at the bottom of the list. It makes it sound like they wouldn't approve it.
If we weren't doing it, we wouldn't matter if we were at the bottom of the list.
Right.
Like if it was something they told us to do, let's say they said build a 6-foot wall in front of City Hall right here on the river, and we said, no, that interferes with our boardwalk. We don't want to put a 6-foot wall in front of the boardwalk. And then next year they came out with grant money for a 6-foot wall, we'd be at the bottom of the list, but we wouldn't care because we weren't building the 6-foot wall. We wouldn't be applying for the money.
But more broadly, for just general FEMA funds,
The only time that you qualify for FEMA funds is when you've had a disaster and an emergency has been declared. If you don't meet the FEMA flood zone requirements that they make us do every 5 years anyway, then you don't qualify for it anyway.
have we done this before?
We've never, well, not that, we've never qualified for the technical assistance before. We do the floodplain update every 4 or 5 years. We have to, when they do it, the county does all their new floodplain maps. We have to adopt it. FEMA comes and does audits throughout the city and identifies places and says you can't do this and can't do that. And if you fail to comply with that audit,
Right.
they won't allow you to qualify for the flood insurance program, which is a national program at all.
So
And,
maybe better not to have the audit? So you
well,
can't
this
fail?
isn't the audit.
The technical
The
assistance
audit
is.
comes no matter what. We get the audit no matter what.
Okay.
So they come and do the audit when they do the updated floodplains, and I can look that up. But again, I mean, it's a pleasure of the board.
Just trying to understand it. For me
Updated.
personally, I don't want to sign the city up for something that might be, a liability.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
Commissioner Joby, were you done with your remarks?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, I was
Okay.
done.
And we may also be putting people at risk if we don't approve this, and there'd be insurance issues and other things down the line. It's not costing us anything, but it leaves the door open for us to have this collaborative effort as needed. And we've just had a disaster, and if we had another disaster that directly affected the city, we'd have, at least we have an agreement and we're reaching something. I know that they have their federal obligations otherwise, but still, I think it's important to be a part of this BRIC program.
Right, but that doesn't stop FEMA money in a disaster.
I know that, I said that.
Commissioner Collins, are you done?
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so on page 271, it's page 26 of this agreement, but 271 in our packet, it references authority. And this was the only thing that made me hesitant about it, is if you look at section 203 of the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act that it references, in section 203, it references the uses of technical and financial assistance, right? So in general, it says technical and financial assistance provided under this section shall be used, right? We like to see that shall be, right? They're going to definitely have to, right? Shall be used by states and local governments principally to implement pre-disaster hazard mitigation measures that are cost-effective and are described in proposals approved by the president under this section. Awesome.
Right.
That's what we're all excited
So
about.
so they're being paid those funds to give us the technical advice. So the funding for them shall be used to meet with us to give us technical advice.
Yes, but here's the next part that made me nervous. So.
Where are you, Commissioner Collins?
This is
Page
actually,
271?
no, this is
This is
the
under
act that
Stafford.
references there. I printed up the page, it's not in our packet. But it says, that's what they shall be used, technical assistance. But in the next section in B, it says may be used. And there's a couple, 1, 2, 3. The fourth one, may be used to establish and carry out enforcement activities and implement the latest published editions of relevant consensus-based codes, specs, specifications, and standards that incorporate the latest hazard-resistant designs and establish minimum acceptable criteria. But that first part of that sentence, I'm a smaller government, constitutional type guy, so the federal government telling me they're going to establish and carry out enforcement activities to implement the latest consensus-based codes makes me mildly tense.
In February 19th of 2020, FEMA made the county do the flood insurance evaluation, and they had to update all their floodplains, redraw all the floodplain boundaries, the floodways, the base flood elevations, the non-encroachment zones, the coastal flood hazard areas, and it describes, you can go through it, it's on their website. It has the entire thing, it's about 50 pages long, and it goes through everything they did. And so if they,
Is that as a function of this?
that's a function of, not this BRIC agreement, that's a function of FEMA generally is going to do it whether we do BRIC or not. They're going to use those funds, and they're then going to enforce this flood requirement. And if you violated their floodplains, or you failed to comply with it by building in areas that they say are prone to flood, then they can say, you don't qualify for flood insurance anymore because you're continuing to build in areas that continue to flood. Now, the truth of it is that Stuart's very lucky because I know that we're in Florida and it seems low, but Stuart itself is actually relatively high compared to North River Shores and Salerno and the areas around us. So even this
Sarasota.
storm, we were up on a bluff compared to the rest, and we're sugar sand. But if you look around Martin County and they have an interactive flood map and it shows, and for example, the city of Stuart's comp plan and the Martin County comp plan prohibits anybody from putting pavement 25 feet from the edge of the median high water. And the purpose for that is to allow the estuaries or tributaries to absorb the water, because where people put the cement in and put cement in the areas up to that, it creates the inability for water to run in, and it can create flooding depending on the angles of those principal characteristics. And so when in fact seawalls are being done, they have to be approved by the DEP, which is part of the FEMA evaluations. They have to be at the mean high water mark. They can't be more than 4 feet past it or 4 feet before it. And if I look at like page 27 is the flood zone designations by community. And if I go to page 27, it'll literally show me every single community in Martin County and what its floodplains zoning or designation is. That is the enforcement, and I'm showing you that's their enforcement procedures of what they're talking about, is what those floodplains are and what it works.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mortel, that hence the need for the technical assistance in order to comply or...
What do you truly think we're getting out of this?
I think we're going to get people that simply assist us in preparing and building like, right now we have stormwater issues all the time. The list is longer than we could ever fund, and there's always neighborhood flooding. And right now, for example, the Florida DEP requires that any new house be built 18 inches above the crown of the road. Well, the crown of the road is a certain elevation, but every time every one of those houses builds at 18 inches above the crown of the road, on Stipman now, there's houses that were built in the 30s. Well, every time it rains, all the houses that were built in the 2000s are surrounding them, and they shove all their water down on Stipman. So a few years ago, the city adopted a amendment to our codes that required engineering, that anytime someone's building a new single-family home, they have to demonstrate with a certified engineer that they're retaining their water on site and doing their own water retention like we do with commercial development, so that they can't flood their neighbors. And it just, I anticipate that it'd be stuff like that, and they'd probably go into Flagler Park and say, this is a very low-lying park. I wouldn't recommend you putting in a telescope or some kind of, amphitheater here, because it's going to be underwater. Because when we get king tides in Flagler Park, you get standing water from high tide. No, I mean, and again, I honestly, I don't think it's going to be some kind of outlandish lists of stuff. I think that it's going to probably give our staff some ability to have a better understanding of what they're looking at, so that when we do, fortunately this storm, we didn't have any FEMA claim, and we're not going to be making a FEMA claim at all. But when we do make FEMA claims, it's a very technical procedure where you have a lot of forms to fill out and a lot of paperwork and a lot of criteria. And in the past, I know that the finance department dealt with it literally for years after each storm with audits, and then they claw back because you filled out the forms wrong, and they paid you money, but then they've looked at it later and said, nope, you filled that out wrong, so we want you to pay us back. Things like that, which become complicated. The thought is that if this provides us the ability to be better at understanding what they're looking for and what we need to do, it will put us in a better position not only to be prepared for it, but to also respond to it.
I'd also, Mr. Mayor, like to point out, if I may, that says in the agreement that it's not intended to be legally binding. And also, it can be terminated by either party within 10 days written notice to the other.
And it's a 3-year agreement?
It can be up to 3 years. Yeah. I mean, like,
Or renew it periodically or something? Or?
It's saying until completion of the Community Brick DTA action plan, not to exceed 36 months. But either party may terminate this MOU within 10 days written notice to the other. So if you don't like something.
So if it gets weird, you'll let us know.
Well, it's going to be community outreach. There's going to be meetings and people coming forward, and neighborhood, like it'll pick different neighborhoods and have meetings and things like that. There is what I expect.
Okay, I'm good. I'm okay with it.
Mayor Rich, may I?
Yes, Commissioner Reed?
I will say on looking it up on the website, just to state it, the Board of County Commissioners doesn't meet the HMA requirements, so they wouldn't be a part of it either, but you can always get out, like Lee said. So, thanks.
Yeah, I actually, when we turned it down last time, I was wondering if that was actually legal.
Because we didn't get a second.
excuse me, were you
We
done?
didn't
with-
get a second, that's why it died.
Okay. Because it seems like we're turning our backs on the, safety of our residents. And that's one of our very explicit responsibilities, to keep our city safe and our residents safe. And, how many 1,000-year storms do we have to witness? I'm sure we all know people in western North Carolina and that remarkable event. Look what's happened. I know some of the elected officials over on the West Coast, and how many times do we have to hear, we've never seen anything like this before. And so think of the lessons that FEMA is learning right now and their ability to share those with us to keep our homes safer, to make sure that we can buy flood insurance, because if we don't follow their requirements, many homes will lose the ability to even purchase flood insurance. So it's not going to cost us anything. We're going to take the advice if it works for us and ignore it if it doesn't. But I have every confidence this will help us keep our city safer and drier, and our residents as well. So, any additional comment?
No, I'm good.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
Yes.
And Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
So, listed on our agenda, Commission Action 13.
Resolution number 102-2024, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing the City of Stuart to enter into a long-term lease agreement with Stuart Heritage, Inc. for the city-owned property known as the Stuart Feed Store, located at 161 Southwest Flagler Avenue, Stuart, Florida, providing an effective date and for other purposes. Obviously, the museum was in a lease agreement in excess of 10 years, and so we put it out for referendum to vote to go beyond 10 years. Overwhelmingly, hardly, I think 99% of the people voted in favor of entering into a longer-term lease with the museum. So it's come back before you. I have drafted a proposed resolution and a proposed lease, which would give another 10 years commencing on November 1st, 2024, and that the lease may be extended at the option of both parties in the future.
And then would it go in front of another referendum, or it's just good to go now?
You get, the referendum passed, you guys now can lease the property for more than 10 years to anybody.
Awesome.
Actually, I think the referendum was
It was for them.
specifically
It
to
was the museum.
Stuart Heritage, but it's more than 10 years. It doesn't say 11, it doesn't say 99. It's,
You'd have the option at 10 years
right.
to renew it.
Mayor, I'd like to move approval of Resolution 102, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Collins and a second by Commissioner Clark. Is there any public comment on this issue?
I have one.
Okay.
Gary Maxwell?
No.
One is not real controversial.
Are you sure?
Well, we'll see.
could make
We'll
it.
see. You haven't voted yet. First of all, thank you very much, Commission, for allowing us to be a part of this. We've had a long, I believe, mutually beneficial relationship between the city and the museum. I guess I'm supposed to introduce myself? Anyhow.
We know.
And I especially want to thank the voters of Stuart, who overwhelmingly approved the idea of having a long-term lease between the city and the museum. I don't think it was 99%. I think I heard 94. I'll take it.
That was just a rough estimate.
Yeah, pretty close. I have been able to look over the draft of the lease, and it's very much in line with what we were expecting. I appreciate it not being market value. If I had my druthers, I'll tell you, a 10-year lease is just 10 years, and unfortunately, it goes by much quicker than we want it to. I'd rather see it at a 20-year lease with options for renewal. We're a volunteer organization. Getting our volunteers all together and getting out and getting a referendum to the city of Stuart is a challenge.
You don't have to do the referendum anymore.
Well, so says the legal opinions today. I don't want to face it again. I don't think I've got more than 20 years left in me. So if we could have it for 20, I'd be sure it's not my problem. Whatever, we're very pleased to be a part of the city, to contribute to the downtown vibe, and work closely with all our friends here at the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Helen McBride?
Any commissioners have any, oh,
Helen.
sorry. I thought you were moving into position there, Helen.
Stop it, Shirley. I'm sitting
We
too
haven't
long.
voted, Gloria.
Helen McBride of Flamingo Avenue. I personally would rather see a 50-year lease to the, well, I'd like the 99-year lease, but he said he didn't want it. But how about a 50-year lease to give them that, the future generation? I mean, with renewal, but you never know who's going to be here. And the Heritage Society has worked so hard, and those like Gloria and that, the people who are born and raised and have done so much for this great city, make it a good lease, a 50-year lease with renewal. Give them that cushion. It's not going to hurt you. They're bringing more people in downtown. People can learn our history. I know when my company comes, they all go there, and they just can't get over the history of this wonderful city. So let's make it a 50-year lease. I'd say 99, but I'll go with 50. Thank you.
Make it 25.
And Jimmy Smith?
I mean, they've been there 30.
Good morning. I mean, not good morning.
No, it was 2090s.
Almost.
So it's close to 30.
Hello, Commissioner. Listen, I agree with that. That long-term lease. I agree with that lease because I remember that feed store in 1965. All this downtown, what it was like, but it's the only place that we shopped. I remember that feed store was the main place where everybody did their shopping for different things for the animals and all that. I remember when Town Shop. I remember when Western Auto, the only place we can buy a bicycle. I can remember all the history that is brought downtown of Stuart. And I know there are many more that have lived here. But what a great thing with what they're doing for the history of that place. When we went in there, I guess about a few months ago, you had the open house there. And, you know, you go around and look at all the history of pictures. And you know, I can go back when Jesse Jane games can come through here, when the Blatch family had it out with the other games back in the day. The Blatch family is a lot of history here in Martin County. If you can get some of the Blatch family out of Old Sound, Bush Blatch, they have a lot of history to bring back when the Gaines had it out, where their family was a large family, with the Blatch owned by majority of Porcelana. There's so much that place can offer our kids that come along, the next generation. And I agree, please help them out to keep that history here, because there's so much that we living on right now that we don't even know what makes Martin County a great place. So I support that, and I know that our community support it, and I think y'all are doing a great job. Just look at each other and tell each other you love you, and we'll be all right. Amen.
Mayor Rich, that's all I have.
Made the motion. Oh, God.
I think Commissioner Clark made the motion? I
No,
mean, Commissioner Collins.
Commissioner Collins made the motion.
Is there discussion?
I was going to ask if you would amend it to the longer term,
What are you thinking?
50.
Okay.
50?
I thought 50 was good. Not 100, but it's 50.
Okay.
50, more than 10.
Are you amending your motion, Commissioner Collins?
I'll amend my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second the
Second,
motion.
I was the
No,
one.
sorry, go ahead.
Second by Commissioner Giobi.
Can we confirm that it was the
No,
50
no,
years?
No, Commissioner Clark,
Commissioner Collins.
because she had already seconded the first one, I had forgotten, sorry.
You better put some kind of plaque up for Helen. That's all I'm saying. Something.
Is there any
Something.
discussion on the motion and its amendment?
You don't want to discuss it, do you?
I'm sorry, Commissioner
Eh.
Collins, can we,
The angel of the feast.
is there any discussion on the motion?
Nope.
Mike, what's the longest lease we have with any
Well, we have a-
entity?
We have an 80-year lease with the land lease for where Azul is, and we had a 99-year lease where
but
the
that's a
marina is,
for-profit
but they're paying a
business.
little over $400,000 a year.
So that's a little different.
We'll get 50 out of you guys.
The 50-year lease is, you would want to make sure that there was a, and I'm not saying it a morals clause, but the one thing is, when you have a $1 a year lease, the operation right now is top-notch, and they're doing a great job now. But if in fact it were to drop off and stop doing that great job, the city would have no leverage
That's
because
right. It's a
it's
non-
$1 a month.
It's a nonprofit board,
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
So I have been the recipient of short-term leases for a nonprofit too. And we've been offered very long terms. I agree with the city manager. That's
cannot date it,
just,
though.
as long as they continue to do a good job, they are not gonna have a problem. But you just don't know with nonprofit boards.
As long as you add some language to the lease that makes sure that
They're
the city has
fiduciary.
an out if they're not operating
Yes,
it.
yes.
Yeah, I would,
Within the derivative lease already, you've got the requirement that it be functioning as a museum, not something that I can't sublease it, and you
Right.
can't lease it to somebody else.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
We've got a lot of control.
Yeah.
and if you have a 50-year lease,
How would you update it?
I mean,
Mayor Rich,
I would
man.
just, for example, operating as a museum, if it's open 2 days a year as a museum, is it a museum?
Right.
So, I mean, I think the city attorney can add some sufficient language. You guys could do it tomorrow.
Yes.
Just Conditioned on satisfactory language added by the city attorney to make sure that the
Right,
city has
that it's a functioning,
ability.
a
Right.
Can I recommend that we-
ongoing
Yes.
historical.
Mr. Baggett?
Can I recommend that we lessen 50 years and maybe have a renewal?
Could we do four?
We don't have to
four
go back
10-year
for a referendum.
terms?
My concern is, if you have a renewal at a certain date, then we can update it, like the insurance requirements of 3 million. 50 years from now, 3 million might be like $100.
Exactly.
I don't.
That's true.
We wouldn't have a way of updating it.
What's more appropriate?
10
We
and
can
10.
we can revisit
I
it.
would say,
20 years is what.
yeah, I would say 20 years is what the applicant was asking for.
What if there were
anyway.
terms? Four 10-year terms?
I would amend my motion to 20
Well,
years.
there's no raising their
You
rent or
looking
anything, it's
for
just
some
gonna
kind of
renew
language
it in 10 or 20 years.
Along city managers.
Second.
Okay.
Is it a roll call?
Yes.
What was the motion, to clarify?
20 years.
Madam Clerk, could you state the motion?
20 years?
20
Okay,
years.
I'll
Get
wait.
a little loopy.
With renewal clause.
The latest motion was to amend for 20 years with language to, sorry, I just had a blank.
To
With language to renew in 20 years.
But no terms. So just a single 1 year, or one term of 20 years.
And then it says this may be extended at the option of both parties, is the way it's already phrased, so.
Yes.
We would not have to go back out to referendum.
That's generally how it is.
So-
You get a term with a renewal.
How does the
You keep
Heritage
doing what you're
Museum feel?
supposed
That'll give us an option to update it at 20 years.
to. Right. Which is a long time.
So you got to make it 20 more years. Yeah.
I mean, you could do 10 years with a renewal term as well, so it's accomplishing the same thing. I don't know how the city
We don't want to
attorney.
go back to
What's that?
referendum.
Yeah.
It's
We don't want
effectively
to
the
do
same.
that.
Gotcha, okay.
Call the roll.
This way it's
It
a
wouldn't
done
have to be
deal.
a referendum, though, it just,
Right. As long as it's the same entity.
correct.
We're
Call the
useless.
roll, please, Madam
We're
Clerk.
useless after 10:30.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
Yes.
And Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
What was that? We did that one, so listed as item 15 under commission action.
Chiller.
Mr. Baggett, will you read the item for our consideration, please?
Resolution number 112-2024, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing budget amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 2025 budget appropriating and authorizing the expenditure of funds for emergency repairs for chiller at Courthouse Commons, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
I could bring the staff up here who.
What's it gonna cost?
$77,000. That's the amount we need, $77,222.
Mayor, I'd like to move approval on resolution number 112, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Collins, a second by Commissioner Clark. Is there any public comment?
I have none.
Yes? None?
I have none.
You have one or none?
I have none.
No, I have none.
Sorry, I'm a little sick.
Any discussion by the commissioners?
Yes, Mayor. I just have a question, and it's for the city manager. Isn't the purpose of an emergency fund, I mean, do we have to vote every time there's some emergency that needs that money?
It wasn't budgeted. So if it's, anytime it's over $50,000, I'd have to come to you anyway.
Oh,
But
okay.
It wasn't a budgeted amendment.
That answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Rich?
Yes?
Commissioner Collins?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Listed as item 16 under ordinance second reading. Mr. Baggett, will you please read this item for our consideration?
Ordinance number 2531-2024, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, amending and restating the city's land development code, more specifically amending section 2.06.03 entitled Reserved, and inserting supplemental use standards for non-medical marijuana dispensaries, amending the land use table in section 2.02.02 to include non-medical marijuana dispensary as an allowable use under certain conditions, amending Chapter 12 definitions for conforming terms, providing for severability, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for codification, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
Lee, has anything changed since first reading?
Yes, I think Mr.
Mr. Hogarth has
would-
stayed to provide us with an update.
Can you hyper-focus on the changes?
Absolutely. Good evening, Commissioners. Ben Hogarth again for the record. I am going to skip about half the slides tonight in the interest of time. Most of this is a recap for the public's benefit. This is about Amendment 3 passing potentially in November. At the election, there was concern that if non-medical marijuana or recreational marijuana passes, there won't be any zoning on the book. So the commission several months ago directed staff to bring forward a new zoning in case it does. So this is sort of a preliminary zoning, but this would go in place before of the ballot. And if the ballot is adopted, it would be in place ahead of time. So I'm going to skip the whole reason why we're doing this and go straight to, at the beginning, I've actually already placed sort of what the revisions have been. We've removed noise, lighting, and odor regulations that were in the original draft. Staff, in discussing details, realized that perhaps this is a little bit too much too soon, and the state's going to end up preempting us on a lot of regulations. We already have noise or sound ordinance on the books anyway that's applicable throughout the city. There's sort of duplication here, so that was removed. We grandfathered locations, and I'm going to go into this in a little bit. There are 6 dispensaries that are pre-existing in the city we've identified. So we just put in some grandfathering language in there to kind of protect them from any location or zoning changes that we've made. Parking standards have now been super simplified from what we had before to simply follow similar retail uses for the particular zoning. Hours of operations that we previously had put into draft. After discussion, staff realized that perhaps this is, again, a little bit too far for now. Just kind of keep it to consistent with other retail operations, so we removed that language. And then also, Mr. Mortel, the city manager, had brought up just a concern about a dual purpose of having 2 ordinances kind of in one. Even though both addressed marijuana, this relation to smoking in public parks perhaps was a little bit too out of the scope of what we were dealing with the zoning. So we removed that for the time being, but that is something the commission can perhaps consider in the future for a separate ordinance. So what this does, for the public's benefit, we're just updating supplemental use standards in Chapter 2 of the Land Development Code. Primarily, we have a 2,000 square foot gross floor area limit on the retail sales area in these dispensaries. Just again, this is between this and the 6,000 square foot gross floor area for the entire dispensary. It's to ensure we don't have a marijuana Buc-ee's perhaps in the city, to kind of keep that under control, just out of a concern that perhaps one day we could have too big of a business. But this is all stuff that the City Commission can certainly advise staff to revise if there's any number here you would prefer to be different, just kind of walking through the thought process as we went through. And then also there was a concern that if we revoked a dispensary's conditional use because they had their state license revoked for just a reason, maybe it was just forgot an application date, that would be kind of unfair to put them through that whole process. So we've given them now 180 days to kind of cure that problem. Again, this is a number that we can amend if the commission so desires. Parking it has been super simplified, as I said before. It just now conforms to other retail uses, similar to trying to think maybe even a pain management clinic or something else that's retail. So location zoning, all of the locations that we originally put into the draft remain. The locations in the city that this would be an allowable use for a non-medical marijuana dispensary is all of the business districts, CPUD districts, industrial, IPUD, or urban highway. And so just to kind of show the public as best as we can what that looks like, everywhere that there's a color shaded on this map here, mostly along US 1 and the US 1 corridor, some of the adjacent or paralleling roads, and including far east of East Ocean in the city. And of course, the blue area on this map details the city limits. Everything on US 1 that falls within the zoning categories I've already mentioned would be an allowable use. However, there are additional restrictions on their location that we're going to talk about, which is going to go into buffering in a second. So as far as distance requirements, this is where the buffers come in. You're going to see in the draft, as is revised today, 500 feet. Distances from schools and 500 feet from dispensary to dispensary. The measurements are different. 500 feet from schools would be linear, as the crow flies is the saying. 500 feet from dispensary to dispensary would be entrance to entrance. And that's to kind of keep in line with the difference between the statutory language for schools and the city's 500 feet on local code. As far as location, I wanted to show, and development put this together, that this shows in the green all the residential areas in the downtown, in the red all of the locations that would be permissible under the previous zonings we talked about along the US 1 corridor. And what you see here is kind of in the middle of the map, the big blank is the historic downtown area, and really an extended area going into East Stuart in the historic downtown area, except for those parcels that are directly abutting US 1. And that was on purpose because originally commission intent and direction to staff was to try and zone this in such a way that it keeps most of the use to US 1. So existing dispensaries, it's kind of hard to see on this map. There are 6 total that we could identify. There's one north of North US 1, north of the bridge. There are 2 that are kind of onto the southern peripheries of the city, and then there's 3 that are sort of clustered on US 1 altogether. The shortest distance between establishments currently measured was about 590 feet, and I believe that was measured door to door. The longest distance between any 2 of these establishments was about 3.69 miles. There are 3 businesses in existence that are currently in operation that are within 1,000 feet of one another. So in our grandfathering language, we were just making sure that they were kind of protected from anything that we do in the future. When we went to the local planning agency, initially we didn't have a lot of the buffer maps. What we did hear for feedback from the LPA is this concern about the activity being too close to schools. They felt that 500 feet might be a little bit too short, that being the minimum distance for something like medical marijuana institutions from schools and state language. So they recommended to us to bump it up to 2,500 feet, and I'm going to talk about in a second when I show you on the map why that's a concern of staff. Not necessarily that 2,500 feet is arbitrarily a bad number. It just, with a city this small, it sort of cancels out most of the city at that point. Functionally, you're going to see that in a moment. I just want to also clarify, when we took this to, quite a few weeks later, we took this to the Community Redevelopment Board, actually almost a month later, and the CRB had a lot more specific input, and the consensus was there was a lot more varied opinion on distances and buffers. And I'm going to go into something called an exclusion zone we came up with, and the CRB was very specific about the exclusion zone being potentially problematic, being too much of an overreach, and I'm going to show what that looks like. So when we first came up with the exclusion zone, staff's reasoning for this was that if there should, for any reason, be a zoning change in the future, if any commission at any point in time decides to change one of the urban districts to a business district, for example, or something else, we wanted to ensure that the intent of the commission to protect the historic area prevailed in the future. You know, just because zoning changed, that suddenly now this use would be permissible. We didn't want that to necessarily be the case. We wanted to protect the intent. So we started with, on the map on the left here, which would be Zone A in the draft map that we have in the language currently, this large area downtown that extends basically between these two maps to and beyond Palm Beach Road. And at our last commission meeting, where we talked about this at the first hearing, I believe it was Commissioner Collins who had requested that we extend this out as far east along the Southeast Ocean Corridor to Monterey. So that's what we did here in this draft. Exclusion Zone C, again, this map is so large we had to bifurcate it into three kind of sections. It's a large area, but it does cover almost the entirety of the downtown and near the waterfront, all the way along East Ocean Boulevard to Monterey. The LPA was kind of okay with a larger exclusion zone like we had with A and B. CRB, when they saw how big this map had become, seemed to be a little bit concerned about it. And so what staff did was to show a comparable on the size of how large this exclusion zone has become. On the left here, you can see the current as drafted exclusion zone with all of the feedback we took between the LPA, Commissioner Collins' addition to the east. This is how large this exclusion zone would be, and the exclusion zone would essentially prohibit any dispensaries within this area, irrespective of the zoning changes in the future. On the right, what we did was we took the saturation district for alcohol use that's in the Code of Ordinances, and we wanted to show what that looks like and the difference, because the original intent of the commission when they spoke to us a few months ago and in some of the staff discussions since was to really protect the core historic downtown. And so staff's not saying it should be one map or another. We needed to show an example for the decision tonight for the commission to provide this in feedback to us. This is what the historic downtown saturation district is in code. And we've got an extensive area right now in draft comparable to this. So that's something to consider at the end when we talk about staff recommendations. For buffer zones, we needed to give a perspective on the difference in size between 500 feet and 2,500 foot buffers. So on the map on the left, this is just what a 2,500 buffer looks like from the, I believe, 7 schools that we identified in the city area. And you can see with a 2,500 foot buffer, most of the city just from these known schools, and that's not necessarily including possible charter schools that we may have had difficulty identifying. This is just from, really well-known, easily identifiable schools in our system. 2,500 feet is almost, prohibiting the use throughout the entire city. The map on the right shows 3 different sizes, the 2,500 being the orange. In the middle is the 500 feet in the blue, so you can see what a huge difference is with the blue. The pink is to show an example of what maybe 1,000 feet would look like, so you have something in between as a comparable. And to zoom in to see what this actually looks like, I took the one north of US 1 here, and you can see 500 feet from the blue from the center to the pink, where the pink starts, that would be 500 feet, this red line. The green line, which would be the center to the end of the pink, that would be 1,000 foot buffers. And then that 2,500 foot buffer that the LPA had identified would be that orange area, that whole radii. And as you can see on this example, from the school, if you do 2,500 feet, you're going all the way out and blanketing US 1. And, whether that's the decision of the board or not will be up for question tonight, and that's really what staff is looking for feedback is what's the desire of the board. There was just this staff concern that, we're kind of blanketing US 1, and the CRB told us that perhaps this is a little bit too much of an overreach. So, to conclude, the staff recommendation, of course, is to adopt this ordinance 2531-2024 with revisions to the text amendment to consider scaling down the exclusion zone to the historic area, which is that saturation district, or removing entirely, and that's based on feedback from the CRB. Consider setting buffer distances from schools to no more than 1,000 feet. Right now, in the draft language, it's 500 feet. So 1,000 feet would be greater than what we have in the draft language. We just are simply saying we don't recommend going over that. And then we also don't think that setting buffer distances from dispensary to dispensary more than 1,000 feet would be good either. So hopefully I didn't take too long in this item, and I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
So it goes down to Monterey, so that means like where Fresh Market is, they could have a dispensary, or Cedar Point Plaza, or...
Yeah.
If they're east of Monterey, yes, sir. In the current draft.
Walgreens is a dispensary.
Yeah.
In case anybody's wondering. The stuff they dispense is much stronger than marijuana.
Well, okay. Well, just the tourist beachgoers, I'm sure they would appreciate the opportunity to take advantage of that. So, as long as it's not all of East Ocean.
Mr., can I ask a question?
Yes,
sir?
Commissioner
Can you
Clark.
put back up the last thing that you put up? Okay, so those three red things, in addition to dropping out C, not a X, and then also, when you say making the smaller to the historic area, show me the map that the CRB was, okay, that.
So originally, when staff first were discussing what the commission meant back in June, I think it was, when the commission first directed staff to look into this, really the intent was sort of the saturation district, and maybe a little bit of an extension thereof, down the peninsula and all that. I just was using this as an example. What happened was, in our last discussion, it grew. Even with staff discussions internally, it sort of grew as we thought about, well, do we go as far down as Palm Beach Road, and what's really the core downtown area that we're trying to protect? And so staff had those discussions, but the issue is that we're not the policymakers, and we think it's really important to hear from the commission and what you all think on, what are we trying to protect in perpetuity with this exclusion zone?
Mayor, I'd like to move ordinance number 2531, 2024.
Is there a second?
With the amendment.
And that's based off staff recommendation, so it's not
With the amendment.
2,500, it's be 1,000.
It's off.
I'll second it.
16, yeah. We have a motion by Commissioner Collins and a second by Commissioner Reed. Is there public comment?
I have one, Mayor, Frank McChrystal.
Make it good.
So you can view weed as a moral dilemma, which some people do, or you can view it as,
Wisdom.
what it is. I mean, let's get high. So I don't think anybody should be putting exclusion zones in our city. It's like, when you put an inclusion zone somewhere, then the possibility of it going somewhere else is greater. And the exclusion zone you're talking about is the one place where, what we talked about the CRB board was just using the same rules you have for alcohol and the amount of space you need between establishments that sell alcohol, all right? Because the downtown area is where people are gonna wanna buy some weed. I mean, that's the party place. That's the place to be. That's the tourist joint. And again, if you view it as a moral dilemma, why are we going to burden the rest of the city with the possibility of it being near their places that they visit and live by giving this exclusion zone to somebody downtown where, hey, we're weed free here. Sorry, guys, you know, if you think it's a moral dilemma, tough luck. And it really is the place where if you went by the alcohol rules, the vendors downtown, they're going to be jumping on, okay, being first in line for applying for the permits, all right? And you're literally, if you went that way, you would literally have to have a lottery, okay, rather than first come, first serve, okay? So I picture at least one, maybe two people, establishments that are selling weed down there in the part of our city where everyone goes to party. Now, you know, this is just some common sense here, okay? And the consensus at the CRB was, yeah, you know, the what you have in place for alcohol, you know, we're not going to stop this at this point. And I don't think you should pick either winners or losers, because you got people that think that we're losers because they got an exclusion zone, and now our chances for having are greater. Or same way the other way around. So exclusion zones, no. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I have no more. Oh.
There goes the rules.
Well, good evening. My only comment on this is, I don't know, Ben, if this is everything that you're working on. I understand that, you know, we have medical marijuana dispensaries where people need a card to go in there. They will now be able to sell recreational marijuana in there. So we have already all of the established dispensaries. Is that correct? That will be they will be
6.
There'll be
6 currently.
Okay, but they'll
Yes,
be
ma'am.
grandfathered in no matter what, no matter where they are. So
Correct.
medical marijuana could be here, and then right next door could be, or 2 doors away or whatever. And it's my understanding also that the medical marijuana facilities or dispensaries have security. They have to supply security. Will that be a consideration for the recreational marijuana? Some spots have to have security in the parking lots for liability purposes.
We don't have any regulations in the city related to medical marijuana.
Well, it's my understanding that any medical marijuana facility has to have, and that's more of a, I guess, like a, you know, regulation with federal or state or whatever.
If that's the case, it would be preempting us anyway, so it wouldn't matter what we said, they'd still require it.
Okay. So I'm just thinking about the locations and the requirements of what I think possibly before these zones and areas where they're going to be, that we know exactly what will be required as far as, you know, the security and such. That's all. So, I mean, I hope that, you know, that's looked into. Maybe perhaps you've already discussed that, the security aspects or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And for the board's edification to that point, as Mr. Martell said, that the state's going to preempt us on most of those regulations, and it's sort of going to be turnkey once the law does go into effect. Medical marijuana dispensaries will be able to start selling recreational, and they have those measures in place already.
Mr. Hogarth, I would doubt any medical marijuana facilities would remain.
Yeah, they're not going to, the doctor tax is going to go away.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Mayor Rich, I have Helen McBride.
Who?
Helen McBride.
Okay.
Don't know when, yes. Helen McBride, Flamingo Avenue. I had first, when in Crime March, the chief of police, Charlie Whitehead, come in and burn some marijuana so we'd know what the odor was. And then I was out to Denver after they passed the marijuana law on that. And we went out to eat lunch or dinner, whatever, and we sat outside. I said to Robin, I can't stand smoking, but I can tolerate it. But it was terrible. And they passed it, so it was legal, and some doctors stopped their practice, and they were just opening up the stores to sell marijuana. I was up in New York with my sisters at the Saratoga racetrack, and I went, and I looked at my niece, and I said, "You smell that?" She said, "Yeah." And Ellen, you know what it is? Yeah. Okay, I said, "Well, what is it? I can smell that." I said, "That's high-grade marijuana." High grade, yeah, it was. It was really, it had the nicest smell of, I knew, well, I blame, yeah, is that what it is? Blame Charlie White. This is what he taught us in Crime Watch. But I don't want to see in the areas of the schools, the churches or that, or if he's saying downtown, well, you come downtown, we all want to sit on the outside restaurants and that. Are we going to have to smell someone else's marijuana? But let's hope it don't pass.
And I have Robert Hamilton.
I just have a real quick question. I was to the understanding, Robert Hamilton, 311 Southwest 3rd Street. I was to the understanding that the legalized marijuana was going to have a lower THC content in it than the medical marijuana. So kind of like beer, you have wine, beer, hard liquor, and that they're not going to be able to get the really, the really strong stuff.
Yeah, it's almost a hypothetical, and I say that because, so the Florida.
How would you tell if a police officer pulled somebody over and they had a butt in their hand? Would they say, "Oh, that looks like the good stuff," or "No, that's probably not"?
I don't think that's the issue with it. I think the issue was that they were going to have a weaker strain that was going to be for the people that just want to use it recreationally. Just like if I go to a doctor and you and I have pain, and he says, "You know what, I'm going to give you Tylenol 3. And then he looks at me, I go, "Man, I ain't taking that. I need some Vikes." So you get the stronger drug. I think for the people in the public, what I read, and that's why I'm asking you, I read that they were going to keep the lower THC level so you don't have some guy blasted out of his brain.
More than likely, that's correct. We've seen that in other states, and the way the ballot initiative is written in Florida, the Florida Department of Health will still control all licensing, even once it goes to recreational.
And how are you going to deal with that one circle you had overlapping, I guess it was North River Shores?
Okay.
And how does that impact the people on US 1 there to that community?
Yeah, we haven't. I mean, as far as staff, we haven't heard any impacts, or we've had public hearings, and we've sort of solicited feedback, just trying to get some help in writing this, and we haven't really heard any kind of criticism. So it's been pretty quiet.
Have you collaborated with other cities on it to see what they're doing?
Yeah, one of well, not with other cities in Florida, but we did look to other cities and other states.
It's really not a public comment thing, too. You're probably going to just.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you.
That is it, Mayor.
All right.
Any discussion by the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Giobia?
Silly question, I don't smoke. I don't mean marijuana, I don't smoke cigarettes, well, I don't smoke anything, but can you smoke downtown? Like, can you sit out and smoke a cigarette downtown? In a restaurant or?
There's the Clean Indoor Air Act passed several years ago and prohibited smoking indoors where they serve food. And then a few years ago, a very wise Helen McBride came to a city commission meeting and said that they were smoking outside by the Riverwalk on Sundays. So Paul Nicoletti and I put up a sign that said, "No smoking with the exception of this Florida statute." And if you looked up the Florida statute, it said that the cities are not allowed to regulate smoking outside. But the smoking dropped off by 99%. So it seemed to work. But then last year, the Florida legislature passed a new government property law that allows governments to ban smoking on all government property, so parks and recreation, boardwalks, et cetera. And that's what Mr. Hogarth was referencing earlier tonight. When I saw that in the statute related to zoning, I thought it was a dual-purpose question and could be challenged on the way it was adopted because it was going to be banning smoking in parks rather than the zoning of the sale.
Right. Well, I'm just thinking where, people sitting down and we have a lot of outdoor seating downtown, and, all of a sudden, I mean, I don't think people would like even regular smoke in their face, let alone.
The states that have legalized marijuana, including the medicinal marijuana in Florida, where they actually sell smokable marijuana now, it's still illegal to smoke it in public.
Okay, so then it would
It's
be
likely
banned to smoke
that
in
the state
public.
will regulate it the same way.
Okay, and the other thing is that most of these are cash businesses. So that, again, comes the issue with safety, because now you have people who have money going into these dispensaries, and at the end of the day, the dispensaries have a lot of cash because they can't take credit cards. It's still a federal offense to smoke marijuana, even though states have approved it. So the question is, I don't know if the city can say that. If
So
you
there have been some federal and banking leniencies that have gone so that people can use their debit cards as cash now. That's occurred. So people aren't necessarily early on when 2016, 17, when it first passed, people were even having it delivered to their door because it was all pure cash business in hand. So that's been relaxed to make it a little bit more safer.
Oh, okay.
Just
The security for a jewelry store, they have $1 million worth of diamonds, they provide security. If a dispensary is going to have a cash business, they're probably going to provide the adequate security. Banks seem to provide security as well. So we should probably let the market drive that rather than us trying to regulate it, because it'd be impossible for us to enforce.
Any other comments?
No, I'm good.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Reluctant, yes.
Mayor Rich,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes.
and Commissioner Collins.
Yes. Item 17, ordinance first reading. Will you please read that, Mr. Baggett, for our consideration?
Ordinance number 2532-2024, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, amending the city's official zoning map to rezone a 2.4-acre parcel located at 710 Southeast Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, being more described in Exhibit A attached for major amendment to the existing commercial plan unit development, zoning designation to allow a vocational training facility only, providing directions to the city clerk, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes.
This is first reading, we don't have to vote on it, we
That's
just need to
correct.
bring it back.
Yeah, you could do a
Correct.
motion to move it to second reading.
Move that we take ordinance number 2532, 2024 to second reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Clark and a second by Commissioner Collins. Is there any public comment on this?
I have one, Mr. James Christie.
Feel like I'm on the back of the bus again. always at the last, but I want to make a few comments on this particular project. I actually went out to Project Lift today in Palm City, and there's no changes in my mind. A great program, great facility. I was even more impressed. Bob showed me around, and it's a good program, and it's good for the community. But like I told Bob today, I don't have a problem with Bob. I got a problem with the way this was done. I'm looking at a news report today from WPTV about how this particular place was supposed to be a business incubator. It was stated first, and then all of a sudden that dropped off. I don't know who took it off or what happened, but now it's supposed to be just a vocational center. The East Stewart Grassroots is not against Bob. We're not against that program. It's a great program, but we're against the way it was done. This is a disturbing pattern that's going on regarding East Stewart. It's disturbing. One, it seems like the commissioner and the local planning agency, the CRB board, they make decisions and they don't include the community. They sometimes weaponize notification and also public comment. The public comment is to be stated to influence what you guys do or say. And when you guys have meets or whatever, if we for it, you will show us smiling and grinning and skinning. If we're against it, we don't hear a word from you guys. You don't publicize the negativity or any opposition to what we don't want. That's disturbing. I heard so much about grant money. Oh, I want to say money. It's flowing. For Brightline, $228 million to put that bridge across the water. Tons of money for organizations, nonprofit, whatever. But when black folks come with plans, oh, you need money. When we come with, no, we don't have any money. We have an idea. Oh, you got to have a plans. I just heard tonight that the skate park, I saw what you guys said, well, y'all had to have money, but for some reason that requirement disappeared. And now, oh, we're doing it without money, $500,000. And I got somebody on my street, in my house in Stuart, that got a $3,000 tax bill they can't pay because they connected a repair to our house with her taxes. I heard somebody the other day I'm about to finish, when we were discussing Brightline, I stood up out there in that 6.5-hour meeting, and she said, this is evil, because these two commissioners had the fortitude to say, no, we don't want this right now. And it wasn't malicious, because you guys did your due diligence and you researched. But what's evil is what's happening to East Stewart. And I don't want to see it. And the grassroots, we're looking at everything. Grant proposals, what they were written for, and what they were, what they're doing with them, and everything else. We're looking at things. We look at everything, and we got our eyes.
Thank you, Mr. Christie.
Thank you.
Tuesday.
Mr. Bob Zacchio?
Hi, thank you all. It's almost Tuesday. But Mr. Christie and I did have some time together today over at Project Lift. I do want to say thank you to him and his wife for coming out and taking a tour. We spent some time together, had some really, and I think he would agree, had some fruitful discussions about some direction and some partnership, and to work out some details and some commitment to that, to make sure that we are paying attention to what the community needs are, and at the same time accommodating for Project Lift's unique programmatic components. So I'm just here publicly to say thank you to Mr. Christie for coming out and doing that and taking the time. I think he does have a much better understanding of the program and what we're doing, and certainly he asked some pretty great questions, and my commitment back is really to use our expertise to create programmatic opportunities that make some sense as to what those needs are. So thank you all, especially this long night that you all have had tonight, and I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Zacchio.
Mr. Jimmy Smith.
Good morning again. Thank you.
It's getting to be true.
Y'all doing a good job. First of all, I just wanted to say, take my hat off to St. Paul and a lot of the members. I brought them up. We've been feeding over 3,000 people every day from the hurricane. I left a whole 100 and something volunteers down there at my ground zero where we established feeding, helping families, because I lost a lot of my family members lost their homes, my sister and my aunties and all, and luckily they didn't die. But we have a large team down there. We continue on with this. But I brought them up here because they understand the fact why it's so important about the Project Lift. It's not about, I understand that Mr. Christie, with the incubator situation there, that got changed from who was going to lead that back then was Indian River Community College. So there's a lot of changes, and there's a lot of meetings people miss. But the point about Project Lift, why it's so important to our community right now, we don't have enough capacity to really support some of those things right now. But what we are hurting at is the fact that we spend a lot of money to try to send our kids to college. Okay, and most of our kids today is already in debt with college. But what I like about that, we have an organization that bringing college to our children that they can pay them at a fee to learn a trade. That way we can hold on to those kids in our community, being mechanics, being carpenters, being all those welders and all that. Right now, with the disaster, we are lacking people with that kind of talent to help rebuild back Martin County. So I look at the good part about that, with $15 an hour, most of our young kids today their parents don't make enough money working 2 jobs to be able to help buy a pair of nice shoes. I got grandkids in there and they go to school and they're always talking about how the kids laugh at each other because they don't have the same quality that other children do. But these children now can get a hold of saying, hey, I can get $15 an hour and I can learn how to have a trade. Then I can go to the store and I can purchase my shoes that my parents are working 2 jobs and maybe can't help it, and I can look decent to going to school. I want to go to the movies. I have my own money. It's so much great that it'll bring to the community. That way that these kids can have a trade. They can have money. That way when we do come to the point for an incubator, they can be able to support the community. Matter of fact, they can have the mindsets to build their own business. So it's so much great, and we can work with it. All that gonna come together like it used to be years ago when that corner was developed back then. We had Cherokee. We lost over 100 families. We had George Taylor. We lost over 100 families. So we don't have the what they call economic development, where money is circulating in our community 3 times before leaving. That way everybody had a chance to get a bite that they can be able to sustain. So with y'all tonight, the decision tonight to help build this, and man, there's so much else that we can bring to the community. It's going to give kids in our community and other people a way to see that we got a way out. If they see it, they believe they can be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Any comments, is that it? Susie?
That is all, Mayor.
Any comments or questions from any of the commissioners?
I just have one for Bob. You know, I love the program. I've heard you speak. I just have the concern I've had all along is that the 14-week program for some of these young people, when they leave that 14-week program, some of them, are they able to get an apprenticeship somewhere? But 14 weeks is not enough in some of those industries to be able to make a sustainable living.
Well, I mean, as I, toured Mr. Christie around today, there's 3 very distinct programs for very distinct categories, right? So you have your Career Rising program that's, 40, and I explained it to Commissioner Reed as well, is that they get there at 9 o'clock in the morning. They're typically teens that are 17 to 25 years old. They've dropped out of school. They go through their training. It's typically a 14-week process that's modeled after cognitive behavioral therapy, right? That's why it's there, right? It's a cognitive behavioral function. After that, they're offered unlimited aftercare, which gives them the opportunity to continue on and stay and train. There are additional components to it. Some of our students are there for 6 months. Some of them are there for 4 months, depending on kind of the individualized treatment programming that we have together on it, right? it's not just about cognitive behavioral treatment, it's about job readiness and employability. Are you ready? Are you ready to go? Do you have an employment lined up, which is what we do with our job coaches and our job readiness program. We also have a full apprentice program that's 4 years long, right? So that full apprentice program is an opportunity for teens and young adults who have gotten the employment process done with like for instance, an electrical company like Arlington or Stryker or whatever. They get employed and then they go into that program for 4 full years. There's some robust programming that's related to this. And I appreciate you taking the time to dig into it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I would, when is your next graduation?
We just had one last week,
No.
48 teens.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah,
I would definitely go to that, because a lot of these kids are employed even before they finish.
They do. It's a full
It's remarkable.
graduation. They're teens that didn't have opportunities. They didn't graduate from the regular high schools. They are getting high school diplomas. It's a full graduation, and they talk about where they're working, where they're going next,
Or
if they're
what
going to
businesses they're
college, or
starting.
what businesses they're starting.
So I think it is a business incubator, Mr. Christie.
Well, I don't want to go there, right? It's that Mr. Christie and I are going to work on programmatic components so that we can bring something forward that makes sense for what he wants and what the community wants.
Right.
If it's an addition of a program, that's where my expertise can really come in and help on it. And I told him before, we talked about it, is that I really want to make this something that makes sense for what is in his purview. What's the dream? What's it look like? Let's take it and put it into something that makes a lot of sense for the community. I am all about that. You guys know I love this place. And if there's something that we can do to make things better, I'm in for that. I'm always going to be in for that. All right?
Bob, I drove by the partially constructed facility in Hope Sound. Did it survive, or?
Yeah, it did. I don't know if you saw the size of the steel on that thing, so I'd
Yeah.
be surprised if it came down. But then again, St. Lucie County's steel building got twisted up as well. That was pretty nasty, and my hat's off, to the entire team out there in New Monrovia and all over the place that's doing incredible things. I know a lot of us have been out there. We've ran into each other doing that work. So, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
No
I have.
language
Commissioner
that we
Reed?
need to put in before we bring it back.
No, ma'am.
I think.
I have some.
Sean had a-
I have some. I will say, Mr. Christie, I appreciate your comments. You show up every meeting, by the way. Things that I've talked about with the applicant and stuff, Zacchio, I think a lot of his things, he's bound by his grant funding process as well, and that's where he's limited on what he can provide with the program. We've talked about that in great length. One condition I would like to see, though, is I'm not really sure what happens with the NAACP. I know we've spoke, maybe keeping a spot that they can utilize. Also, lease terms. I think it was discussed at one meeting. Also, as far as from a staff perspective, the applicant's only required to send out notifications to residents within 300 foot, but I know from the city, they've sent it out to the entire community, trying to get input. I know I did go to one, and that's when I first met Mr. Zacchio, and I was asking questions, myself included. I was hoping, we'd get more community involvement, community support. And this might be for Kimley Horn. I know it's a 12,000 square foot building. It was commercial there at one point. I didn't know if there was room. I know talking for NAACP, if there was room to carve out for 1 or 2 maybe units for commercial businesses of some sort. I didn't know if that was even feasible in this process, or if there was even room on a site plan. I was just thinking for the future, maybe that would appease anything.
Currently, we are committed to doing a 12,000 square foot building for job training centers. So we could maybe give office space to NAACP, but we can't change the use of the site. It has to remain
Gotcha. Okay.
vocational school, right? So we can't do commercial or any other uses, because that goes against the grant requirements.
You'd have to like subdivide it and just leave a small,
Right.
yeah, I get it, okay. And then as far as the IRSC, what happened with IRSC? I know I wasn't here from the beginning, and I don't know if Project Lift talks to IRSC for any future endeavor, joint things, moving forward. I don't know what's happened with that discussion, if anyone knows.
They just decided that they didn't want to do the training program in East Stuart.
Did they have a reason why? Was there a letter that was sent to the city?
They were negotiating with the city. There was somebody from IRSC negotiating with the city manager at that time, David Dias. But that person was fired once they found out that this person was actually negotiating with the city. So there was some internal thing going
But no
on
one
with
really
IRSC.
knows
Right, yeah.
the exact details?
No, we don't know,
Gotcha.
because the person that was negotiating with us got fired for the fact that he was negotiating with us, because he had no direction to do that from the upper level.
And there was nothing of anything, no
No.
paper trail anywhere?
No.
Hmm.
Ultimately,
Hmm.
they found that Project Lift was a much better option.
That happened way later.
Okay.
He left the door open for me to say.
Thank you.
You don't need a vote, just consent? Should we vote?
You have to motion to move it to second.
Okay.
There was a motion and a second already.
So we have a motion and a second.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor? Can we do that? Or do we need a roll?
You gotta vote roll call.
Roll call. Doesn't
Oh,
say.
what date is it coming back, Mr. Martell?
Next meeting.
Well, if they can get it turned around by Wednesday, it'll be on the 28th.
So,
No, we have to go to the LPA that was canceled last week, and
So
then
it'd
it'll be
be-
after that.
Probably
It'll be the
sometime mid-November. Yeah.
November, yes, it's the first.
And that doesn't
meeting
mess
in
with the grant at all? I know that was talked about, I believe. The grant deadline, does
Very
that?
tight deadline
What
for
is the
me.
deadline, so we
I
know?
have to close out the grant by March 2026.
Okay,
as
so
soon
we
as
have
this
time,
gets
okay.
approved, then I have to go for RFP process, and I'm going to try to expedite, but I am nervous.
And is that for a CO March, or is that just to start
See,
construction?
I have to close out the grant. That means I have to
purchase
submit all the reimbursements to the state.
Okay,
by
so we
then.
have time, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, it seems like.
Well, and, thanks.
Okay.
We've had some tight deadlines at this.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Clark?
yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Mayor Rich?
Yes.
Commissioner Collins?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
See no other items for consideration, meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Mayor.